for one thing to turn into another thing that turned into another thing.
Luckily,
and then we have
know
humans.
without a shadow of a doubt that happened. Yep.
How?
We can see billions of light years. Radiometric dating confirms it as well.
Radiometric dating. I'm going to have to look into radiometric dating before I concede to radiometric dating proves evolution.
It doesn't prove evolution.
Or is good evidence of evolution that you accepted.
It's extremely good evidence because evolution could have been falsified by radiometric dating, but it wasn't.
I don't know about radiometric dating, so I'm gonna have to give you a pass
what you don't
on
know
that
could
one.
fill a book. It could fill a universe.
I understand that. That's cool that you're gonna start this way, but whatever. I'm sure I've dished out some myself.
Yeah. Remember when you admitted that we have the evidence of evolution?
Sure.
Yeah,
what was that?
Great.
I guess you get the win here, bro. Like, all right.
Yep. According to Rob, we have the evidence of evolution.
Okay. What does that do for our conversation?
I want to ask some clarifying questions here.
Okay. Thank you, Planet Peterson. I'll just go on mute then. You are the winner.
Well, so my understanding of the evolutionary evidence is that we have an allowance for things to change, but only within, but they still remain within a clade. Is that the correct terminology?
That's a true sort of like, how do I want to put it? That's kind of a law of evolution. Yeah.
So the idea is that the example that we talked about before, you not me and you, but me and another person who is going through this, was the progenitor of the whale is supposed to be like some kind of four-legged land creature, right? Something that absolutely does not look like a whale. But
and we've got examples of those.
Okay, we have examples of those, but it still maintains some kind of whaleness.
Yep.
Okay, so the question, I guess the question that I have at that point is, at what point, at what time, or through what mechanism do we ever see things change from whatever they're? Do we ever? Because we know that prokaryotes and eukaryotes split at some point, right?
Well, they didn't split. Prokaryotes evolved into eukaryotes, and that's one of the only examples we ever have in the history of life on Earth where one kind of organism really does suddenly become another kind of organism through the endosymbiosis there. But it still wouldn't have really been immediate. It would have been a weird kind of symbiotic relationship before it became what you would call an obligate symbiote, which means neither one can live without the other. But yeah, but no, like Pachycetus never turned into Ambulocetus, right? I always use the language analogy. I've been using it for so many years, but I'm almost sick of it, but it's the perfect analogy. Spanish speakers never woke up one day and started speaking Portuguese. That's not how the Portuguese language came about. Instead, and in reality, Portuguese and Spanish come from some sort of, I don't know what it would be because I don't know anything about this, but like a proto-Spanish, proto-Iberian, I don't know what they call it, language. But anyways, it's not the case that one day people woke up and started saying a completely different language. Instead, literally fragments of words, generation by generation, change, but that accumulated change over many generations gets to the point where now this isolated group over here has a completely different vocabulary than the other group. Now, there's still going to be a lot of overlap. And with life on this planet, we share genes. There's overlap. So yeah, the genetic and the linguistic analogy is just absolutely too perfect, because it also demonstrates that things change into new things, but never in a generation. It's macroevolution is just the consequence of microevolution over vast periods of time.
So yeah, so I think I understand that, but I guess so. The question that I have then is, if cats always, if okay, so cats is obviously a bad example because they're around today, so they came from some other ancestor. I think I understand that. But if cats always remain cats, or X always remains an X, even through the process of evolution,
Mm-hmm.
then how do we, how does that, result in the vast amount of completely different speciation that we see? We see things that are completely, the things that evolved into whales didn't look at all like what a whale looks like, right?
Yeah, but it evolved into many different types of whales. I mean, the whales are all pretty similar. There's two big groups of them. There's the toothed whales, which includes dolphins, and the baleen whales that have they're the filter feeder type things. But I mean, if I can use the language analogy, I guess, to help, like Papua New Guinea there are more languages on that island than anywhere else in the world. I think there's like 4,000 languages or something like that. Now let me look that up because I want to know. I want to know what it is. How many languages are spoken on Papua New Guinea? 800. I think the number of total languages on the planet is 4,000. So yeah, it's a little over 800. Now, did 800 different groups of people arrive on Papua New Guinea at different time periods, all speaking a different language? No. The exodus of people to New Guinea may have really only happened once. If it happened multiple times, which it could have, it would not have been a significantly large number of times. But those people are isolated from one another, and so their languages just diverge and become specialized, I guess you could say, but different enough, unique enough to be a completely different language. Now it's weird with organisms because organisms have a phenotype. They have a body
Right.
that is sculpted by those genetics, but it's the same kind of thing in effect because it's the changes in the genes that cause that. So yeah, an ambulocetus has ancestors that range from the Yangtze River dolphin, RIP, to the blue whale.
Okay, that was that four-legged land creature, right? That's the name
Yeah,
of
it
it?
would have spent a lot of time in the water, but yeah.
Oh, all right. So I think that the part that people have trouble with is saying that when these things, when we say that they evolved and that you started with a single cell organism, and then over millions of years you got multicellular organisms, and then millions more years.
Well, that took a few billion years, but yeah.
Billion years. Okay, all right. So if you say that you've got all of those, then that just seems like a heck of a lot of specialization and successful adaptation, I guess I would say. So how good of a how good is evolution at creating complex solutions to environmental problems? Because we don't see
Say I would say there's actually kind of a little bit of a flaw in your question.
Okay.
Your question, it's generally accurate, except evolution's what I would say is it's good enough. And you said there's been all this history of like successful adaptation or something. I don't remember exactly, but
I don't remember exactly what I said either. Something like that.
yeah.
So yeah, go
The
ahead.
problem with the way you put it is the vast majority of all species have gone extinct. So
Okay.
evolution actually isn't
It isn't all
so
that.
great. It's great at producing organisms to survive in the environment they find themselves in, but environments change. Like a big freaking asteroid can do that, you know?
Yep.
And then no organism is really adapted for that environment. Now, by luck, some of them make it through. But yeah, so that's what I like. Evolution is good enough, essentially.
Okay. Because one thing we don't see today are like some percentage of the population walking around with beaks, right? We don't see,
Yeah.
1 out of 10,000 people are born with a beak and if it turns out that beaks are really cool in whatever in the aftermath of the economic collapse that's coming, beaks are great. Then those people would definitely be fitter. But we don't see those kinds of large scale changes, and I realize that we wouldn't necessarily expect to. But for something that's a four-legged, often water-dwelling animal, but capable of walking on land, to turn into a blue whale does seem like a pretty significant drift in terms of like it.
It does.
Intermediate forms for that were
Intermediate forms for that. Well, we do have you know what, I can bring up my book again actually, because my book has pretty good transitional fossils for whales in it.
Okay.
And what you can see is the one you begin with and the one you end with are radically different in appearance, but the in-betweens are actually very, very there's huge similarities between them. So here, let me do this. Boom shakalaka.
All right.
Is that I want to get this on the recording
screen
here
Yep.
too. Okay. So these are the horse ones over here, but that's Ambulocetus right there. Here's its skull right here.
Okay.
So you can see it's kind of hard to tell, but the teeth it has in the back are
Pointy molars.
they look just like the one. Do you have a cat or a dog?
Yeah, I have a dog. Yeah.
So you know how their molars are like a 3-pointed thing?
Yeah.
So Ambulocetus has that, but it's more than 3 points. It's kind of like a shovel that's serrated. You can see it on bottom here a lot more clearly, but this isn't Ambulocetus on the bottom. This is Basilosaurus. But the skulls of those two are actually remarkably similar to each other. But this here on the top, labeled A, that's Basilosaurus. So Basilosaurus, like nobody would mistake that for being anything other than a whale. It's an extinct whale, a very ancient one, but that's very clearly what it was. But it has the exact same tooth morphology and the same skull shape as Ambulocetus did. Now, another really significant thing are these legs here. So these are the legs of Basilosaurus, the hind legs. These are the hind legs of Dorudon, which is the whale labeled B here. A much smaller one, but definitely a whale.
Okay.
So these are really significant because if you look at these legs, they look like walking legs, don't they?
Yes.
And that's because in Ambulocetus they were, but that changed because neither of these whales used these legs for locomotion. Now, if you look at the front flippers or the front legs of a whale, what you find is the humerus, the upper arm bone, is really short and really thick. So is the radius and ulna. That's true with moles too, because what both of them have in common is they.
Well, by the way, Blob wants to come back up, and we don't have anyone else other than Dimmock. So
Sure. Now, the forelimbs become specialized because there's a very particular task that they're undergoing. What's really significant about the hind limbs of Basilosaurus and Dorudon is the legs aren't under selective pressure for any kind of function. It's just to reduce in size so that the body has less drag, so that they're a more efficient swimmer. And in modern whales today, what's left of those hind limb bones doesn't even stick out of the body anymore.
Okay, so I have questions. I have some questions
Yep.
about that.
Yep.
So at some point, the ambulatory one, the one with legs that could walk, gave birth to something that had fewer legs or smaller legs or something.
No, they would have just, it would have just been like, think of humans today. They have like proportionately, we're all different. So like, for example, I used to be a track coach, and I had these two girls. They were phenomenal athletes. One was a hurdler, one was a high jumper. They did very different things, kind of similar, but they're actually very different. What was so weird about them is they were the exact same height, but if they stood back to back with each other, you could see that the legs of the high jumper were many, many inches taller than my hurdler, which makes sense for a high jumper because you jump up and then you curl like over the bar, you contort over the bar in a weird way. And she went on to be like a phenomenal school record breaking high jumper. And the hurdler, she was a phenomenal volleyball player and hurdler. She was great too. But they were proportionately different. There's a really cool book about this kind of thing called The Sports Gene by David Epstein, I think his name is. And it talks about all these like weird sports things where like, your proportions just make you way better at certain things or whatever. So with the Ambulocetus, it would just be generation by generation. The ones with the slightly smaller hind limbs had a slightly better survival advantage in nature, so they were statistically more likely to reproduce. So statistically, every generation, we call that directional selection. It would have pushed the phenotypes to become more and more exaggerated, or actually in this case, less and less exaggerated. Well, it's technically more exaggerated.
The phenotype is how it looks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you just cite Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I said David Epstein.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those are two very different people.
Just checking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, what did you want to say, Blob? What do you think about that? Or Rob?
I really don't have much to say. It's pretty ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, the evidence is ridiculous.
I'm gonna get kicked off the stage if you let me talk about this.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, so what you have are mutations that are within the scope of it's the same kind of person. Like those two athletes were definitely identifiably the same thing, the same species. They weren't. They did. There was no
humans,
element of speciation there, right?
Right.
So, however, they had slightly different biological attributes in terms of that made them better suited for the sports. So we see that still that's a little bit different than one of the. Well, I guess there are humans who are born without legs. If that turned out to be an advantage somehow.
Yeah, I mean that's highly unlikely because no, yeah, that's highly unlikely.
I
What
don't
about
The evolution is almost always quite gradual. So it's just a small difference that allows you to exploit a new niche. Being all of a sudden born without limbs, the rest of your body, I mean, snakes don't have limbs, right? But the rest of their body is very weird, and they have a lot of specialization to accommodate for that, like the way their belly scales, they have like muscles attached to them that allow them to skate over the ground, you know, and other changes to the way their bodies are. So no,
So
I mean,
is evolution just a change to the structure, like in general?
you can, well, there can be physiological evolution that doesn't produce necessarily like a noticeable external change.
Okay, but if you get hit by a train and lose your legs, I mean, is that evolution?
No, obviously
Why not? Why?
Well, because you wouldn't pass it on to your children, most likely.
Yeah, things that
What about
yeah,
dwarves? They don't.
Brian came up here and was talking about that earlier. Any change that happens to an individual and only an individual isn't evolution, because evolution happens to populations.
So it's if so do we see a case where a species where we have an example of a animal that exists today or in the recent past, I guess, where it has some adaptation or it has a significant phenotypical change
Yes.
that would make it better suited for its environment than its peers. So I'm familiar with
Yes.
the sparrows that changed and they couldn't interbreed, but they're still both very identifiably sparrows. So I'm looking for something more significant.
Well, so we have examples of what you're talking about, but in two different ways. Neither one of them is a combination of what you're looking for. So, for example, one of the most famous, often talked about examples is the London Underground mosquito. It can no longer breed with mosquitoes above that just live above the subway. So that is a different species. But as far as the way they look, I'm not aware of how extreme it is. I bet it's very subtle. But there are a couple other examples. Would be this is actually happening right before our eyes. Salamanders in California. So California has the I'm not sure what the geographic barrier for this is actually, but it's either the Sierra Nevada mountains or it may be the Central Valley because of how hot and dry it is. You're not going to get a lot of salamanders there. I would know. I live there.
Okay.
But we have a ring species of salamanders, and they are diversifying, and their phenotypes are actually diverging quite dramatically. So just look that up because I don't remember a huge number of details. But this is a geographic distribution of salamanders that are all becoming dramatically different, and it's becoming like this a ring species.
By
And
ring
then
species, you mean that has to do with which species can mate with which other ones, and it forms a ring pattern because the two that are closest can mate, but then one of them that's further away.
Yeah, but the two on the far they can mate all the way down the line, but on opposite ends they can't. It's like if you took a picture of yourself every day, your whole life, every single picture would look just like the last one, but the first and the last one don't look anything alike.
Guys, if you're messaging me because I have to watch the stream, I can't necessarily see. I saw the message flash, but I couldn't read it. Taking Back Eden, did you want to come up? Maybe not. All right. So okay. So somebody was trying to say something about it. Oh, he will come up. All right. Taking Back Eden. Okay, you're up.
Oh, hi. Welcome back, Planet Peterson. Thanks for your time. And thank you, Omni, and everyone.
All right. So did
no
you
problem.
want to did you have a question that you wanted to ask? I saw you said something to me, but I don't know where that appeared and I don't see it.
Oh yeah, maybe eventually we can go through it. I didn't want to interrupt
No,
the
it's
flow of the conversation. It was just regarding the idea of race.
of race. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
maybe we can go over that after, or
uh,
No
okay.
time
Well,
like the present.
I'm gonna guess that you probably don't disagree on race, but you can go ahead and say your position.
oh yeah, hi. So I know that the idea of race seemed to be uh, something that affects everybody, even today. Unfortunately, we're still feeling maybe the echoes of racism. Thankfully, there's a lot of people who are trying to stand up and protect others who maybe feel vulnerable. But I just wanted to ask Planet Peterson, what are your thoughts on the idea of race? Are you familiar with Harvard and their studies that show there's no basis in biology for the idea of race?
I'm not sure about any Harvard stuff. There's a really cool National Geographic issue that I still have from years ago, and the whole thing was about race. And they, the only thing I remember from it that really stuck out to me was the most significant mutation we know of, or genetic difference we know of, that causes a difference in melanation, a black person versus a white person. The most significant difference for that is, I think it's a single nucleotide substitution out of billions that we have, right? So it's incredibly superficial. For me, I don't know. I've read aspects in the past of this where very serious, very forward-thinking, progressive, scientifically minded people say both we should abandon even the concept of race, and I've heard others that say, well, that's actually kind of dangerous to do for specific reasons. I don't really remember the rationale behind preserving the idea of it. My perspective of it is there are ethnic groups. That's a real thing. But, in Africa, it's the most ethnically diverse continent on the planet, and it's not even close. And yet we just very superficially and shallowly say that if you're from Africa, you are black, and it's two people from the same country in Africa, maybe more genetically different than an Inuit is from an Aboriginal Australian, which is pretty insane to think about. So those are basically my thoughts about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Planet Peterson. I think,
Yeah.
lastly, I'll just share. I think this would, in my opinion, be strong evidence of the Bible saying that there's just, the human race, mankind. I think that was in Genesis where God created man and woman. So thank you
No,
for considering that.
I mean, you can say that, and I'm all in favor of using the Bible to say good things, but it is the Bible believer who says that the Nephilim interbred with other humans and created subhuman types that millions upon millions of people think still exist and are wicked and need to be eradicated. So, unfortunately, that's a huge part of it.
Yes, I agree. I've heard that, and yeah.
Eden, you don't agree with that?
Well, I honestly have to look into it a little bit further. I haven't completely finished those books, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. I just don't think today we have to go around harming anyone.
I'm staunchly anti-Nephilim.
Yeah, I mean, most of the talk on the Nephilim is from Enoch, which over like 99% of Christians don't consider scripture. It's essentially like conspiracy Christians who take their conspiracy beliefs more seriously than they do their Christianity.
There's also serpent seed doctrine. But yeah, That's true.
But the most simple thing for the idea of like keeping racial or ethnic groups just in the way that is commonly understood is like specifically medication, in that like different
Yeah.
groups have different reactions to medications. There's specific things that you would have to do medically differently to where it is something that you need to take into account.
Yeah, that's the only one I can ever recall from memory. You know, African Americans are more there are certain medications that don't work as well with them, perhaps. And then gingers, who apparently are black now, that's a thing. So they can't. Anesthesia doesn't work as well on them. Not that ginger is a race. Well, it is, because gingers are black, so
They're Nephilim.
they're Nephilim.
Yeah.
Huh, okay.
There was a recent thing that came out on AI analysis of CMRs, so essentially heart scans, that were able to determine whether or not somebody was black or white just from a blind heart scan with like 98% accuracy. What would be sort of your perspective on that? Because it implied that there are like physiological differences that are like objectively measurable, even if not easily discernible by the human eye, that are like more than skin deep.
Well, the heart is literally more than skin deep, but I mean, there's no more reason to say your cardiac rhythm is a significant part of your identity, more so than the color of your skin is a significant part of your identity.
No, it's not your rhythm. It's not an ECG. It's just like essentially a picture of the heart.
Sure, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The heart is literally skin deep, but the skin deep metaphor is a metaphor, and the heart is just a metaphor. It's not an objective metaphor.
Okay. And then, what is your perspective on like human biodiversity in the sense of like genetics and IQ? In that, whenever there's been anonymous surveys of like intelligence researchers, they majority do say that there is a genetic component to IQ differences between groups, but then public facing, like these entities public facing, it's essentially universally denied. So like in private surveys, for example, I had them up. I don't have them up anymore. But yeah, so essentially in private surveys, intelligence researchers will say that there is a difference, or that there is a genetic component to intelligence. Yet none of these institutions would ever say that publicly, barring a few exceptions.
Yeah, it's like it's just a thing that you can't really say, I guess. Nobody, it's like, I don't know, the risk or the PR of it or whatever is just intolerable. There's significant, I don't know if you've ever listened to that pretty infamous Sam Harris and Ezra Klein conversation they have. And it's in the back and forth there, you know, Ezra says that he has spoken to one of these researchers, and they say there's a difference that can be measured, but that doesn't say anything about whether or not it isn't environmental, just because there is like a difference. It's like, for example, as a I don't
Yeah, it's only just quickly to clarify, it's only 1% that said that it was entirely genetic. So
Yeah.
the majority did say that it was, the majority that said that there was a genetic component said that it was a combination of genetic and environmental.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, being purely genetic, that just wouldn't make any sense given what we know about the environment. So, like, for example, as a teacher, we have this. Well, what I was really trying to talk about is how do you objectively measure this kind of thing? So, like, for example, we have a lot of kids that go to the United States that take standardized tests every year who come from a Spanish-speaking country originally, right? Now, it's not it wouldn't at all be surprising to see that their scores on those standardized tests would be lower than native English speakers, even if they were fully fluent. I have one of the smartest people I've ever met. This girl I went to high school with. She got like a 32 on her ACT. She double majored in math and Spanish, so she has a degree in Spanish. And she and I were talking about this kind of thing once, and I was asking her, and she said, "Oh no, I couldn't. I'm fully fluent in Spanish, but I couldn't write a academic paper in Spanish. I just don't know how, because there's subtlety and there's really esoteric language all involved with that. And so, yeah, you wouldn't expect necessarily that kids taking a test in English, which is their second language, are at least in one or two generations going to do as well, on average, as fluent English speakers. But that's not actually an objective description of their IQ, And
yeah. In this, there's like different forms of IQ, like different things that are being tested. Some are more based in language, whereas strict logic puzzles of rotating shapes is something that is not language based. And the type of IQ that is more language based is something that has been shown to be able to be increased with more studying. But it's been very, very difficult for people to show there being able to be any significant increase with the type of IQ that's on the more shape rotations.
Sure. I'll just take your word for that, I guess.
Okay. So I guess the question that we talked about, so salamanders are showing the kind of what's the term for it? Phenotypical.
Phenotypic speciation. Yeah.
Phenotypic speciation.
That's not a real term. I made that up, but
okay. Well, fine. But that's what I was talking about. They are giving birth to things. They're salamanders have been birthed that would look different enough that we would be able to say, yeah, that's not quite a normal salamander.
It would just be different than the ancestral population or whatever.
Right. Something that would. Okay. So if that's the case, then that's to my perception what I rarely
I'm gonna put
see.
a picture in the chat.
Okay. What I rarely see examples.
I can't attach pictures.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Let me. You should be able to.
Let me try to click and drag it from
you
my
have
desktop.
image firms now. I didn't give you image firms.
There we go. So this is. I mean, it's a drawing somebody did, but that's the ring species mapped out for you to see.
Okay, so these are all still pretty clearly salamanders. So okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Coco wanted to come up, so I will invite Coco to speak. You are now a speaker, Coco.
I probably should have taken my hand down. I put it up at the time when Eden came up and started that same thing about race that we had already discussed with him several times in the server, where yes, we agree that race is a construct that was done a long time ago when white doctors were trying to prove that people of other races were inferior to whites. But at the same time, like Yaz said, we do know that there are still minute differences that do affect them, such as the medicine stuff that was brought up. The rest of it, I don't agree with. Peterson was right about the intelligence levels. IQ is really only a measure of how fast a brain processes information. It doesn't really say how smart somebody is or not. You
Well, they
can be
changed that.
Well, it might also be just a measure of how good you are at an IQ test. I mean, the smartest person who ever lived almost certainly wasn't Albert Einstein or John von Neumann or Galileo or
Nikola
Da Vinci.
Tesla.
It was almost certainly somebody nobody's ever heard of, because there have been
Imagine this.
107 billion people that have ever lived, and odds are it wasn't somebody who had a privileged life.
agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
no,
Perhaps-
he didn't have a privileged life.
But
Perhaps
even-
even people in the past had photographic memories, right? And maybe it was lost over time, and that's why there's only maybe a handful of people in the world left that with that sort of ability.
So are you guys saying certain races are more evolved or what?
No, certain races are
Nobody
not
said that.
evolved. That's
Well, you
ridiculous.
said there's genetic differences.
There are slight genetic DNA differences, not evolutionary
what?
differences.
Every current member of a species, they are differently evolved, but they are equally evolved.
So they evolved in a different way.
50, are
yeah.
you trying to get in here? Because your background noise is something horrible.
Well, wouldn't evolving in a different way
Sure.
imply you could be less evolved?
No.
Really?
Yeah, 50, you're
What?
making it hard to hear.
And
Oh,
DNA,
no.
I'm not doing anything.
if you
Mike.
had bothered to pay attention to the guest here tonight, then you would know that DNA differences aren't really anything to do with evolution all the time. Like cancer, you can have DNA show that you may have some kind of hereditary cancer or something like that. Has nothing to do with evolution.
Mutations have nothing to do with evolution. Got it.
I have a question, Blob. What species, what race do you think is most evolved?
I'm gonna go with Mongolian.
The human race.
Mongolian.
The Germans.
Blob
Yeah,
is just
Germans.
making shit up
Could be Germans.
again.
Some sort of
The
probably
Kanyes.
European group.
It's a very Blob thing of you to say.
It's just a fact. I mean, you think people can evolve in a way that would be, less efficient, or like they could be evolved for something that's irrelevant because you can evolve in different ways. I mean, that would imply certain people are more evolved because the way that they evolved was more streamlined for what is useful within the world.
That's just that's completely
dunked on.
false, because if they live in different places, they're like people that live in Nepal, they have specifically different physiology that allows their bodies to accommodate for living at high altitude. Whereas people that live in, I don't know, some other part of the world where it doesn't matter where, literally anywhere else in the world that isn't high elevation, they don't have that. So is the Nepalese person more evolved? No, they're differently evolved. This is like trying to
Sure.
say that certain dog species are more dog than other dog species, or more evolved than other dog. I said species, I meant breeds.
Aren't they dog clades?
It's just this.
Yeah, like a
completely
Chihuahua is
false.
as good as like a pit bull. Is that what you're saying?
There's
Well,
no
it's
such.
evolved.
I don't know
You
why
guys
you're
see
trying to
the
assign a
break,
value to it.
Omni? We
They're
got another
not-
hand up.
One is not
I'm gonna drop
more
out.
evolved than the
Taylor.
other.
Okay. Taylor,
Taylor
want to come up? Taylor is coming up. Let's see. Invite to speak.
Okay, well, we got to.
Oh, you can drop me. I'll drop.
Okay.
I don't really want to listen to. Oh, never mind.
What did he say? How did he quantify the evolution? Damn it! What did he say? He said it in such an odd way.
I-
Irreversible error. just like meaningless or something. Some word for meaningless. I'm sorry. Wish I could remember what he said, but it was so odd.
I don't remember.
I think
But
he said
Taylor,
irrelevant.
you're up if you wanted to ask a question.
I'm
And
sorry.
Planet Peterson, were you gonna say you don't want to hear from me?
Oh no, I was talking about Blob, but he dropped or was dropped.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, you kind of talked about speciation. Do you think that's anything we've observed happen firsthand instead
Yeah,
of
we
like?
know we have. Yeah,
Okay, do you have an example?
yeah, the London Underground mosquito, the what's it called? The big bird ground finch. It's like common name, like colloquial name. They called it the big bird lineage. I can't remember what it's officially called. Maybe it's the something island ground finch or something like that. Daphne Major is the island where it happened. Peter and Rosemary Grant saw it happen.
Uh-huh. So that
Yeah,
was
so that's
something.
two examples.
Is so we basically how did we figure out that speciation happened in those cases?
By observing them. The fact that they no longer reproduce with other members in their genus.
And how do we know that they once reproduced?
Well, they watched it happen, like with the London Underground mosquitoes. They're able to, in genetic testing, you can, through genetic testing, determine what their ancestors are.
Uh-huh. So did you
Like we
know
know
that?
domestic dogs came from wolves, not African spotted dogs, for example. Now, we haven't seen throughout, like you can't, like if I wanted to be pedantic and uncharitable, I could say, oh, you've seen every dog be bred. Well, no, but humans they are responsible, they are witness to that process. There's nothing wrong with saying that. And it's testable. What are they related to most closely? It's wolves. We know that modern dogs come from wolves, not foxes, not African spotted dogs, or some other canine.
Uh-huh. I put a
Oh, she got raptured. What the hell? What happened?
I don't know.
Is she even in the...
No, I don't see.
Oh, no, yeah, she's down there. She's like in the middle.
She got raptured. Can I come?
That's hilarious. She got raptured. You can drop me, Omni, if you need space.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna drop you and I'll bring Taylor back. Okay.
I just love Planet Peterson. I'm sorry. I just want to chill.
I wish I got raptured. I was trying to push the chat button and I pushed the I think the exit button.
I'd be grabbing onto your leg. I'd be coming with you, one way or the other.
Yeah, that was my bad, sorry. And so basically there's some updates to this mosquito experiment saying that they actually came from Egypt and not London. So you can check that one out. And I'm not sure what the other one you said was. I kind of missed it. You said some big bird species.
It's a type of ground finch on Daphne Major. Peter and Rosemary Grant watched this happen over the course of several years, starting like in the 80s.
And what did they watch?
So it was some type of cactus finch, and I don't remember what the other type of finch was, but they basically hybridized and produced a brand new species of finch. But even if we'd never seen any kind of speciation ever occur, the idea, the hypothesis that has happened, and we're really actually just talking about evolution, is still testable, and it's passed every single test.
Like what?
Genetics.
Yeah. So do you think that we see like new proteins with novel functions form?
There may be some examples of that. I'm not sure if I can think of one off the top of my head, but we have seen mutations in labs that have produced beneficial kind of sort of new functions, famously the citrate thing. Oh shoot, what's his name? The long-term E. coli experiment. I can't remember the name of the guy that's been running that for all these years. But yeah, the one bacteria evolved the ability to metabolize citrate, which I think the deal with that is they can normally do it, but only in the
Anaerobic conditions.
presence or yeah, and then it evolved to be able to do it separate from that. But no, there's other examples. Like for example, the best one I know of is they took E. coli. I think it was E. coli. I know it was bacteria, and they took out the lactose metabolizing gene from it. I don't know if they took out the entire operon or what, but they genetically removed its ability to digest lactose. And then lo and behold, the bacteria spontaneously regained the ability to do that. I think it might have actually occurred in multiple different instances, or that may be a different one where we've seen that happen. I can try to look it up in my book here real quick. You'd think I would remember because I wrote the damn thing, but you'd be surprised what you forget.
That is true. I agree with that. So the citrase one, they basically like normally were able to use it as a carbon source, and then like that was only active during aerobic conditions. Then they found that they could like use citrate in anaerobic conditions. I would argue like this wouldn't be necessarily a new function. They say that basically the gene was like translocated under a promoter that would make it always active instead of just sometimes active. So, I would argue that that ability was already present.
Well, evolution is descent with modification. So
Yeah.
a gene being able to be a gene being able to be in a weird kind of way almost overexpressed or expressed in new under new conditions is exactly the type of gradual evolution that the theory of evolution would propose.
Yeah, so I agree with the definitions of evolution, but the implications of them when they say that, basically descent with modification or changes in allele frequency would lead us to where we're at today. Like that's a whole nother story because you have to have, new proteins forming. Like with the allele definition, having like
Jeez.
changes in allele expression, that's not going to give you new alleles.
Taylor, please
What's
tell
up?
me you don't believe in Noah's flood.
Is this like some type of rebuttal to what I said?
It would be a monumental contradiction on your part if you believed in it.
I think that Noah's flood's a bit off topic, but yeah, I do. If you're wondering about like microevolution, I definitely believe in that. And
Okay. The thing you're saying can't happen absolutely would have to happen if the Noah's Ark story is true. How many animals do you think were on that ark?
I mean, do you think that I have like a number? But somebody did write a paper about Noah's Ark. I think this is a bit off topic though.
It's
But yeah,
absolutely
they
not.
wrote a paper. It is absolutely off topic, but somebody wrote a paper about how the animals basically saying that it would be plausible for it to be the case that the animals would be able to be on Noah's Ark because you'd only need, two of each kind and then not the fish and not the birds and stuff like that. But I think that's a little bit off topic. Can you give me
Absolutely not.
okay? So
I'm
we're
going to
talking about
demonstrate that
we're
even
talking
you
about
don't believe what you're saying, because what you're saying, this thing about you can't get new proteins with new functions or whatever, this absolutely has to happen in the most insane, hyper-driven way imaginable for what you believe to be true. So, like, for example, how many species of canine do you think were on that ark?
I'm not sure.
Do you think it was just 2?
I'm not sure. Probably more. There's different
How
types of
many?
things.
Well, I
I
think there
don't
were
know.
clean animals,
Is
unclean
canine a
animals.
kind?
Um, I would say so, but there could be different types.
If canine is a kind, then there would just be 2 canines on that ark.
Are you trying to like force me into a position?
I'm trying to keep you honest about this model you have of the world and if it fits with your criticisms of other models of
I
the
think you're
world.
presenting your model at the time, and you're kind of deflecting to my
No,
model.
this is literally yours.
Is that what's happening?
Well, Planet Peterson, I'm reading here Genesis 7. It says they had 7 pairs of each and every kind of clean animal. So I think there was approximately maybe 2,000 to 7,000 total.
This is really off topic. Like,
It's absolutely not off topic.
did you do a presentation on Noah's Ark?
Did I?
Did you? Are you coming up here to talk about Noah's Ark? Is that
I'm
what's happening?
talking about evolution. You believe that
what
evolution
I'm trying to
has to
talk about.
occur because a few thousand species need to turn into at least 1.5 million that we have today.
But they still look very similar, right? I mean, you can put, let's say
It
you had
doesn't. It doesn't
Don't
matter.
even
So,
entertain
Taylor,
this
you
because
need to commit to a
you can't.
position. How many
I
canines were
don't
on
have
the
to
ark?
commit to it. I don't have to commit to a position. We're
So
talking about
your
your position.
worldview is
And what
completely
is your
immune to any kind
worldview?
of scientific scrutiny. Why are
Okay,
you
so
here?
what? Because I'm asking you questions
If
about
your
evolution. This
worldview
is
is
what we're
immune
talking
to
about.
any kind of scientific scrutiny, then why are you
Obviously, you
participating
can't.
in a conversation about this?
Obviously, you can't defend your worldview, which is what you're up
Yes,
here
I can.
supposed to be doing, and now you're trying to deflect it to my worldview. Is that what it is?
I can make you prove that we have the evidence that evolution occurred.
You're up here to prove your idea of how we got here. Okay. I'm not up here. I'm
Okay,
questioning
I will
your
just tell
statement.
everybody because you will not engage in this. So, for example,
I'm trying to engage.
if there
You're
were 2
deflecting.
canines on the ark, we have multiple different species of canine today. Wolves and foxes, I can't remember which way it goes, but one of them has twice as many chromosomes as the other one does. Okay. Do you think that new proteins are found in one of those species versus the other?
I think wolves and foxes are different.
Yes. And they are the descendants of a singular canine kind that was on that ark.
How do you know that?
So, how many canines were on the ark?
I just said earlier, I don't know. You're trying to force me a position because you can't defend yours.
No, no, your position is literally a contradiction. How many frogs
I
do you
never
think
took
were
a
on the
position.
ark?
I'm taking the negative.
How many frogs do you think were on the ark?
You can't defend your position, so you're forcing me
Yes,
to
I
have one.
can. What I'm doing first is
You're deflecting.
proving that according to your criticisms of the traditional model, according to what can't happen, which falsifies the traditional model, your beliefs about the world have to be false. I'll just make this really simple because, again, you refuse to commit to a position because you refuse to make your views subject to any kind of scrutiny, which is insanely dishonest, but I'll just let you do that.
Doing?
But I'll explain how this works for everybody. No, not every single living kind of thing needed to be on the ark. I doubt the ark had an aquarium. It obviously didn't exist, but we're just granting this. It doesn't matter because either way, that ark is only going to house a few thousand species at best. And what happened from that is at least many hundreds of thousands of species came about from it in literally in such an extremely short amount of time. It's been 4,000 years since then, but we haven't been gradually gaining species every single day. If that was the case, it would be scientifically known. Excuse me, had to burp there. So, we can look at simple examples like the fact that there are 50 different families, which is what creationists call a kind in general. There are 50 different families of frogs alone. So the evolution of this idea that something always produces after its kind has to be false according to the creationist worldview. It absolutely has to be false. And then, like with the canines, with the tremendous differences in chromosome numbers, but whatever, it doesn't matter. You're having thousands of species at the most turn into hundreds of thousands of species. So some kind of event like a new kind of protein coming up absolutely has to occur for a tiny number of species becoming hundreds of thousands of species. So we got that out of the way. What do you want to know? Do you want me to tell you what the evidence of evolution is?
Yeah.
Okay, if evolution were true, what would the evidence look like?
You'd see new proteins forming with novel functions.
That's the only thing you can imagine. That is the only thing you can imagine.
New genetic sequences form to form new, DNA gives code for proteins. So yeah, novel proteins, novel functions.
We certainly have direct evidence of that.
In what
What
case?
about a change in phylum?
Humans
Is that
have
even possible?
multiple copies of several genes.
So
that's exactly the thing you're asking for. We could also look at, do you know what Hox
multiple
genes
copies
do?
of several genes. What is new? What is a new protein there? Like what's going on?
You didn't say new protein. You said like added
Novel
duplicated
protein, novel
DNA.
function. That's what I said.
That was one of the things you said. The other thing you said was like duplications or added information to the genome or
I
whatever.
never said that.
Do you know what Hox? Yes, you did. Do you know what
No, I
Hox
didn't.
genes are?
Duplications would not be new proteins with new functions.
Do you know what Hox genes are?
Are those? I've heard of them before.
They're
I can't
genes that
recall.
control for the development of the body. So like
Right.
you can transpose a section of, like, you can take an embryo and you can cut off a piece of tissue where the Hox genes that control the development of a limb are happening, and you can patch that piece of tissue onto like its backside and it'll grow a leg out of that part of its body. Wild experiments with Hox genes have been performed.
Right.
So
Yeah, they're the Hox genes. I recall now. They're like the
Yep.
body layout. They control like the body layout in
Yes.
animals.
Yes.
Right.
So, for example, insects are a type of arthropod. They have
Mhm.
3 pairs of legs. Crustaceans are a type of arthropod that have 5 sets of legs. Myriapods, like millipedes and centipedes, have multiple of them. What we find is, okay, we have a body plan, the arthropod, but they have the same generic body plan, but they express it differently. What we find is duplications of those Hox genes, and then differences in how long those Hox genes are active for during development. So the kind of thing that produces additional structures is known about in science.
Okay. That's still not new proteins or new functions.
Okay, let me see. I don't want to read through my book here because that would just take forever and we'd be sitting in silence. So give me a second here.
And while we do that, why don't we just consider, after the flood, with a radically altered environment, geographic isolation, right, ecological niches to fill, maybe the original kinds diversified rapidly within centuries. I mean, I think they've been able to spot that in wolves.
Taylor, feel free to respond to that while I try to look for something here.
Yeah, I think that I think that we won't know exactly how many of each species was, on the ark. I don't claim to. So
Yeah, I don't think it's specifically stated.
Yeah, well, we can know what the upper limit would be.
Yeah. I think, analysis has been done. I think I read it was 2,000 to 7,000.
Mm-hmm. Taylor, do you know about type 3 secretory proteins and how they are remarkably similar to the bacterial flagella protein structure?
yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay, so is your claim that that doesn't count because nobody saw it happen, even though the evidence of it happening is predictable and has been found?
Yeah, I would like to see it actually happen. And things like the Linsky experiment where they're like speeding up the evolutionary timeline through like exponential growth of these bacteria.
Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do.
Well, I can ask you a different question. Like, how do you think in general, like, the DNA code came about? Would you classify that in like abiogenesis or evolution?
Well, it can be literally both. Evolution, as in just change over time, or even natural selection, the chemical environment that would have produced nucleic acids, perhaps autocatalytic ones, like an RNA world first world or a metabolism first world. Natural selection would have been happening. We've created like synthetic molecules and seen them be able to compete against each other. You can do this like with amyloids, I believe, in the lab. So we have I don't know what you would call them, like analogs or whatever, in labs that demonstrate in principle that this kind of thing can happen.
So how do you think like new chromosomes and like how do you think like do you think like
Genes get duplicated all the time. We know that this
right.
happens.
Okay. So like with these like duplications, do you think like a point mutation or like multiple point mutations would be enough to like get new proteins?
Well, a point mutation could result in a new amino acid, which could theoretically produce a new protein.
Right. Yeah, it'd just be nice if we saw like that happen because it seems like what we're observing is like, you know, like translocations. We can also see like bacteria switching out their DNA, but like fundamentally it seems like the same functions are still present in like these types of experiments.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it's like epigenetics too, like adapting to your environment, like turning on and off genes that are already present. So, gaining this like this new, DNA that would produce like, novel proteins with novel functions would kind of be really key in showing it. But, if you want to get back with me on that, that's fine.
Yeah, I have some stuff in my book where I know there's an experiment referenced in there where they find, I want to say it was with the compensatory mutations, where they found a whole bunch of single point mutations that brought the organism, it was a bacteria in this case, back to its original fitness while having an additional trait. It was really more of an overexpression of antibiotic resistance. So it was able to maintain a new function and then get back to its same level of fitness. And that was seen in, they ran this trial like 80 different times and it was seen in over 70 of the different lineages. It's not exactly what you're asking for, but it's in the neighborhood
Mm-hmm.
of it. Man, I can't find it though. I don't remember which specific claim it's tied to. So, so I'm curious why you seem to pick something very esoteric in particular for the grounds for denying evolution. It reminds me of what Jerry Bergman does. He had this debate like a week ago with Gutsick Gibbon, and it was a horribly pathetic performance because they were debating, does the fossil record support human evolution? And it unequivocally does. And he knows that. So the whole time he just said, well, I don't see how mutations could take you from an ape-like ancestor to a human. Therefore, evolution of humans could not have happened. And I just flat out asked him, Jerry, if humans did evolve, what would the fossil record look like? And he said, oh, it would look like what we currently have, all the intermediate species. And I was like, well, there you go. So we do have scientific evidence of it. There are other things we don't know, but that's just an argument from ignorance. If I don't know how this one thing happened, then therefore the entire idea is false. I mean, scientifically, like plate tectonics, we the idea, Alfred Wegener came up with it before we understood the mechanism that explained how the continents could have got to other places, but we had extraordinarily strong supporting evidence for it before that. So is this thing about well, I don't see how you could get new proteins. We currently don't have a scientific understanding of that. Why does that derail the entire genetic and geologic collection of evidence for evolution to you?
Because I think that's what we need to see to like have like new um types of organisms form. Like we'd have to have like a significantly different like genetic code form for each of them. Like we see animals now, like they vary in genetic code from one another, depending on how related they are. So, basically watching this process happen would be really,
That's what evolution would say would happen. If evolution were true, if everything was created, there's absolutely no reason to see any kind of genetic hierarchy at all. But if evolution did happen, then humans should be most closely related to chimpanzees, and we are. Mammals should all be most closely related to each other, and they are. And so I don't understand. Do you not? Is that evidence of evolution?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So evolution would predict hierarchies of relatedness. Humans should be more related to all the apes than anything else, and we are. The mammals should all be more closely related to each other than they are to anything else, and they are. So do you regard that as evidence of evolution?
No,
Why?
because I mean, you could just say they're created that way.
It's not mutually exclusive, though.
Right.
That evidence can be consistent with both ideas. I don't think creation predicts that at all, because it doesn't predict anything at all. But that evidence could be true in both cases. So I'm going to ask the same question. Isn't the evidence we have with regard to genetics evidence of evolution?
I don't think so.
I'm not asking you to claim that evolution is true. I'm asking you, if evolution was true, what would the genetic evidence look like?
Oh, like like where we're just looking at the genetics and like making kind of like assumptions. I don't know. I think that they're at the very least would have like more junk DNA, and that was at one point a strong argument that they used for evolution, but then we found out the DNA is not junk, so it's kind of like I think that would be
Most of it
something
still
that
has an unknown function. But no, the question is with
no.
regard to genes, which what genetics is the study of is heritability and relatedness. So with respect to genes, what would the evidence of evolution be if it was true?
Like I was saying, like well, if you're not gonna consider junk DNA, you're saying just in terms of genes, what would it look like?
Because that's what genetics is. It's the study of
Right.
genes. It's not the study of junk DNA. I didn't ask you what the
I'm
genomic
not
evidence
sure.
would be.
I
I
think
think you
that
absolutely
I
do
wanna finish
know.
what I was saying before. Like I would say that the lack of there being much junk DNA would be like a prediction for creation, like that it has a purpose, and that's kind of what we found. That the DNA has purpose, even the junk DNA has a role, and that's what you'd predict if
The
you.
the majority of DNA still has no known function.
I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Well, you're wrong. I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that.
Like even the non-coding sequences have a function,
A
and then
lot
we
of them
know.
do, not all of them do.
Well,
Okay, so Taylor, humans cannot metabolize vitamin C, correct?
Yeah, are you saying you need other cofactors present?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying we can't metabolize vitamin C, and you agree. Do we have the gene for it?
I'm not sure for vitamin C genes.
We do. We have the gene for that.
Okay.
I
There's
think we have
thousands
multiple
of genes. I can't
we have
remember all
multiple
of them.
copies of it, actually. So creation does not predict that. That
Why?
is junk DNA. We have the gene for it, and it doesn't work anymore.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
That's junk DNA. We have the gene for making vitamin C, but it doesn't work anymore. We have junk DNA. And so creation doesn't predict that.
Okay, I would have to, I would have to obviously look into this. I'm not familiar with the vitamin C genes. But yeah, I'm not sure in terms of genetics what evolution would look like. I would say that
But it's so incredibly obvious. We would be most closely related to apes, and we are.
Well, yeah, it's 98.8% with chimpanzees, and I guess approximately 85% with mice. But I guess the steel man from the other position, if we wanted to just indulge it, it could be similarities that reflect functionality, just like engineers
That
reuse
completely
hardware and
falls
code.
apart. Yeah.
Okay.
That is absolutely disprovable. And that's not Taylor's specific position. It might be, but she hasn't articulated it, so I haven't attacked it, but I might. But no, Taylor, it's so incredibly obvious that we have categories of organisms. We started doing this a very long time ago. We grouped all the primates together and all the mammals as being distinct from the others. And so it is predicted that those groups we came up with should be the most closely related. And then later we discovered, there is a hereditary molecule. And everything we thought about those relationships was genetically confirmed. So we do have the genetic evidence for evolution, and it's overwhelmingly large.
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think that primates
But
are more
I think
closely
that you
related
need
to
to
each other
show
than other organisms? What do you mean you don't think
I
so?
think I don't think that would be proof either way because that's kind of like looking after the fact and making assumptions.
It's not
But
looked after the fact. It was
think for sure-
predicted ahead of time that primates ought to be more closely related to each other than they are to any other form of life on the planet. And that is the case.
So
So we
I
have
I don't see why that
overwhelming
matters.
evidence. The evidence was predicted, and then it could have turned out to be wrong, but the genetic evidence instead was confirmatory of what we thought. So we do have the evidence.
So if certain species are very similar morphologically and physiologically to another species, and DNA is the code that we are created in order to, basically hold our genetic information, then wouldn't you imagine that if they are more similar, they would have a more similar genetic code and would be created that way? I mean, I don't see this
But
as a strong point.
Yeah, the idea that morphology is the signature of an intelligent designer is absolutely testable and absolutely disprovable. Would you like me to disprove it for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What would be a good example? Sharks and dolphins, they share the same kind of environment, right?
Dolphins breathe air and sharks breathe water, but do they share the
I
same?
asked if they share.
I mean, we
the
share the
environment.
same type of environment with bacteria. That's not really showing anything.
What is it that a dolphin and a shark have to both be morphologically, quote unquote, designed for?
Many things. I'm assuming you're saying swimming, but breathing as well. They're much different. This is not a good argument. We're in the same environment as bacteria.
Breathing is a singular. I like how you picked one trait about them and said that it blows up every other comparison we could do between them. That's not how it works at all. So they share the overwhelming number, like from a design perspective, smooth, streamlined, torpedo-shaped bodies, fins and flippers, right?
Yeah, but I think that they're much different.
Okay.
I think they were designed much differently.
Their design is actually remarkably similar.
Okay, I think that it's different, but it's subjective.
Right. So what's more similar to a dolphin, a hippopotamus or a shark?
It depends on what you're saying. Like, are you saying the fact that they breathe air?
Which one's designed more similar? All things considered, a hippopotamus or a shark?
I mean, obviously, the dolphin's going to look more like a shark, but in terms of respiration and stuff like that, it would be more like a hippopotamus. But yeah, I don't know. I would say it just by like a glance, you might say a shark.
Correct. Which one is genetically more similar?
I'm assuming that you're going to say the hippopotamus and the dolphin.
Yeah. So,
right. So I think
morphology as guided by genes being an indication of creation is falsifiable, and it's been falsified.
It's not like, so in order to establish
literally is.
Hold on, you keep interrupting me. It's really annoying. In order to establish cause and effect, like were these things, did these things come about? Did these different organisms come about through successive mutations in the genome? Like, you need to establish that cause and effect, you would need to do a controlled experiment, which is what we do to establish cause and effect.
Literally false.
Okay, then how else would you do it? You can theorize.
How do you solve a murder, Taylor?
You can. Let me just finish.
How do you solve a murder, Taylor?
You can
by looking for the evidence post fact.
Is there any moderation? That's how you do it. This guy is like interrupting me constantly. So you can theorize, that these things, okay, they look like this. It's what we're assuming happened, but yeah, in order to, in science, to explain natural phenomena and in reality, what you do is a controlled experiment. Now, a murder would
literally
be
false.
Well, that we. What? That's not false.
It is literally false.
To establish cause and effect.
Taylor, are you a flat earther?
So
do you think black holes
there's
exist?
a purpose to doing a controlled experiment because you can isolate the variables and really get down to
do black holes exist?
The effects. And then
do black holes exist?
Hold on, I'm still answering your other question, dude. You're like acting kind of unhinged. Okay, so
do black holes exist?
Dude,
I'm proving that your entire line of reasoning here, I forgot to do the air quotes, is completely false. Do black holes exist?
Okay. Hold on. Can I answer your other question?
It's not going to go any other way other than the way I want it to go. Because I'm the very special guest and it's my very special day. Do black holes exist?
A murder would be after the fact. You can't
black holes exist?
Yes. And then moving on,
do we do experiments to prove that black holes exist?
There's different functions for different
controlled experiment that makes black holes have we done?
Hold on.
What controlled experiment that creates black holes did we do? Have we ever done?
But to be fair, this might not be
getting away with this, Taylor. I don't care. You can fucking leave. What controlled experiment did we ever do that creates black holes?
That's an observational study, not a cause and effect analysis.
It's a scientific fact that black holes exist.
You're not
establishing, and their existence was predicted by scientific work.
Bro. Yo, you gotta chill out, dude. I don't care if you're the guest. You're not gonna come in here and act like that, bro. Unhinged.
Yeah, Squiggles. I don't know who the fuck you think you are or who you think you're talking to, but I don't take orders from you either.
Well, guess what? I'm a mod.
Right? I don't care.
You can't. I don't care if you're a guest, bro, and you're a little special boy, your little specialness. You can't come in here and act like that, dude.
Yeah,
you treat a female with respect. How about that?
Squiggles.
Did your mom raise you, dude, or what? All right, dude. Listen.
You don't have to
you're not gonna run the show, bro. If Omnivore's not gonna step in, I will.
Lion, hold on. So
Why
first
is
off,
nobody holding Taylor accountable for dodging all of the questions?
I am
That we
trying to
didn't
answer you.
create black
Keep
holes with a
interrupting
controlled
me.
experiment.
just a minute, just
So-
a minute. I'm modding.
Go ahead.
So first off, Lion, I think Taylor can handle herself.
Mm.
You might be disrespectful, but we're not enforcing. We had Democ up here. Let's put it that way. So,
So
secondly, this is this is supposed to be a debate. So, or at least hopefully a civilized discussion. So,
I will be on better behavior from here on out. I
the
promise.
heat level. Thank you.
Taylor, go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
I was doing some research on some of the claims that you made. I looked into the vitamin C genes. One of the genes is unknown, but the other two have different functions. And then also I was reading the paper about the big birds, and apparently there is some evidence that they can still mate with the original species, making it not a completely new species in the sense. But there are differences as well in the birds too, though. But apparently it's not completely new species. And I can share these links with you as well. I shared the mosquito link with you already.
Okay, cool. So let's go back to what we were talking about most recently. There are no scientific controlled experiments that create black holes, but nobody, except a flat earther or whatever, says that black holes don't exist. So why is it that I do not require a controlled experiment to know about the existence of black holes but I do for some reason need a controlled experiment to when it comes to the genetic relatedness between sharks, hippos, and dolphins?
So doing the experiment where you're saying like the hippos and dolphins are similar, like you're like comparing their genes, and you're gonna say, okay, well this one's more like this, and then make inferences based on it. Like, since you believe we evolved, you're gonna make evolutionary inferences based on that. So
I actually
existence of
I was doing a creationist inference because I took what you said about morphology being a product of design and morphology being a consequence of genetics to be able to make a prediction about the evidence for design we see in nature, and it fell apart. So I was actually taking your view on that.
Okay. I don't take the view that we can, look at genes and then make inferences after the fact on either, creation or evolution, because I think that they
Analyzing the
wouldn't be mutually
genes
exclusive.
is not
I
done
think,
after the fact. The prediction
yeah.
about relatedness was made decades before we could study the genes. The
So the
genes.
effect,
What's
I
that?
was just going to say, so the effect is what we see today with the biodiversity. And then, so you're saying the cause was that we evolved. I'm saying the cause is creation. And then, so, to establish your
My
cause and
idea is
effect.
testable.
Okay, so then show me that. And then also, like,
The
so to
entire field
establish
of
cause and effect,
genetics
you need to do
is the test.
controlled experiments so you can isolate for variables to, establish cause and effect. So that's why I really put more credence on like the laboratory experiments, like, Linsky's one that you mentioned earlier that would be a really good piece of evidence, like, the Linsky long-term E. coli experiment, stuff like that.
What scientific evidence of creation do you have that
Um,
establishes cause and effect?
well, so I think that that creation was created by something metaphysical. We wouldn't exactly be able to replicate it, but we can make inferences. Like, for example, I would say, the idea that life formed by a creator. In these original life experiments, you would need a lot of heavy intervention in these experiments, controlling the pH and temperatures, and original life wouldn't be something that naturally would occur. I think it requires intelligent design. And looking at the original
What
life
scientific
experiment,
evidence of design do you have?
the fact that we cannot reproduce life forming, that life doesn't naturally form
That's
on
not
its own.
evidence. That's something that somebody else can't do.
Okay,
Like
so
by
I don't
evidence,
think
I mean positive evidence in favor of your claim. And you also seem to demand cause and effect as part of the like body of supporting evidence. So what positive scientific evidence for creation do you have? And can you tell me anything about the cause and effect of how creation works?
Right. So with the evolutionary theory, we have you're working in the naturalistic world. If you're saying this is something that naturally occurs, then that should be something that should be reproducible. Whereas if I'm saying I need a divine intervention to make these things happen, that would not be something that would be reproducible. And I argue that
So you
the lack of
can
reproduction
never
through
ever have
naturalistic
any evidence
explanation.
in support of your claim.
I think there is evidence. I think that the DNA code gives good evidence. The complex specific information we only see from intelligent designers. That's one thing. The amount of
In what sense is that
interventionalized research.
scientific evidence?
Well, you
What
can.
experiment for this do you have?
Well, we can. I proposed an experiment recently with Eggs, who is on here, and was saying that using a random nucleotide generator, or just putting random nucleotide sequences would not lead to anything productive. Whereas if you had an intelligently designed genetic code, it would actually be functional, and you would require intelligent design.
Taylor, do you know what natural selection is?
Yes, like survival of the fittest.
Explain how natural selection occurs.
So basically, the most weak organisms would die off, and
Oh
then that would leave
God.
the more fit organisms. Right?
Oh,
Is that wrong? Is there something I said wrong?
to say that it's about who's weak and who isn't is so far off.
Yeah, and so the more
But
fit organisms
you're
would
missing
reproduce,
so many details.
reproduction of the fittest organisms would carry on their genes. And so then the non-fit organisms
Okay,
would
is
not be
that
able
a
to
random
reproduce.
process?
I think that there wouldn't be any like intentionality or end in mind. So it depends on what your definition of
There's
random
no
would be.
Yeah, well, that's not randomness.
I think it's a byproduct of nature. Therefore, I would say yes, that is random, but people can disagree on the definition of random.
Your definition of random seems to be no teleos, which is not what random is. That is kind of a sense of like people say, oh, that was so random what happened the other day, because it just, why did it happen? I have no idea. It happened for no reason or whatever. But that's a very different sense of randomness, because the kind of randomness you invoked in your experiment is a completely different kind of randomness. That is where things are where there are no strong antecedents, where things are not causally linked or whatever. Natural selection is absolutely not like that. It is very non-random because there are antecedents for it. Like the environment produces conditions that result in selecting certain whatever we want to call it, phenotypes, genetic combinations, or whatever, to be selected for. So your analogy where you say, oh, well, I would test it by saying randomness can't do it, you're completely straw manning science's view of how any of this would have happened. So it would have been an inappropriate experiment. It'd be the equivalent of me saying, I can prove Jesus isn't the Messiah. I'll put $1 under my pillow, and if the tooth fairy doesn't come, then it's false. No, the tooth fairy has nothing to do with Jesus, and randomness is not how natural selection or evolution works.
But the natural selection of fit organisms wouldn't give us different types of organisms. That you're basically, the speciation is coming from an idea that the DNA mutated, and whenever the DNA mutation would happen, it wouldn't be something that would be like planned. It would be like kind of an accidental mutation, so it would be led by these random sequences of accidental events.
The random sequences produces the variation in the population. Darwin laid all of this out. There exists in every population a degree of variation. Some of that variation is more conducive for survival advantages in the population. Therefore, organisms with those better, like with the more favorable variations, statistically are more likely to reproduce, which drives, that's called directional selection. It drives selection in a direction, and that creates this sort of well, it just drives changes in the species. Like, for example, insular dwarfism or insular gigantism is a good example. It's the same kind of organism, but its body size becomes dramatically different over long periods of time because of different selective pressures. There's, like, on the island where the pygmy mammoths, where I live in California, so I've been to the La Brea Tar Pit Museum. They have really cool life-size recreations of different mammoth species. The Colombian mammoth is absolutely enormous. It's way bigger than today's African elephants. But there was also a pygmy mammoth, and they were only about the size of a cow, a little bit smaller than that, actually. In terms of weight, they're probably heavier, actually. Now, it's like, no, whatever the ancestral population for those Channel Island mammoths was, they weren't the size of the pygmy mammoths. It took, and they never gave, the ancestral population never gave birth to a mammoth specifically that small, but over huge numbers of generations, it moved in that direction.
Okay. Is that something that we watched happen, or?
Well, it's something we have extremely strong evidence for.
Okay.
I.e., pygmy mammoths exist on that island, and the logical explanation for why they would be smaller is so incredibly obvious, it hardly needs explaining. I'll do it anyway. An elephant is a fucking huge animal, and an island doesn't have a lot of resources, so there's pressure for them to become smaller, to have less, how would I even put that? Like demand for food and resources and whatever on the island. So all other mammoths are significantly larger than them. The ones only on this island are significantly smaller. I don't know about like transitional forms for pygmy mammoths. I don't know about that. I kind of doubt that there are many of those, but the logic and the inference, which you invoked inferences for your creation model, so anybody gets to make inferences. It's not unscientific or unfair to do that. Yeah, it all fits. There's no contradiction in any of that. And it makes perfect logical and scientific sense.
So another thing that we could do, like with did we get here through evolution or creation? Another experiment is seeing if we need like multiple systems functional at one point in time for an organism to survive. And like with the start of life, you have to have multiple systems coexist, and that would be something that creation would predict, that the cell would imply more of a top-down design versus a bottom-up. If we can't see like successive number of chemical reactions begin to form life in a way that would sustain life. That would be another like creation prediction.
Yeah, God damn it. I'm probably not going to be able to find it, but I have something for that in my book too. They took bacteria and they've been able to delete its genome piece by piece, and they end up getting rid of like over 50% of it, I think, and the organism is still able to survive.
Well,
I think
know
that
what you're
really flies in the
referencing.
face of what you're talking about.
I
Sorry?
think that experiment actually shows like my argument, because I think the amount of genes, it was like 492 genes at a very minimum, and I think they had to end up going back and adding some more to make it survive. So like if you need a 492 genes for even the simplest cell that we can conceive and work with, I mean, that just shows kind of what I'm saying.
In a way, but evolution would not predict that today's even unicellular organisms were the same as the very first living organisms.
I understand that. But I think that even like for DNA, if DNA was their mode for, or RNA was their
Oh, I
mode for
found it.
carrying
Okay.
genetic information, then you would need like the genes to reproduce this RNA and DNA, which would require many genes already there, unless you had another functional method that could accurately reproduce it.
So I misremembered slightly. My example is actually specifically about the bacterial flagella, right? So they say it's irreducibly complex. The whole thing, the whole apparatus has to be in place or it
I
can't
wouldn't say that.
function. Yeah, that's that. Well, I mean,
Because you can take out the radial
major-
spoke. The radial
the ma-
spokes you can remove and they still work. But that's
Yeah.
not like a part of like the key mechanism of the rotary. It is kind of like a side piece. But yeah, they have been able to remove it. But they've also found at least like 52 proteins that need to be there for the flagellum to function.
Yeah.
So
So
I
what
think
this
even though you can remove some things, you still show that you need multiple functioning parts for it to work at all. That's why I don't like the word irreducibly complex. I kind of like the word like integrated systems or, multiple parts needed.
are you aware that, like, for example, the platypus doesn't have a stomach?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, platypuses don't have stomachs. So all other mammals have stomachs, though. So this idea that the system, I'm just calling an organism a system at this point, the idea that the system has to have, well, it's actually better to say the organism has to have all its systems in place or it doesn't function, is just literally not true. You can take any trait that any organism has, apart from being made of cells, because if you're not made of cells, you're not a living organism. You can take literally any trait, and we can see that there is a kind of life that exists without that. Jellyfish don't even have blood, right? Or a central nervous system, but they're organisms and they're alive. Now, could a human work that way? No, but that doesn't mean that life couldn't operate that in that sort of way. And if we find life on this planet that lacks all kinds of systems but is still able to live, then there's no logical leap. How do I want to say this? Then it isn't a fantastic logical leap to say, yeah, and then through progressive changes, different organ systems could arise.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I don't like using the word irreducibly complex, because there are pieces that you can take out to an organism and it might still function. Maybe they might lose some function, but there may be like some downsides. But overall, like with the flagellum, you can, remove a radial spoke protein and for the most part, it'll still rotate. But I think that what I would say more is like I said, multiple parts needed for a system to work in life. It's not just like one single unit can like then build up and still have that function. So like with DNA to proteins, like the translation process where you're actually carrying out the function of the genetic code, which is the genetic code for the proteins. Basically, you need to have multiple parts for that to happen. Like even for the most simple cells, we need like 50 proteins for one ribosome, which is used for translation. So that's kind of what I would say more is like, the fact that you need multiple things for it to work, not that you can remove one thing and it still works.
Yeah, like a minimum set.
Right. Yeah.
Taylor, do you know what prions are?
Yes. They're like play a role in neurodegeneration.
They're misfolded
proteins
that you find in the brain, and they're not good. If you have prions, like write your will if you haven't already, right? But prions make copies of themselves, but they're
my
just
grandma has it, so it might be
a molecule. Oh, geez, of course.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear
I
that.
know I'm not perfect. I'm not articulate. I already acknowledge that. So you can go ahead. It's not really an insult.
So prions are they make copies of themselves, but it's literally just a misfolded molecule.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have something as simple as I forgot what the hell you left off with that made me think about this and want to bring it up. But we have something
translation. Ribosomes?
No. Oh, yeah, it was like the ribosomes have to be like so complex or whatever. Well, no, like because ribosomes are part of the machinery for DNA making more DNA, right? Well,
right.
but we've been able to demonstrate. I don't really know how it works with RNA, but RNA can be autocatalytic. It can make copies of itself. But we've also seen these prions do this. So literally, just much more simple misfolded proteins can make copies of themselves. So, yeah, I understand life today. I don't think the kind of life we see today, even the simplest bacteria, could have spontaneously formed in the most perfect imaginable conditions. But evolution is a gradualistic mechanism and a theory, I guess. It doesn't propose that what we see today would have been, even the simplest forms of life we see today would have been what spontaneously formed as the first life. And we don't know what that first life was. I mean, it's like literally not knowable. It's like asking, what was the first animal God created after Adam? Like, we don't know. Even if it was true, it can't be known. So, anyways.
Right. So the prions making other prions, kind of replicate their structure. I don't think that would be akin to transcription translation. It's not like holding a genetic code. It's not enacting it. And that would be like detrimental to life too. If all the proteins were now being folded into a prion, how would you have multiple proteins come about with multiple different functions?
Well, because
And
there's never perfect fidelity when anything tries to make a copy.
What? How does that relate to what I said?
Because you said because you said you need new proteins or whatever to be generated, and yeah, any system that is like autocatalytic or self-sustaining or whatever never has perfect fidelity, or it like essentially it mutates. It's not necessarily like genes, but there is mutation.
Okay, so you're saying like the successive events of the prions folding would like lead to other prions that are a little bit different, and so that would be like how it would get out of that hole.
In principle, it could, and so this is analogous to the amyloid world idea, where it starts with proteins. And I'm not well read on it, so I'm not going to be able to give you much. But we know that this kind of thing can happen.
Right. So yeah, that's a whole nother topic. I would like to talk about it. I've debated Grayson about that too. But they've never actually even made amyloids uh from amino acids in the lab. Like they basically, in order to do it, they had to like insert a template. But even if that was the case, I would still posit you still need to get to genetics, you still need to get transcription translation. You're not really jumping over these hurdles. You're just kind of pushing back, you know, the idea and saying, okay, well, it can reproduce, so that could be consider reproduction, even though that reproduction is harmful in living organisms. You still have to jump over the hurdle of like getting DNA and carrying out its code.
Sure. We've been going for an hour. Do you have any like questions that you want to ask?
No. Just check out the paper I linked. Maybe I'll DM it to you. And
Yeah, do that because that's DM it to me.
Okay. Thank you for the convo.
Yeah, you're welcome. Omni, I'll probably bounce here pretty quick, but we can bring up a few people and do like a lightning round for a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ben,
Thank you, Planet.
Go ahead. If you have something to say, go ahead and say it.
Well, it's okay. I'm gonna step down, but thank you for indulging, and thanks for your time.
Peterson, when did you get into the flurf bashing? How long has that been your hobby for?
About 3
That
years.
long?
A little more than 3 years.
3 years? Okay. Most people got into it back in 2016. So I'm just curious if you've been in it that long. That's interesting.
No.
Has okay? Forgive the flat earthers. Forgive me, flat earthers in the chat. But who's the dumbest flat earther that you talk to? That you talk to?
This is actually, you'd think it would be really hard to answer, but it's actually very easy to answer, and it's Iron Horse. It's not even close.
Iron Horse. I'm not even close.
Yeah.
I have to try and catch him and talk to him.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh, that's about all I had. I like your content, man. I'm glad you're coming up. There's not that many people. It seems like all the content, at least on topics regarding this subject, are like the ones are in the UK. All the big channels are in the UK for some reason. That's the way the algorithms get it played out right now.
I can only think of two, but yeah. No,
Yeah.
no, three.
Three? What?
Keegan, Simon Dan, and Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, he's nowhere near as big as the other two. Is he?
Yeah.
Has he gotten a lot bigger?
No, I don't think so, but that's just off the top of my head. That's all I can think of.
So
Yeah.
somebody has 10 yes or no questions they want to hit you with.
Oh, damn.
10? Okay.
Okay, I'll pop
So
down. Nice talking to you, Peterson, man.
you
Yeah,
are
no problem.
speak.
Later.
I don't know what these questions are, so it'll be a journey of discovery. Okay, you're up. Marty? Marty. Oh. Well, Max
Marty
says,
fucked it up.
I'm gonna say no for the first one.
all right. Well,
How big? I can do 10 rapid fire. How big is your cock? What's your favorite position?
Blue team go. Blue team go.
Oh, they're not muted anymore. I don't hear
Question:
anything. Okay,
Did our guest leave, or we're here?
he's
yes,
here.
still here.
Our esteemed guest is here.
Yes.
Or Omni's esteemed
Are
guest.
you ready for question number 2?
That was your first question? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Is English your first language?
Yeah.
Question number 3: Are you AI?
No.
Question number 4: Do you trust the government that forces you to pay their taxes?
On balance, yes.
Question number 5: Do you now, or have you ever?
Wait, did you say that I pay the government's taxes?
You agreed to it. Don't ever tell anyone you don't pay your. Question number 5: Do you now, or have you ever worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
No.
Question number 6: Do you now, or have you ever had a sexual fetish for any of the following: ladyboys, femboys, transgender, male to female, and finally, furries?
No. Wait. What does Lola Bunny count as?
You can ask me any questions after you.
That's a furry.
Lola Bunny from Space Jam, she's a furry.
Yeah.
Then I would say kind of, but it was a prepubescent attraction, so I don't think it counts.
Question
So I'm
number
still going
7.
with no. Okay.
Will you now, or have you ever accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
I used to be Christian, but I'm not, and I don't plan on ever being.
Question number 8. Were the first and last pair of vagina lips to touch your face your mother's?
No.
Question number 9. Do you believe that within the known bounds of the ever expanding universe, such a thing could possibly exist, quote unquote perfect circle?
No.
Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
An oblate spheroid.
Yes or no?
Oh, is the Earth yes or no? Is the Earth yes or what is the Earth yes or no?
What's
I'm gonna
Earth's
push.
shape? Yes is a shape. No is flat.
I'm gonna push.
All right, you're gonna push the bonus question. All right. This is not
No,
a
that was
yes or no
question number
question.
10.
What's
Yeah,
that?
you're going overboard.
You
Yeah,
push.
you paid for 10.
You pushed. Are you familiar with poker?
A little bit.
You need the bonus question. All right, it's not a yes or no question. Name this world famous astrophysicist. They say he has more hours on YouTube proclaiming the word of scientism than any man on earth. They also say he has the biggest hands in science. Joe the Toe Rogan once a year, talking about the stars in the ever expanding universe. Name this astrophysicist.
It's Rick Sanchez.
When I looked Neil deGrasse Tyson into his golden brown eyes and shook his indeed massive hand, you want to know? He said when I asked him, what's Earth's shape?
Do I want to know? No, I don't care.
Boo. Boo this man.
Okay. All right.
I got a couple. I got a couple of legit questions, real quick, that are kind of interesting.
Go
Uh,
ahead. If it's quick.
Do you think that the universe is endless?
It appears to be, yeah.
Do you believe do you believe uh do you believe that we'll ever be able to, I guess, essentially create anything like a black hole on Earth, like a mini black hole, and contain it?
I don't think so. I want to say that there is a practical limit to I don't remember. I think PBS Spacetime maybe has some content on this, but like the idea that you can just create a really small black hole because anything has a conceivable Schwarzschild radius. I think there are physics limitations to that. Like stars can create them because they're just freaking huge, you know. But I don't know. I feel like there's probably something fundamental that gets in the way where like no, you just simply can't compress any matter smaller than, you know, the core of a pretty big star into a black hole. Because even though like it's calculable what you'd have to reduce it to, it can't be
Yeah.
done.
Have you I gotta ask you, have you heard about the black hole sun?
By Soundgarden?
No, there is a new observation from James Webb. It's basically a large black hole that's radiating so uniformly that that's the current explanation, is that it's essentially a black hole sun.
No, I've never heard of that.
It's from Anton Petrov. It's on his channel. If you just Google
No.
black hole, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a wrap? Oh,
Nobody's got their hand up. Wait, Demak is still here? Does Demak want to come up for one last hurrah? Hawk to a radiation.
I have invited Demok to speak.
uh
Come on, Demok.
Yeah, I'd be scared too.
We are without them. Oh no, he's not. I promise you that's not what's going on. All right.
Well, I mean, if he was scared, then he wouldn't come up.
Is
So
Bandy still here? I don't see Bandy. One second. I have invited you to speak, Tapioca.
Did I hear? I heard my name.
Friend of the channel, Tapioca.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I had a question. What are the last 7 digits of the 7th Busy Beaver number?
oh, 111111.
Well, okay. Are you making that up, or is that actually true for like a reason that I don't know about?
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
That's fair.
Yeah. Is that a stoat or a mink?
I'm
Or a
a
weasel? Oh, okay.
Look at my name. My name is Tapioca Weasel. It's a
Oh,
weasel. We are a
I
proud people.
mentally checked out after tapioca.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. So yeah, I was really hoping that somebody when you guys were talking about black holes just now and like making and trapping black holes also, uh, like that's actually an interesting proposition. The answer is no, we can't do that. Even if we were able to make a black hole on Earth, it would be so small that it would evaporate essentially immediately. We have a lot of great reasons to believe that Hawking radiation is a thing, even though we haven't directly observed it yet, for the record. Um, so that's one thing. And the other thing is, you wouldn't be able to trap it unless you were able to do it and then give it an electric charge, and then you could trap it maybe in an ion trap or something like that. But no, we can't do it. The
Yeah,
point is
because
we've thought about it.
that makes sense. Because even like the Schwarzschild radius of the Earth is like the size of a bouncy ball. It's unthinkably small. So
Yeah.
obviously anything on Earth that we would turn into a black hole, I mean, it would be like atomic in scale. And so yeah, the idea that it would evaporate right away, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I suppose.
And also they're so small that like if you created a black hole with the mass of a hydrogen atom or something, which would be the scenario that would be the most concerning to people, because when you collide atoms or protons rather in like the LHC, there are some calculations that lead you to suggest that you could sort of get a black hole. But one, we've been doing this for a few decades now, and we haven't all died. Although I'm about to explain why people worry that that might not mean that we're not all about to die soon. Because if you did create a stable black hole, and it was stable for whatever reason, and it somehow didn't just immediately zoom off with really high energy in some arbitrary direction, and um, just leave the Earth behind, then what would happen would be if you created one and it was at rest with respect to the laboratory, it would fall due to gravity towards the center of the Earth, and it would probably not hit anything. Like it wouldn't absorb anything because it would be so small that the odds of it actually colliding with any particle as it goes all the way through the Earth are pretty low. And then it would
Yeah.
oscillate back and forth doing that as it goes through the Earth, but eventually it would start to accrete matter. Eventually, and the Schwarzschild radius is actually linear with respect to the mass, so it actually grows fairly rapidly. And once it's like a micrometer wide on one pass through the Earth, it's going to become like is going to start just carving a hole that would eventually erode the Earth out. And that process could take a couple of years, is the worry.
Well, I mean, to me, I'm not worried about that because collisions way higher than anything we can do at LHC happen in the atmosphere all the time because of cosmic rays. And so
Exactly. Exactly.
if the LHC was a danger to the world, then the Earth would have been destroyed billions of years ago. So
Exactly.
Same with an atom bomb,
That
huh?
that is exactly where I was gonna go. Like I because you could raise the specter, but then it's like, no, like if that happens, then you would
Isn't
see
that the same
evidence
with
of
an
it.
atom bomb? Where an atom bomb couldn't even wipe out a piece of island
Uh,
in the ocean?
the
there is
atom
an
bomb
island
thing,
that was totally obliterated by a atomic bomb in the 50s. You can
An
I don't
island?
remember what it was.
Japan?
a toll,
No.
Bikini
Yeah,
Atoll.
like an atoll.
Japan. So it didn't work on Japan. Just a different island that was smaller, and not an island.
Well, I mean,
You
it
No,
talking
it
worked
about
did.
on
what a
No, it
Japan.
did.
block? You talking about a pile of
Japan's
dirt?
surrendered.
How close can
Well,
you
it's
get
an
to a nuke
island.
to prove it's real, Mr. Peterson?
I didn't hear you.
How close can you get to a nuke to make sure it's real when it goes off? Where do you go to make sure that it's real? How far?
I don't
Did it
know.
obliterate stuff?
Some sort
Like,
of number.
Well, what kind of stuff do you put out there to make sure that it like turns it into powder dust?
What kind of stuff do I put out there?
Yeah, the atom bomb's supposed to turn stuff into powder dust. It's supposed to obliterate it, right? Disintegrate.
I would say vaporize, but sure.
It's all about the same thing, right? So how close do you got to be, or what kind of stuff like do you see get vaporized? You know, what I mean, where would you see this at? How could you?
What this? I
How
wouldn't
close
even
can
call
you
that a
be to a nuke
sentence.
to film that it's true going off? What are you
How
fucking
close can you be? I don't know.
Yeah,
A
to
mile?
film it. You live.
I have no idea.
Can you film a make one? How
Can
does
I
it? How do
film?
you keep it from going off?
I warned
I
you
don't.
about the
What are you doing?
Well, look, okay, if you're too retarded to know about a nuke or protons or electrons or fusion or any crackpot cornball cat toys in a can, right? And listen, what you should figure out is how you get globe down without down. An 8-inch drop is no drop. How do you prove that? How do you prove the elevation tool can't read an 8-inch drop?
It's 8 inches away from
down
being no
down
drop.
is just the direction of the acceleration
No,
of
how are you
gravity.
proving that,
Everybody
retard
knows that.
fuck? No, stop saying words, retard. Where is your Earth curve line to prove that? Your physical line on the wall, retard.
You don't use an Earth
Hey,
curve
fuck
to
off.
No,
determine
yeah,
what the
you do,
direction of
retard.
the
Yeah,
acceleration
that's
of
exactly
gravity
what you do.
is.
No, that's exactly what you do, dumb fuck.
It's
That's
not.
exactly what
You
you do.
can
You
literally just
physically
use a
put the
plumb
Earth
to
curve on the
establish it.
wall. No, retard, Peterson. You physically put the fucking Earth curve on the wall, and then you get your altimeter and show that
I've
it
literally
doesn't change
never
in
done that.
elevation.
Name one time that I've ever done that.
You couldn't, you retarded fuck. It doesn't exist.
Oh, so I haven't done that, so you're wrong.
Couldn't, you dumb bitch. So no glow.
Well, you're the one that said that
welcome to
is what I
flat
do,
Earth.
but I've actually
Do you
never
have-
done that, so you're
Do
literally
you
a
have an
liar.
Earth curve handy, an 8-inch drop somewhere that doesn't show it drops? You dumb son of a bitch. Are you slow? Where on this Earth does it match Earth curve? So in your backyard and in my backyard, it doesn't match Earth curve in any mud puddle or anything. So the fucking whole Earth, how big is 8 inches compared to the Earth? You retard. Pretty fucking small, isn't it? Stupid. Now, how big is
Oh,
that
sure.
mountain? Now, a mountain is supposed to be so smooth on an Earth when you rub your hand on it like a cue ball, you wouldn't be able to tell, right, retard? So now we're going to go in our backyard and find the 8-inch piece of dirt, retard, that actually matches what you would call an Earth curve. Now, I want you to put a cube on it. Put the front of the cube on the Earth curve, the differential, right, 8-inch drop, and we'll see how the object looks with a real 8-inch Earth curve drop, and take an altimeter to somebody's backyard somewhere, because somewhere on the Earth has to match itself as an Earth curve, doesn't it, stupid?
No.
Peterson, So the Earth doesn't have to match Earth's curve anywhere for Earth to be
That is
Earth curved
correct.
everywhere.
Yep.
You left him
So
speechless.
equidistant means nothing to you. That means every bump and hill and mountain and valley and cliff in your yard is equal. Are you fucking slow, brother? I want to
No.
know how 8 inches and what the fuck that means compared to a horizontal. You'll have
I
to
don't need
steel
to
man a
know
horizontal
anything about
retard.
8 inches. I
Hold on,
can
retard.
observe
You're gonna have
that
to steel
the
man a
southern
horizontal line.
sky
You're gonna
rotates in
have
a
to
different
steel man a
direction than the northern
horizontal.
sky.
You're
And
gonna have to steel man a
by
horizontal
virtue of
line
literally
above
that
an arc
alone, the earth
line.
can't be
And
flat.
then you're gonna use your elevation tool, you fucking retard. We don't point our fucking fingers and say the lights in the hallway. Our fingers are taller than that. Are you fucking stupid? You don't understand shit strengthens your
Or
fucking.
stupid, I would think the earth is flat.
You're a dumb
Or
motherfucker who
stupid,
ain't got a
my
side view.
vocabulary would
You
be as
have a
limited
side
as
view and you
yours.
pointing over a mountain,
You
bitch.
seem to have a tenuous grasp
You
of the
seem to
English
not have a
language,
fucking
whereas
side
my
view to prove you're
vernacular is
pointing
far
over the top
superior.
of a mountain. You don't have a side view and you can't fall sea level. You can't fall along 14 psi, you fucking reject. So if you lived on a ball, you dumb motherfucker, if 14 psi went below your feet continuously for 8,000 fucking miles, re-fucking tard, you would be able to kamikaze down along sea level, bitch. Can you do that live, Glober? Center of gravity, motherfucker.
I can look at
Curved
the.
fucking air, curved air ball. You
Well,
curved
I
air ball,
can.
bitch.
now you
Get
have
your
encountered
fucking
the
get in your fucking object and go kamikaze down right the fuck now and don't hit dirt and water. You loser, fuck. Go 1 foot past 3959. Oh, can't do it. That spot doesn't exist. It's like Narnia to you fucking retards.
Question for the mods. Can I get in trouble for what I'm thinking?
probably, but do it anyway.
No, you could probably get in trouble for you being able to prove that way increases at the same rate of elevation as up. The up of law of flat earth above a vertical line. The vertical law of principle of itself. A horizontal line will
That's
represent
fascinating.
itself, and every point of the horizontal line will be level. That means the horizontal line will have no increase or decrease in rate of change. Now that's what you live on. That's how that proves it. That's the prediction of the thing you live on. The thing that has no change of rate, right, retard? That horizontal line. Now what you need to do is show how a fucking curve right next to my flat earth proof, that horizontal line that doesn't have a change of rate, you have to show somewhere an actual physical motherfucking arc in front of you at least 8 inches, because that's nothing to the earth. That's like
Why
that's like
isn't Squiggles
that's
coming
like
up
nothing.
here to
The
bash
earth
Dimmock
size
here?
compared to 8
What
inches you
what I
don't
was doing
have.
to Taylor, I
So
mean, holy
microscopic
moly,
fucking Norm Peterson.
that was
Norm.
absolutely nothing
Norman
compared to the
Peterson.
verbal abuse that's going
What
on right
is an
now.
8-inch drop, Norm
That's
Peterson?
crazy. Why isn't Squiggles white knighting for me
You
right now?
asked for DMOC. You asked for DMOC. What did you expect?
Brother, we just need you to
That
put.
doesn't mean I consent to
I
verbal abuse.
need you to steel man a horizontal flat earth
You
line
asked for Dimmock,
and then
you get the
steel man
Dimmock.
a curve that does the
Ask
same.
for Dimmock, you get Dimmock. Oh, okay. Victim blaming. I see. That's what we're doing here. Now I know what the OmniTalk Discord server is all about. We always blame the victim. That's what it is.
I don't think that's our credo.
Well, you could change it.
I could.
Oh, it's just so funny to laugh at how pathetic people like that are.
Well, the current money is on Dimmock being some sort of performance artist. So
Maybe. You'd think he would work on his craft a little bit and learn more than 9 words. Flat line, the R word.
You're right,
The only
it's a
people that
limited-
say that
it's a
are
limited,
because they can't think of anything else to say.
You know, it's a limited portfolio, but
Yeah. All right. Well,
all right.
I gotta go. It was a lot of fun.
All right, good to have you. And yeah, anybody from the Planet Peterson stream who wants to come on over. You're welcome.
Come on over, baby. Oh wait, Dexter. I know Dexter. Let them up real quick.
Okay.
The goose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, what do you want?
Gotta unmute. There we go. Hello, Planet Peterson.
Hello.
So, how do you feel about the Democ Gauntlet? If you can call
Kind
it
of funny.
that. Yeah,
It's
I
like
think
funny in a
somebody.
tragic way.
Yeah, I'm half convinced that somebody programmed a personality into ChatGPT of what would you call it? A Casio calculator from the 1980s on DMT. I think.
Yeah.
I think
Like,
about sums it up.
it's just incredible. He's been here the whole time. We've been doing this since 6 o'clock, right? Now, Taylor and I talked for an hour, and like, yeah, we disagreed. Maybe Taylor doesn't even think that anything I say is worth listening to because we disagree. But she intellectually engaged with her own beliefs and was willing to like analyze mine and all that. So like there's a genuine and noble purpose for, why she's up here, right? But this guy's been
Yes.
sitting here for 3 hours. He's only been allowed to talk twice, once at the very beginning and the very end. So he's been sitting here for 3 hours just to at the very end be brought up and be like, do you even know what a flat line is on a globe, you fucking retard? And it's like, you could never possibly make me feel any kind of envy or even sympathy or anything for you. I just laugh at you. It's just so incredible.
It really is. There's a few on this server that are like that. Believe it or not, he's not the only one. And I see he has his hand up, but I'm not sure
he's the
what
worst
he can
I've
bring.
run into. I mean, there are
Yeah,
some other
and
people that
that's
are
saying
like
something.
dishonest and toxic, but not like that.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I feel like the better part of the Urban Dictionary just got thrown into a blender along with a Flat Earth Bible, and is manifesting itself through his vocal cords, whatever the result of that was.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything specific to talk about. I was just curious to sort of do a post hoc unrationalization or a debriefing on that whole experience because I went through that the other night. The dude doesn't engage.
Yeah,
It's not there
I
for
didn't really record
conversation.
any of that. I should have. That would have been a fantastic specimen for the channel. I could have made money off of him.
He could have. I see
Damn.
he's got his hand raised. Is it
Yeah.
worth it?
No,
The ultimate
I said I was
question.
gonna leave 20 minutes ago, so I better do that.
All right. I gotta go too, but good to see everybody again. Democ, just
Not you. It wasn't good to see you.
Well, if you come by, there is a movement afoot in the server. I'm not sure I endorse it, but I've seen it to have a all of them up all the time channel. So,
all of them up all the time. So just basically the cosmic microwave background if it was a barrel full of rabbit hamsters. Is that what we're going for?
yeah. Oh, by the way, for the record, Tapioca Weasel, just so you know, is a working quantum physicist.
Very cool.
So,
thank you for your service, I'll say.
all right.
I don't know that I could wrap my head around that stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll step down. Have a good night,
Okay,
everybody.
well, I think we're wrapped. Peterson is gone.
Yep.
So. All right.
Mhm. Good night, then.
Everybody.
casting a shadow on a cloud which is objectively higher in altitude than it. And those
Yeah.
exist.
Wait, I want to
If you-
respond to him whenever he actually finishes.
I'm done, sorry.
Okay, I was just gonna say, so one thing about the shadows is that, well, with the mountains, that's I think I know what you're referencing, and in some of the cases with the mountains casting the shadow, the mountain was actually inside the clouds. But what should happen if it is going behind the earth is whenever you see the shadow like elongate, then you should see it like start to shrink back, but instead we'll just see it fade out, which like we should see like the shadow begin to get more like vertical
What do you mean
and
start
shrinking.
to you said you would see it elongate and then you would see it start to shrink back?
Yeah, so maybe like if you have a
When?
toy demo of a globe or a ball, you can see kind of what I'm talking about. So if you have a light going behind a ball and there's an object, like you can just look at the shadow patterns, kind of it'll become like elongated. Then as it starts to go underneath it, the shadow will get more vertical. And so it won't be as elongated, it'll be more vertical in nature.
I don't know what you mean by vertical in nature. Because what I
Um, I
so
will send this
I
from
mean if you mean that it starts to go
straight up and down because it's going underneath it.
yeah, okay, I mean
Yeah.
to
Instead
the
of just like
extent that
fading out, which is what we see. Like we'll see the shadows kind of fade out instead of like start to
we
act
don't
as if it's going
well,
underneath it.
yeah, we see it become less and less defined because the thing that's causing the shadow is getting more and more occluded. Like after you block the thing that's causing the shadow, there's no more shadow. So obviously, while that thing is becoming occluded, you're going to watch it fade in that way. And that is a prediction of the model. Um, I don't know exactly what you mean by becoming more and more vertical, but
As if
I
it's
would
going underneath it.
yeah, I mean, yes, it is going
So it doesn't
underneath it.
ever like retract. Like if it gets elongated because it's to the side of it, then imagine what happens if it goes behind or underneath it. And then so you should see like the shadow like get reflected on the clouds, more like vertically and not so elongated. And what we see is actually this
I
the
don't know what
shadow
you're describing.
elongates.
I
Okay, well
genuinely
then
don't know
I
what you're
implore
describing.
you to model it like try to demonstrate it yourself if you have a ball, if you have something you could put on it and a light going behind it.
Well,
Then you'll be able to see
that
what I'm
won't
talking about.
that see, no, it won't because I won't be able to
Just
attribute
look at the nature of
the
a shadow on a ball after a light goes
I
underneath it. Behind it.
I assure you that this is something that I've contemplated a lot. I understand how shadows work on a ball. I don't know what you mean. My problem isn't in my inability to
I might be able to
model.
model it. I think I have one. So
My
I think I
problem
do
is
have a ball.
understanding what you are meaning by your
Sometimes
words.
sometimes a visual depiction is better than somebody
Absolutely.
describing it. Yeah,
Exactly.
I think I actually do. I do have a toy ball, and I will try to make you a video.
Awesome. Thank you.
It sounds similar to those upward shadows of the mountaintops on the underside of the cloud during a sunset.
Yeah, there's a particularly famous one, which let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, there was one of them. There might be a couple different ones, but in the one I saw, basically they had somebody actually that was on top of the mountain during this event, and they could see that the very tip of the mountain was through the clouds. And they like took a picture of the, but then from the ground it did look like the clouds were above the mountain, but actually they weren't. So that might be something to consider.
I found it.
Yeah, both circumstances are possible in two different scenarios where the cloud level is below the mountaintop during a certain point of time, and yeah.
So I
Did you
posted
post
one
it?
I was thinking of. And as Coco said, the mountain is going into the clouds. It would be better if the mountain and the cloud did not intersect each other, so that there was a gap between the shadow and the lower level of the cloud base. However, that being said, I still contend that this image demonstrates curvature of the Earth, because otherwise, how are these clouds being illuminated from underneath? And they are. They are being illuminated from underneath. If they weren't being illuminated from underneath, then you would not have a shadow from the mountain.
Yeah, the
Well,
clouds are not
okay,
touching the ground, are they?
went up as a spike, I guess, but
The
you
clouds
wouldn't
aren't
have
touching.
the shadow, the clouds illuminated from underneath in the first place, which they, in my opinion, like demonstrably are.
The,
So,
It
the,
yeah, so it might it's
oh, this is
actually like if the cloud
blatant
if the
user
mountain
just
is in the cloud, then you have the same effect from a light coming in sideways. And it just depends on which way the light rays are coming in, like where the sun would be.
blatant user just posted another image though, and
I'm not
that
on
one,
there.
You're
I'm not on
absolutely
there,
wrong,
sorry.
Taylor. You're absolutely wrong, Taylor. It doesn't. So there's no reconciling the fact that the light is hitting the other side of the clouds with a claim. For that to happen on a flat Earth, the sun would have to be lower than the clouds. And that is demonstrably untrue.
So my original thing with the shadow sets is that the way that the shadow would have to behave on a ball is different than what we observe, because we observe it just kind of fading out. We don't observe it becoming more vertical.
Yeah, and
I
the
actually do not
crepuscular
understand the
rays
geometry.
on the other image were reverse of what we see in other crepuscular rays photos, where they're upwards and away, showing you the vanishing point, more or less, of where the sun should be, right?
What'd you say? I didn't hear him, sorry. Yeah, there's a video on this that somebody did to like model it out. I'm gonna try to look for it and show you. They were specifically targeting like this particular claim, so give me a second.
so Taylor, the first time I met you, you were you had secured a drone, and you wanted, if I recall correctly, and I may not, you wanted to perform measurements on whether or not you could still see, a thing as it dipped below the horizon by flying the drone upward rapidly, a set amount, and then performing another photograph or something like that.
Are you thinking about like a sunset maybe?
That or anything else.
Hmm.
You could do it with stars, you
Um,
could do it with the moon,
I'm
you could
not.
do it with boats.
I'm not
But
really remembering exactly what case you're talking about.
well,
Maybe
I
I
was
was
just saying,
thinking about maybe a sunset.
you were
Oh, a
saying
sunset.
yes, that, but you also, oh no, I remember, you were also talking about fitting the drone with a thermometer,
Hmm.
a barometer, and a hydrometer so that you could
Yes.
measure the most relevant, contributions to the local atmospheric pressure. And I
Right.
remember that multiple people pointed out that uh one, good idea. There are some details that need to be worked out. One, you can't have those measuring devices be underneath the propellers. They need to be like far enough away that they're exposed to something that's a little bit less disturbed in terms of the local atmosphere. Um, and
Good
well, I
idea.
guess that was the main one. But is this something that you've put any more thought or planning into to see how you could perform this and to see what the predictions would be under a steel man of the globe Earth model and a steel man under whatever other models you have?
Hmm. Yeah, in less than 20 days, I'm doing an experiment with that.
Okay, and how are you accounting for these various things?
What'd you say? My phone's dying, so it kind of went quiet. What'd you say?
Sorry, I said how are you accounting for these various effects, like
What?
humidity, temperature, pressure, along the line of sight of your measurement?
Yeah, so like with the sensor I got from my drone.
Okay, and how are you accounting for the fact that you can't just place it right on the drone? You have to place it, out of the airstream of the propellers of the drone.
So it's not testing for wind speed, but yeah, like so. Right. I'm not sure how I mean, I guess it could cool it off a bit if it was fanning it. The humidity I don't think would really affect.
The barometer is definitely going to be affected.
It's not. I'm not doing it like the barometer's on the drone. It's like built in the drone.
That's what. Never mind.
Yeah, but for a precise measurement that is going to be able to, rule out the effects of local atmospheric conditions as they pertain to refraction, you're going to need, I would think, unless you have numbers that say otherwise, you're going to need fairly precise measurements of the relevant quantities for determining the index of refraction of the atmosphere, which happen to be pressure, temperature, and humidity.
Okay, that's what I'm
And
attempting to do.
yes, but pressure in particular is going to be difficult to accurately quantify at the level that is required for this experiment, not at the level necessarily that is required for general hobbyist, usage where you're looking at relative displacement from when you fly the same drone 10 feet up, but for an absolute measurement that you can use to feed into, the equations and formula at various levels of accuracy that have been published on this particular phenomena, because you have a lot of airflow going past a barometer. And when you have a lot of airflow going past a barometer, and it's a barometer on a drone that, is not necessarily sold for precision scientific work, it's going to, you're going to have a systematic bias, is my point. The effects that you're looking at are small because the Earth is large.
So the pressure is actually thankfully either way it's not that crucial for atmospheric refraction. Like if you actually look at the calculations, pressure changes are minuscule. It's more important the temperature, and humidity is not as important either. Temperature gradients are the most important. But yeah, that's a good point about maybe I could like I can just make sure like it's not being hit by the wind too much, I guess. But thankfully that's not that crucial. But I can try definitely putting it on the bottom of the drone, the top of the drone, just to see how it would change it, see if there is an effect. Or just keep the drone still and then see if that changes. Like I can keep it on the ground, turn the propellers on, see if that like changes the pressure, and then that's something to consider as well. Yeah, it's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah. So going back to that picture which was posted, the last one. I was going to say there might be a small amount due to the synoptic chart horizontally.
Were you talking to me?
I was just talking about the atmospheric pressure in general. It's not exclusively vertical.
The vertical grain, Yeah, the vertical gradient's a lot stronger than any horizontal one. Even a really deep low pressure system, you're talking about a few hectopascals per kilometre, but vertically it's 10 or 100 times as strong as that.
I definitely agree. I just thought it might be a minor consideration to take into account when I'm viewing the synoptic charts of that particular type.
It,
Yeah,
it
and I've got a feeling
certainly
that
would
the
be when you're talking. Sorry, I apologize.
sorry, I've got a feeling that the wake from the drone might have less impact than you think as well, but it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad if there's any other like rebuttals, like I'd love to hear them now instead of like after I do my experiment. So it might be
So,
good that I
so,
test it and put a video or something, just show everybody what I'm doing.
so one way of quantifying in what I would think would be a fairly convincing way would be to put the measuring devices on a weighted like string or something below the drone, because if you put them 5 feet below on like a piece of fishing line or something, frankly after 5 feet the drafts and everything from a drone are going to be attenuated by an enormous amount already. You put it 10 feet, they're going to be really like way attenuated compared to if they're on the drone. So if you did those and you did differential measurements at different, heights, even if you did those in like, fairly controlled environments, it would give a general idea of how much you expect the proximity of your sensors to the um, propellers to like cause an issue. And it would probably show that like you don't need that much displacement to render it negligible.
What do you mean to render what negligible?
To render the effect of the proximity towards um your barometers to the propellers of the drone.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't really know until I test it, so I can just have the propellers on and off and just see if it changes it.
Well, yeah, but if you have them off, then the thing is falling, right?
I can just set it on the ground. Like I can have it stationary on the ground.
Oh, that's fair.
I
Okay,
can also like set it up
do
like 5
that, but
feet.
yeah, do that, but set it up 5 feet. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and then have it on flying 5 feet and see if that changes it.
Also, if the thing is too close to the ground, you're going to get the ground effect. Like a helicopter that's hovering 6 inches above the ground is going to experience additional upward forces compared to one that's hovering 6,000 inches above the ground.
Okay.
And one thing you'll need to watch with your temperature sensor, or two things. So one is it needs to be quite precise. You'll need to make sure that you get a very linear response, and you're going to have better than, I don't know how high up you're going, but we're dealing with 3 degrees per kilometre as a typical lapse rate. So you'll want something that's able to get well below 1% of that. So it's going to be 1/10 of a degree, and its linearity has to be good. The other thing with the thermometer is they will take time to adjust to any given temperature change. So you either need one that's rapidly adjusting, so not using anything with great thermal mass, or maybe using something that's measures temperature indirectly, by the speed of sound or something like that.
That's a good point. Yeah, I need to see how many digits my temperature sensor goes to, definitely.
Well,
Yeah, I've been meaning to
also,
test this out. My husband, but he's studying for step 1 in med school, and so like he's the kind of like the operator of all this equipment. I'm definitely going to be helping, but so that's like a huge hurdle. because we're going to be going right after a step 1 exam. Also, I got my laser holder today for my laser test. I'm not going to do like a long distance one. I'm just going to do one that's like with a, you know, very precise laser holder and measuring stick, like a survey stick, and then do it over different distances to see, like, I can do it over a distance, like, you know, a short distance, just to see how the light is bending, kind of like testing refraction, you know?
Yo, you have to have a good laser holder. Like, oh my god.
No, it's
Okay,
a very
so
precise one. It's very, very sensitive. It has a bubble level on it too.
so I work in a atomic physics laboratory where we use lasers to, like, you know, point them at atoms and make them do, you know, cool quantum stuff. And last week we realized that there were two really big systematic instabilities in our experimental apparatus, because when we pushed on a ribbon cable, we pushed on a fucking ribbon cable that went between the controller for our spatial light modulator and the actual spatial light modulator, and it caused a deviation of like at least
I get it in arc seconds.
I don't actually know what it is in arc seconds. I could compute it, but I'd have to do the projection of the 300 millimeter lens, and then I'd have to also calculate, like, you know, the distance between the spatial light modulator and that lens before then mapping it
Okay.
onto the
Well,
position of
then
the atoms. But it was
just bear in
noticeable.
mind.
It was
Just bear in mind that then I can't put it into context, and it's just a number.
it
Dude,
was
that's
it was
that's
it
not
was
cool.
well less than 1 degree.
So you have to keep
Okay.
your laser stable, and basically touching something in the instruments like threw it way off.
Uh, yeah. That
That's
that
crazy.
is it was and there were two things that we realized that we can't touch. And one of them we like fixed down with a clamp, and then as long as we don't touch the thing between it and like the actual thing that holds the spatial light modulator, then it shouldn't be a problem. Because like I had to press on it pretty hard to get the effect that we observed. But the effect that we observed was fairly enormous. So like if you pressed on it with 1/100th of the pressure that I applied, it would be noticeable. That being said, the amount of pressure that I would generally expect to be applied when, you know, the whole thing is buttoned up and there's nobody's hands in there poking at it, that pressure would probably be at least 1,000 times smaller, in which case it would not be noticeable. So that's not, you know, that's something that we could solve. The bigger thing, though, was when we poked on another thing, and that thing was the cable that had the fiber optic between, you know, the laser control box and the actual thing that launched the laser.
I need to ask you the obvious question now, Tapioca.
Oh boy.
Did y'all figure out not to go poking around yet?
Dude, we're experimentalists. We always go poking around. Like, otherwise you can't get shit done.
Is this for you?
I think it's called debugging.
Your
Yeah,
Pokemon.
exactly. When like when you have an experimental apparatus like this, you absolutely have to go poking around.
See, this is why I prefer models. Like I can just there's no error bars. You know, it's just all smooth sailing.
That
Well,
sucks.
yeah, but the problem with that, Melodic, is that you do that for too many, you know, months on end, and you create this whole complicated model of atomic physics, and you're like, hey, hey, experimentalist, if we do this, but we just change the angle at which we shoot the laser in, we'll be able to measure this really cool thing. And the experimentalist is like, do you know how hard it is to change the angle that we shoot the? Hold on, I'm not done. Do you know how hard it is to change the angle that we shoot the laser at? And they're like, oh, I didn't realize that was hard. Well, we could also change the polarization.
That's
And
a nice way of saying that. The other way of saying that is that's why I'm not an experimentalist.
Because they say, they're like, oh, you can't change the angle you shoot the laser at, and then I'm like, no, that would be exceptionally difficult. As it turns out, you have to do literal days of work to move this to over here, and then you only get 2 data points. And they're like, oh, well, you can also measure the same thing if you change the polarization of the light. And that is trivial.
Well, yeah,
Like,
but
you can do that with a pair of sunglasses. Not
Yeah.
well, but like you could
Not
do it.
not wishing to cut tapioca off, but just to get back to Taylor, you do need to be aware of dispersion of your laser if you're firing it through the atmosphere. Your laser will spread out in a cone as you fire it through the atmosphere. It will not remain a straight line. You're aware of that, right?
I am. Tapioca, are you getting your PhD?
I have my PhD.
Oh, you're working in a research lab for a job?
I am currently a postdoc. I work with atom interferometry, which also is very much the technology that PhD Tony uses.
Wow. Do your interferometers, are they susceptible to other environmental conditions too? That must be hard.
Like what?
Like what all are they susceptible to, just in general, like EMF?
Yeah, they are susceptible to EMF. In our case, we use a transition between the 3s0 state, not 3s0, 5s0, I think, of strontium, and the excited state, the 3p1 state of strontium atoms, but eventually we're going to use the 3p0 state, which is a much more, precise transition. So
That's super cool.
when you ask if they're susceptible to they're susceptible on some level to magnetic field changes. However, those are very easily quantified.
well, they're also
They're
susceptible to just quantum jiggling.
yes,
Or being
yes.
whacked by a hammer. Like they're
Yeah,
susceptible.
absolutely. Like so what we do is we cool down a collection of strontium atoms. It's about 1 million strontium atoms that we cool down, and we have these strontium atoms at approximately 2.5 microkelvin above absolute zero. Then we hit these strontium atoms with a series of pulses that are only hundreds of nanoseconds in length in order to split them into a quantum superposition and then blast these two sides of the quantum superposition of atoms into two very different locations, up to millimeters in difference, and then we put them together and we watch the wave functions of the collection of atoms that goes up and the collection of atoms that stays still, and we interfere those. And the relative gravitational attraction of the upper branch compared to the lower branch gives us an exceptionally precise measurement of the local gravitational acceleration.
That's cool. How long do you have to shoot the light for?
So for each individual pulse, on the order of 500 nanoseconds.
Is that what they usually do for interferometry?
No, what they usually well, so to the extent that I described it, yes, that is what they normally do. To go one level deeper, we use a single photon transition, and most interferometry uses a 2-photon Raman transition. But for 99% of context that you're asking the question, yes, we do the same thing. Like, yes.
That's cool. What are you trying to prove?
We're trying to measure all sorts of things. So one of the things that we're trying to measure, I wouldn't say prove. I would say that, like, yeah, we're probably, and we expect to prove a certain thing, but one of the
Prove is a
things that
dirty
we
word.
want,
That's right.
yeah,
I shouldn't use that.
fair enough though. One of the things that we want to measure is the effect of when we take one of these atoms or atom clouds and we split them into a superposition. So one of them goes, way high up and one of them goes way high down. And this is going to be an experiment that we do in the next few years, not in the next few weeks. So these distances are much larger than anything we've currently done so far. But we want to put one half of the superposition of atoms up into a region of our apparatus, and we have just put vertical a 10-meter vertical vacuum chamber that we are going to then bolt on our ultra cold atom sources, and we're going to be able to shuttle those in and then have them in this 10-meter vacuum chamber. We're going to launch one half of them up, a couple meters, and then we're going to surround that half of it with a very high electric potential. The bottom half of it, we're gonna just like keep chilling out, in no man's land, just chilling, whatever. And then we're gonna bring them together, and we're gonna compare that to what happens when we don't charge up that electrode. And by so doing, we are going to measure at a level that is several orders of magnitude, we hope, more precise than any other measurement so far, the electrical neutrality of a strontium atom.
Okay, that's good. Well, good luck to you in your lab. That's awesome. Are you?
Thank
Do
you.
you have? Is this an observational study?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. Gotcha.
So in general, with cold atom interferometry, it's a matter of developing more accurate instruments to assess previously known topics. Like you can use matter wave interferometry to measure Earth's rotation, for instance. You can use matter wave interferometry to measure gravitational acceleration or gravity gradients. Or you can use it as an accelerometer to measure accelerations. So this is a newly emerging class of instruments that allow us to more precisely quantify physical phenomena, where our previous observations were just less accurate than these techniques promise to be. So that's sort of the scientific value of the work that Tapioca is engaged in.
So Tapioca, you would be the person to come to if I wanted to do a bell test?
Oh, well, the person to go to would be Alan Espay. And he
Well,
won the
obviously,
Nobel
but I'm
Prize
not
a
that
couple of years.
important.
Well, okay. I could never mind. I would not be the worst choice of all the people that you know. I would probably be in the top 5, I would imagine.
Well,
So,
I mean, you're already splitting them with superpositions. Like, really, we just need a third Gerlach device, right? Be okay.
well, that's generally fairly trivial, although it's trivial if you have a coil that you can put current through at a well-defined spot relative to your, atom's position, which you don't always have because, just putting a random extra coil next to the atoms is a thing that somebody actually has to spend a couple hours doing. And when it's not a priority, it's not a priority. And when you're working with strontium, it's not a priority because you don't have a magnetic moment in the ground state, which means that the only time you're going to have atoms that are actually able to experience that, you're going to have them either in the 3p2 state of the excited state, which is not something that you can populate reliably along a single Zeeman axis, or you put them in the excited state of the 3p1 state. And 3p1 state, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I just wanted to get to just hear me out though. Like, we say we do all this, but then instead of using like pulsars or somebody reading a book, we just use DMOC as our random number generator. Yeah.
It would objectively be the most hilarious paper that ERX has ever published.
Exactly. Like, it would be. This is phenomenal ground for an ignoble, I think.
Oh man, I should totally rededicate my life's work to trying to get an ignoble.
DMOC for president.
Wow, that's a terrible idea, Taylor. Like,
I'm just joking.
I haven't just straight up. Okay, fair enough, but I haven't just straight up said that any of your ideas are bad before that one, and that one is bad.
That's in the current political climate, it's very difficult when someone throws up an allegedly light-hearted presidential candidate to determine that they are in fact joking, because apparently anyone is right.
Hey, look, even a South African can become U.S. president. All right.
That's moot now.
Do you shoot your lasers in a circular form, Tapioca? Or in a straight line?
We shoot them in a generally. It's neither. Generally, they're bouncing off various mirrors at various angles, and those angles are mostly like right-hand angles, but not always. Sometimes they're directly reflected right back to where they came from, and sometimes they're something totally different. We don't do anything where we circulate the beam along a particular closed path that is topologically equivalent to a circle. No.
Or a square?
Or a square. Correct. No.
Because apparently when they do it in a ring laser gyro, they measure Earth rotation.
Well, if you're polarizing,
they do the same with matter wave gyroscopes. There are indeed matter wave gyroscopes that measure the Sagnac effect and thus measure Earth rotation. So while Tapioca's group doesn't do it, other groups have.
Correct.
So you said you had to
inadvertently measure it?
You said you had to polarize it. Is it circularly polarized, or are you doing like, a plane?
For is what polarized?
Your laser, sorry.
Where?
The one you said they were talking about you need to move, but it'd be easier to polarize it.
So for the example that I was describing, in that case, it would have been a linear polarization. Like they were like, you could measure it with vertical polarization, and then you could also just rotate it, any number of degrees to get, a different result. And
So would you then say that your laser is in the form of a plane?
A laser is a plane wave, but I wouldn't. I don't think that's what you're getting at.
No, I was just talking about the direction of the oscillations in the EM field. Like they could kind of cut a plane as they oscillated.
If it's linearly polarized, then the direction of oscillation of the electric field is more or less in a plane, or parallel to a plane, at least.
Yeah. Whereas circularly polarized, I would call that a circle, sort of. More of a helix, but
circular polarized, what that's referring to is like the phase relationship between the electric and the magnetic components of the light. And so if you have one of them delayed compared to the other by a quarter of a wavelength, compared to if you have one of them advanced a quarter of a wavelength, you're going to get a different relationship if you were to lock down your instrument at a particular point in space of where the electric field and magnetic field are going, and that relationship would travel over time in a circle. That's what circular polarization is the electric field direction generally spins around in a circle as the beam propagates. And that has profound fundamental effects on which atoms are going to absorb a photon from that laser, which is how laser cooling and trapping works fundamentally.
Neat.
What is the Faraday effect?
The Faraday effect. So there are multiple things that you could call the Faraday effect. The most familiar one and the most obvious one is that if you have a system that is surrounded really, really well by an electrical conductor, then electrical signals are not going to go in. That is, why some buildings like theaters and stuff actually line their walls with metal screens and stuff. The reason that happens is because you don't get an electric. There are a lot of ways of quantifying the Faraday effect, actually.
That's
I'm
not a
not even
Faraday
sure
effect.
where
That's
to
a Faraday
start.
cage.
What do you think, Tony?
Well, so what Taylor is clearly ascribing a particular meaning to the Faraday effect. So I'd like to know what she thinks the term means.
I'm not ascribing a meaning.
Well,
you did. You just said that isn't the Faraday effect. That's the Faraday cage. So you clearly have
to do with the polarized light.
Okay. So you're talking about Faraday rotation in a body where you have an anisotropy in the birefringence of a material that is dependent on the magnetic field. That is Faraday rotation. Is that what you meant?
Well, that didn't clear up my understanding of it whatsoever.
That's not what
I'm trying to more
asked.
clearly
I asked.
understand it. I don't really understand it. So I've heard of it, and I know how to do a polarized light. So I thought you may be able to help.
Yes. Okay. So Faraday rotation is an effect where when you send polarized light through a medium in the presence of a magnetic field, you get a rotation of the polarization. This is something that we use in the lab all the time in optical isolators. You have a thing that you shine a laser through. That laser has a well-defined polarization. And you shine the laser through it, and it rotates the polarization by a certain amount. And then if that laser bounces off anything and comes all the way back in, then you have to worry about that. You have to worry about that because having a laser just shine back into your laser is a great way to fuck up your laser. So you have to keep any reflections from going back into your laser. A Faraday rotator is a thing that you shine light through, and then when it comes back, it rotates the polarization enough that it can't come back. And if
What do you mean
that
by
was
whenever you say rotate polarization, I'm thinking of like rotating like an atom or something like an MRI.
No,
Is that what's
no.
happening?
So do you understand that the polarization means allowing only waves that have a particular planar orientation. Only waves with that planar orientation can pass through the polarizer, right? And so what he's describing is that plane gets rotated. So the waves go into this material with one polarization, right? Let's say that they've been polarized so that they're up and down waves. They go into this material, they get their plane of polarization is rotated, let's say to 90 degrees to the original plane of polarization. So it's that plane of polarization of the wave. So the waves still only have one direction in which they're oscillating, but that direction is rotated. The plane of that oscillation is rotated. Is that any clearer?
So like the photon's going to be shifted to go different direction?
they're
Yeah, I wouldn't.
shifted so that their electric field points in a different direction.
Kind of like refraction.
Could I say something?
No, not at all like refraction.
Yeah, not really.
In any sense, no. So you know that a photon is basically two waves, right? An electrical wave and a magnetic wave. You know that they're electromagnetic waves that are orthogonal to one another. Okay. So let's just look at the electrical wave. We polarize the photon so that only photons with an electrical field that goes up and down can enter the machine, can leave the machine. We then throw them into this other material, and their electrical field gets rotated, let's say by 90 degrees. So now they're at 90 degrees to what their original polarization was. And the magnetic field is kind of oppositely aligned to what the original orientation of the electrical field was. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but I confused myself while saying it. But you're rotating the axis of orientation of the electrical field, or of the electrical component of the photon.
I kind of get what you're saying. So what's being described is that you have your laser, and there's a polarizing filter in front of your laser. So that polarizer is only going to let a certain direction through, so like vertical, as you've been saying. And then you can put it through the rotator so that it's then horizontal. That way, if you get any reflections back, it can't go through your polarizer back into your laser.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, I
So
see.
it goes through and it gets rotated some amount, as PhD Tony described, and then if it bounces off and comes right back into the laser where it could do damage. Okay, that's just like a fact of engineering about how these things work, is if you shine light in from the wrong end, it can fuck it up. So you have to block it. And when that light comes back, it gets rotated another amount so that it can't come back. Exactly like Tony and Melodic were describing.
Got it. So like if you shoot polarized light, okay, in a strong magnetic field, it's going to kind of go a different direction.
It depends on the material. You have to have a material that causes that effect. In in the devices that we, buy from companies in order to create this like one-way valve for polarized light. You can have light of a certain polarization go through, and when it comes back, it'll get blocked. It's a one-way valve, and it's very important to protect the lasers that we have because they're sensitive instruments, and you can't just have like light coming back in at some random phase and messing with them. I lost the plot of the second half of what I was responding to. Sorry.
I tell you, hate it when that happens.
Yeah, but such is life.
Anyway, here's also like a good gift for what a polarizer does, Taylor, in case like you're having trouble visualizing what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's,
Oh, did you post
to,
them in the chat?
That's what a
clarify,
wave. That's what a wave plate does. What? No, that is what a polarizer does. Sorry,
okay.
you're right.
So to clarify for Taylor, what you need is both a magnetic field and a suitable material in order to get a Faraday effect occurring. Right, you need a material with appropriate physical properties and a magnetic field operating on that material.
Can Faraday effect happen in air?
Very, very, very slight amounts. I would imagine yes, but I'm not sure if that's a number that oscillates around 0 or not.
Okay.
But they don't change the trajectory or the path of the light, though. They just rotate the polarization. Could I give a simple illustrate or analogy of what polarization is?
Yep.
Cool. So Taylor, have you ever taken like a 20-foot rope and tied it off to a tree and kind of pulled it tight and then yanked it up and down with your hand and noticed how a wave travels down the rope, hits the tree and reflects back and comes back to your hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can yank it up and down, and that wave will be a vertical wave. It'll come back as a vertical wave. You can yank it right to left, and it will then be a horizontal wave, and it goes and comes back as a horizontal wave. So let's say you set up a board with a slot at your end, so you could only yank it up and down, not sideways. See, that's like a polarizer. It limits the waves only to, say, vertical or horizontal or whatever you set it to. So what they're saying basically is if you had a device that could take a horizontal wave in that rope and rotate it to vertical, by the time it reflected back, then it wouldn't be able to come through that slot in the board because it had rotated by the time it came back. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Does it change the trajectory of the photon?
No. In fact, you can have horizontal or vertical, you can have a linear wave, but you can also have right hand and left hand circular polarized waves. So imagine the rope, instead of shaking it up and down, you rotated your hand in, say, a clockwise pattern really fast. That would send, say, a clockwise wave down the rope and reflecting back. Or you could go counterclockwise. So light, like from the sun or just a light bulb or something, is all kinds of light, clockwise, counterclockwise, all the different polarizations all mixed together, and it still follows the same path.
So just to clarify, I'm sure this is a minor point, but actually you don't want to rotate it by 90 degrees. Because if you've rotated by 90 degrees on the way out, you'll rotate it again by 90 degrees on the way back. That'll be a 180 degree change in polarization, so it'll still get through your polarizing lens. You actually want to rotate it.
I was talking
Yeah.
about a net 90-degree rotation.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. So
no. Tony is correcting something that he said earlier.
Yes.
He said
I
it.
didn't bring it up because, like, thematically, it was still correct. But
Yeah. But yeah, you'd be better off with a 45-degree polarization. So yeah, I screwed something up, and I was trying to correct any misapprehension I might have created. But as soon as Tapioca explained it, I was going, oh, actually, I'd have just fucked Tapioca's laser. So yes, it has to be 45 degrees.
And
yeah, well, I mean,
what's really fun?
But your logic was still totally applicable. It would only matter if you were actually looking at, like, later on things down and, like, keeping track of the actual polarization, and we weren't at that, like, level of depth in, the discussion. But I do appreciate your correction. Very well done.
What's really fun is when you get 3 polarizers together.
Right? Oh my god! So
That
that's
is-
where you
that
get.
is-
That's where you
that
get
is
into, like,
That is just weird. That just breaks all common sense.
you know what that is? You know what that is? That's the quantum Zeno effect, fundamentally. So
Yes.
the Zeno effect is a classical, like, explanation of, like, a classical physics conundrum, which, if you actually look at it, I don't think is that particularly persuasive, but it's a lot more persuasive in the quantum version. It's if you measure the same system at very close intervals to something that are changing, like the angle of a polarizer, then if you measure a series of 10,000 polarizers that go from vertical to horizontal in equal angular steps, you're going to have a very large amount of the light go all the way through. If you do it with 2 polarizers, you're going to have zero light go through. And if you do it any amount in between, you're going to have more and more and more go through. And it's, like, kind of a bullshit, seemingly, like, hack to make the outcome of any experiment you want give you what you want. But it's not actually.
I love when physics just breaks down in front of you. It's like the greatest feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, you're sitting there like, oh man, Tapioca's totally going to explain that in a way that, like, makes complete sense, and then I just sit there silently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem is that it feels like you're taking polarized light, and then you're saying, oh, well, actually, 50% of it wasn't that polarized, so you can get through. And you're just going, what? That makes no sense. Like,
Yeah. Especially because that 50% doesn't have any memory of the fact that it just made it through a vertical filter, right? Like, it's not like it's the 50% that made it through this vertical filter. It's just, 50%.
It might have.
That's the new
It might
ground
not have.
truth.
It may have. It may not have. You don't know the path the light took to get there. Why are you judging?
But,
it,
like,
it feels a little bit like photons are flirts, in that you can't tell them what to do or how to behave. Like they just rebel against what you think science should be doing.
I love it.
I don't know, maybe
I mean, just imagine being, like, young when he did the first slit experiment back when the crepuscular nature of light was the main thing. Like,
oh, I wanted to, like, this is totally a different topic. I mean, well, sort of. When people bring up the double slit experiment, That is a very vague term, okay? Because the original double slit experiment was from Thomas Young. And Thomas Young was in the early 1800s or late 1700s, and it was all completely classical, and there was a lot of valuable, excellent, amazing physics to be gleaned from that. And yet now when people talk about the double slit experiment, they're always talking about, some sort of quantum delayed choice, loophole free Bell inequality measurement.
Yeah. Do you know what else Young was famous for? Well, he was famous for a lot of things, but what weird thing that Young played a prominent role in?
The Rosetta
The
Stone,
only
I
thing
think.
that I can think
Yes.
of would be the spot of Poisson or something like that.
No, he played a role in translation of the Rosetta Stone.
Oh wow! I did not
I
know.
saw a biography. I saw a biography in once that was entitled "The Man Who Knew Everything." He was an exceptionally sort of accomplished and widely read individual, but he tried to translate the Rosetta Stone, and I think it was he who worked out that the bits in cartouches were actually names.
I mean, my only other source for the meaning of the Rosetta Stone is Joseph Smith. So,
Okay, well, I wouldn't rely on that if I were you.
Exactly.
I tend to steer away from Mormons.
So for reference, the Rosetta Stone was a stone found in Rosetta that ended up in the British Museum that had the same declaration in hieroglyphics, in Coptic Greek, and in Greek. And so it gave an opportunity. They were talking about Ptolemies and Cleopatras and that sort of stuff. And these names were surrounded in hieroglyphs in cartouches, which is the tradition for royal names or near royal names. And so they were able to sort of look at the stuff in cartouches, compare it to various names, and go, okay, we can sort of understand what sound these things represent. But that was so that was a major contribution. But unfortunately, I don't think Thomas Young actually spoke Coptic, so his chances of actually sort of divining the meanings of words was a little bit handicapped.
He didn't speak Coptic. Come on, name 3 people in this voice chat who don't speak Coptic.
I had a question.
Yes.
Are we done talking about the light?
Not if you have other questions.
I wanted to say something about the light. Taylor, you can I DM'd you a video link. Sugar water actually rotates light. If you mix it well, it doesn't bend it, but it rotates it. So you can actually experiment with the rotation of polarization and test whether or not it also bends it always.
Is that kind of like changing the phase of light?
It is kind of like that, yes. It is related to that. What you do is you change the relative phase of the electric and magnetic components as they are related to
the direction of motion, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you delay and you delay certain parts of the wave that are traveling at a certain angle. So the components of the electric field that are oscillating at one angle will react slower than those that are oscillating at a different angle. There's a symmetry that is being broken between the response in the different directions.
And then to tie it back to the British Museum, sort of, just like to remind everybody that if you wait around long enough, you too can be part of the British Royal Museum.
Oh my God. So I was at the International Conference for Atomic Physics in 2003. And was it 2004? It might have been 2004. I can't even remember. Okay, but I was there, and we did two awesome like things while we were there. One of them was we had the like final conference dinner at the London University of Natural Science, which was like really cool. But the way cooler thing was when they took us all and sent us to the Royal Observatory at Greenwich and had us look at Harrison's clocks. And let me tell you, in the last 2 years, there have been a lot of developments in clock technology. Okay? And clock technology is very exciting right now. You have no idea because we finally found the nuclear clock.
Yes, I was just watching a thing about that. So they've got an excitation phase of a particular nucleus that is achievable with realistic energy levels, if my understanding is correct.
Exactly. They thought so a year ago, they published out of the University of Colorado at Boulder, out of the lab of Jun Yi. Jun Yi was the secondary advisor on my PhD thesis, and he is one of the world's like highest, most well-respected authorities in high precision atomic clock technology, and they finally found a transition in the nuclear isotope of thorium-229 that is optically accessible. It occurs at, I believe, 148 nanometers. So you have to do several, like a few rounds of high harmonic excitation of, you know, uh, more robust and more easily accessible energy states. I can't remember the actual ones off the top of my head, but you can do that, and then you can link it by comparing the source of that original laser, which you have locked against a frequency comb, an optical frequency comb, which allows you to determine to a part in a 15th of a trillion or something like that, the exact energy level of a particular signal, and use that to figure out exactly how this particular nucleus vibrates. And it's very exciting because it's probably the single largest advancement of clock precision in terms of orders of magnitude that has occurred. Possibly ever.
Right. I do want to correct you though a little bit, because Harrison's, you saw Harrison's watches. The difference between a watch and a clock being that a clock has a bell.
Oh. Oh,
They learned.
I stand chastened. But I have videos. So at that museum, they have the originals of 4 out of the 5. They don't
Yep.
have. They have. I think they have number 4, but they don't have number 5. But the first 3 are like these large objects that have like oscillating weights at like, you know,
Yep.
lower
They're
frequencies.
Rube Goldberg machines.
They're beautiful. They're so beautiful. Oh, they're so beautiful. Like I went through the whole museum twice and was chatting the ear constantly. I was chatting the ear off of my tour guide the whole time because I was like, Do you understand where we're at in clock technology? Like, literally this month, from the Thorium 229 transition, we're going to be able to make solid state. Oh, sorry.
So what time scale does this let us get down to? Like I don't need like just the prefix is fine. Like where are we at?
So we're at the level where 10 to the negative 15 is like pretty easy, and
Okay,
10 to
so
the negative.
What you're saying is we just blew the attosecond camera out of the water?
Let me put it this way. We are 10 years away from there being many labs across the planet that can tell if you raise that clock by 2 centimeters.
That's phenomenal.
We are 10 years away from it being impossible.
Hey kid in your high school class. Hey kid in your high school class, would you like to test relativistic time dilation right now?
Bro, the kids in my high school class didn't fuck with me, okay? Because my name is Vandegraff, and they were like, "Oh, we learned about your grandfather earlier today," because hashtag nepotism.
Though, speaking of weird physics things, another weird physics thing that kind of breaks my brain is we've never measured an electron's charge.
No, that's not. No, that's not true at all.
Wait! I thought the antiparticle skirt, like we can't get to like the true value, right?
Wait, okay, well, hold on. If you're able to measure the electron proton charge ratio, which you're able to do, rather the mass to charge ratio of the electron. Sorry, the mass to charge ratio of the electron you can measure with the Millikan experiment.
Yeah, but isn't that still also measuring the antiparticles that come along for the ride with the electron? Like the electron's surrounded by.
That's not how that works.
Is that not how it works? I thought I read that's how that works.
I mean, it is in terms of like the conceptual framework. It's not in terms of like if you have an electron, that doesn't mean that you suddenly also have anti-electrons.
No, what I'm saying is, like, if you have an electron, then in the vacuum around that electron, in the vacuum energy, it'll be more likely to produce a positive charge towards the electron, which would cancel, and the negative charge associated with that pair production would be repulsed, while the opposite would be attracted. So, like, you get a skirt around that would be a little bit different charge than you wouldn't get the whole charge of the electron. Is that not how that works?
I'm not 100% exactly sure as to exactly what Feynman diagram you're describing, for example, or set of them, but my intuition is that you're describing something where you're going to have a symmetry breaker, and that symmetry breaker is gonna be exceptionally close to zero.
Yeah. I'm not saying that we're not close to it. I'm just like we can't get to like.
I don't just mean close to it. I mean exceptionally close to it. Like, okay, so I
follow that under close, but I'm also a weird person who's like technically there's space between 0.9 repeating and 1 if we want to get technical.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, no. If I'm in the hyperreals, I'm very right, but it's fine.
Okay, but we're not in the hyperreals when we're talking about the Hilbert spaces related to quantum mechanics. So we're not in the hyperreals in that case, because the Hilbert space of quantum mechanics is explicitly the complex numbers. So I lost my train of thought. A story of my life.
Yeah, that
Oh
happens
my
all the
God.
time to
So
me
We
too.
don't, we don't
I was at
understand
work
everything,
today.
right?
I was at work today, and the grad student who needs to graduate like in the next 3 months.
I figured out the words I was looking for. Words I'm looking for: vacuum polarization and the electron screened charge. It's specifically what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I want to hear about the grad student.
Oh, so the grad student, he needs to graduate like in the next like few months, because it's time for him to graduate, and he's been like around a lot, and also he like really wants to graduate now. But for the record, I just want to say this guy deserves to graduate like unambiguously, absolutely categorically unambiguously. And if everything went completely wrong and we weren't able to get any more experimental results, he would graduate. It would not be a problem. For sure. However, we want to, try and send him off with something awesome and nice. And so we've been trying to like accelerate our progress towards a result that he can put in his thesis at the very least, as rapidly as we can. And oh my God, it's such a pain in the ass. Partially because we have we have things that are stabilized to ultra stable frequency sources that suddenly one of our fucking vacuum pumps wanted to die. And so the pressure in this ultra stable cavity, the surroundings beside it, decided to change from being 10 to the negative 7 torr to being 10 to the negative 4 torr. And so we've like lost multiple weeks. And I can't remember exactly where I was originally going with my point here because I'm tired and
That's fair. It's
Yeah, we're talking about
8:30
not
my
being able to
time.
precisely measure anything, like not being able to precisely measure like an electron and stuff.
Well, so
I mean, we can still precisely measure things. We can only
Well, I'm just
precisely
trying to help
measure
you.
them to a
I'm trying to
part
help you
in.
remember your train of thought, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Sorry, I did not mean to come across as persnickety there. I apologize. But no, you're correct. The thing that we're trying to precisely measure are, for example, the exact absolute transition energies between a ground state and an excited state of strontium. And instead of being able to measure that confidently just on a day-to-day level without putting in the whole rigmarole of work into it, we can only measure that to a part in 10 million as opposed to a part in 10 billion. And that's really annoying.
That's a pretty big. That's a good jump though. Like that's a good number.
Well, yeah, but not when you're trying to go for a part in 100 billion.
As someone who deals with astronomical numbers, you're not gonna catch any sympathy.
Well, yeah, okay. That's fair enough. I've taken an astrophysics course, and I know, an order of magnitude in an order of magnitude, totally fine.
I have graphs that go from 10 to the 0 to 10 to the 20. But yeah, no, astronomy's fun, and for some reason we compare all masses to solar masses, which works until it doesn't, and then you wind up talking about galaxies that are 10 to the 12, and you're like, can we call them giga solar masses? My advisor is absolutely religiously against the term giga solar masses.
Why?
Because it's not SI, I guess. They're Canadians. That might be a little bit why, but
Okay, does he want to express everything in terms of kilograms?
see, that's what I said. but I have settled with scrawling gigasolar masses on her whiteboard whenever I can.
Well, if solar masses is an acceptable unit, then giga is an acceptable prefix.
Exactly.
It's my argument, but it's not going, but it's not working. Because her counter argument is that it would look like GM, and GM looks too much like GM. I'm like, I don't.
What? Like, wait, GM looks like too much like GM,
Yeah, like the Newton's universal equation for gravity. That GM.
No. Wrong and bad. No. Okay. G subscript M. Okay. Also, capital G doesn't need a subscript to mean Newton's gravitational constant. It doesn't.
Yeah,
okay?
no, I agree. I agree. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, what does giga require?
There
Just
being a capital G.
Yeah. Capital G is Newton's gravitational constant. It will always be that way. You don't mess with perfection. This is perfection. It's like when you pick a variable for an angle. You just go with theta because theta is perfection.
Exactly, and like there is way more ambiguity as to whether theta means radians or degrees, but like still 93% of the time it means radians. So
I just go with it means angles. I can figure out the units.
Exactly.
But angles what I care about.
We can figure it out later, but capital G is the gravitational constant. That's what it is. I
Just
mean,
like lowercase g is my gravitational acceleration. These will never change.
Yes, however, lowercase g is also used as one of the default options for just like a generic function in a lot
No, that's
of
true.
Like if you're just showing
We
somebody
ran
a
into
thing in
that.
Mathematica, you're gonna be like, okay, you've got F, and then you've got G, and then you got H, right? Like those are the options. And it's actually annoying because we use a
No, the really
package
annoying part is we were learning Fourier transforms and trying to get out of the habit of using F to name your random function while you're trying to teach Fourier transforms. That's funny.
Oh yeah. I mean, at least then it's capital. I hope.
Right, but then you've got like this fancy capital F. That's your actual transform, and then you've got this F hat. Well,
Yeah,
that's your
you've got
function.
Script F, and then you've got the other script F, and then you've got script F with the squiggle.
And then you got script F with a hat. Like it starts to get a little out of hand.
Okay, yeah, but you should not use hat for Fourier transform unless you have no other options.
He went to hats. The teacher went to hats, but he was also more of a physicist, so maybe he just liked the hat. I don't know.
I still have opinions.
Oh, I always have opinions, much like my IJK opinions. Like we should just use IJK. Why do we need XY? Like, or honestly, I prefer the
you don't
Einstein method. I prefer the Einstein method. Just give me an index, and it's better. Like, why are we treating the dimensions with names? They're not that special. They don't need names.
Einstein was of the opinion that his best contribution to mathematics was his notation for summation.
I will agree with him on that particular point. Einstein notation is great for that. Like, here's my dot product. Done.
Yeah. I feel like it's also an insight that he had into the importance of notation.
Well, and it's just easy to tell at a glance. Like, am I dealing with space-time or time based on the alphabet?
But also, Einstein came so when Einstein was born, we did not have heavy sides notation. I think for vector calculus, but specifically for Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations were originally what they are now, but multiplied by like 3 because
Yeah.
there were 3 dimensions for everything.
Yeah. Oh, that
And
reminds me. So my modern physics professor, he we were going
Nerd.
over yeah, correct. We were going over what were we doing? It was we were going over the 1D wave equation. That's what it was. We were going over the 1D wave equation. And so for the exam, he's like, here is this garbage looking hyperbolic tangent function. Please show that this is a solution to the 1D wave equation. And I just went with I know how sine functions work with derivatives, so I'm gonna solve this generally.
Right?
and not differentiate this ugly ass hyperbolic tangent function. That sounds like ass.
Dude, this is one of the problems that me and the grad student who's trying to graduate right now like run into is like we're like, okay, well, we could generalize our 1D example into a 2D example, and that would do everything we need to do. But we could also generalize it into an n-dimensional example, and that would be just like way better.
It would be, and then you wouldn't
And
have to
so
worry
we
about
do
somebody
that.
coming over and one-upping you, right? If you do it in n dimensions, it's not like somebody can come along and be like n plus 1 dimensions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, our problem is that it doesn't necessarily even occur to us to like publish the n-dimensional versus the 2-dimensional result. Man, we should get way better at like hacking our H factors, impact factors. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still trying to push my first one out the door. So
Your first paper at all, or your
yeah,
first single author paper?
it will be my first primary author paper probably.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
No,
don't
I
know
don't
if
mean
it'll be
single.
single.
I mean primary.
Yeah, it'll be my
Sorry.
first primary author paper. Correct.
Yeah. So I don't have one.
You basically need one to get into astronomy grad school at this point.
That sucks because
it does.
I think part of it is that like I have a ton of I had when I got my postdoc, I had a ton of experience in the, you know, nitty-gritty lab work of running an atomic physics machine. And so it didn't really matter that I didn't, and still don't, have a single author paper, because, like, I know what I'm doing in the lab, I guess, but I just haven't pressed as much towards, being the driving force behind a particular conceptual result as opposed to being somebody who builds up the reliability of the apparatus.
I mean, you don't have to make I get it. It took me a while to even figure out what in astronomy I was interested in, if you know what I mean, and then from there figuring out what paper to write,
Oh
and
yeah,
then
no, I'm not. Sorry, I wasn't. I wasn't necessarily trying to justify myself to you. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
no,
doing
I just want to make sure
I'm doing
you don't
well.
have to. I just want to make sure you don't have to.
I was just
I'm
but like
suitably
there's an
impressed.
audience, so.
I'm super impressed. You don't even I get it. It's
Are you
hard.
the lead author on a paper?
What was that?
Are you like the lead author? You said single
I
author?
no, I said that and I misspoke when I said that. I meant the lead author. Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, we have to have papers. We are the lead author to graduate at my university.
Yeah,
We
I've
don't.
heard about that. I have not experienced. That was not my experience, because if it was my experience, I mean, it would have been a priority way earlier.
But
But it
low key, are y'all looking for a grad student like next year?
in experimental atomic physics,
I
like,
mean, I do. I will have a bachelor's, an
yeah,
BA
dude,
in physics, so not
dude, you,
completely
yeah,
unprepared.
no, hold on, we're priority friends, right? But
Basically,
yeah, no, I mean, reach out to me and I'll absolutely like take a look. And
yeah. I
what
just gotta like if you could. Which school are you at again? Sorry, I think you've answered and I've
I'm
forgotten.
I'm at Stanford.
Okay. Oh, that was on my
Where's
list of
the
places to apply, I think. Anyway, so yeah, I will
Got it.
definitely.
Yeah,
Huh.
I'm I'm in Jason Hogan's lab at Stanford. Like, I'm not to the people who are wondering, like, oh my god, this guy's doxing himself. I'm open about this. My name is Michael Vandergraff. I am a postdoc currently at Jason Hogan's lab at Stanford University. I got my PhD at CU Boulder.
I love Sea Boulder. Wish I went there.
Right. Oh my god,
Beautiful.
awesome. Yeah, no,
I went and
it's
visited. I went and
beautiful
visited the
still.
physics lab there. They have an atomic clock. Super cool.
They have the best atomic clocks. Okay, so hold on. Sorry. So,
Tangent time.
the best atomic clocks in the world are, I mean, it switches off depending on who published the most precise numbers most recently. But over the last 15 years, the person who has held it more than anybody else has been a guy by the name of Jun Yi. Junye. Jun Yi.
Okay.
And he was my secondary advisor in graduate school. So he has a three-dimensional optical lattice clock that operates on the forbidden transition in strontium 87, which is exceptionally precise, so precise that you're able to resolve the gravitational redshift from the bottom layer of the optical lattice to the top layer, which is less than 100 microns, less than 100 millionths of a meter. That was a result, for the record, that was published in like 2018 or 2019. It's not that new.
Well, I was reading. Is he the same lab? I saw gravitational redshift in Nature at millimeter scale. Is that the same lab?
Well, I mean, it may have been. This one would have been at the micrometer scale, though. Well, this one would have been potentially title at the sub-millimeter scale, but that would have been a result that's like several years old by now. These clocks are so precise.
This was T.
That
Bothwell 2022. And Junie. Yeah, Junie was on the last author.
Was he the last? Exactly. So the way it works, for the record, people, are that like the individual students who made the most important work, they're the first couple authors, and then like the professors that guided the whole thing, they tend to be the last authors. So the most important authors are the first couple and the last couple, if there are like 10 authors. If there's only like 5, then it becomes a little bit iffy, but still the people in the middle are the least important. And I've always been in the
I think
middle.
this might be a physics thing. I'm not sure. I haven't heard the same advice given to me for astronomy.
Yeah, this is in physics. That's in physics for sure. I don't know about other disciplines, but definitely in physics, that's how it works. At least in atomic, molecular, and optical physics.
Yeah, no. If you ever talk to and tell him thank you because I've pulled out this paper multiple times whenever I've come across the floor denying relativity.
I feel like T. Bothwell, is that what it was?
Yep.
Oh, Tobias. I do know Tobias. Yeah, no, he's oh God, he's such a chill guy.
Well, if you talk to him and it comes up in any way, like he has my thing.
Oh no, he would be totally into that actually.
Every time a floor's like relativity doesn't exist, I'm like, we've
Oh
got red
God,
tips. I
no, yeah,
don't know what to
like
tell you.
it does exist. We can measure it. This lab has measured it, and by this lab I mean the lab that is run by a man that I worked for and was close with for many years. And the lab that I'm talking about was less than 100 feet away from the lab that I worked in. And I knew many of the graduate students, like all of the social ways that you could know somebody, I did, and all of the physics ways that you could know somebody. Well, okay, I don't know all of them personally, but I'm definitely exceptionally well situated to learn them all personally.
I think when you're talking about timekeeping, it stems from what we did with quartz, and then what we did with the cesium. What is it, 138? Where we're counting like 9 billion something oscillations per second and defining it.
Yeah. So the cesium standard is
about to die.
What was that? Sorry. My
Oh, hold on, I'm probably robot-y.
Don't die.
I said the cesium standard is about to die.
Hopefully. God, can only hope.
Well, you just said why it was gonna die.
So the cesium standard is related to the oscillation frequency between the two different like radio frequency states of the overall like sort of ground state of the cesium atom, and that frequency is by definition 9,631,770 oscillations per second. I paused there to make sure that I had the billion versus trillion versus million conversion right.
See, this is
That
why
is
people
the
should just give the
definition.
10 to the power. All right, then you don't have to do that.
Yeah. So the way they, but for the record, the way these clocks work is that you have a cesium atom and you send the cesium atom through a part of your chamber that is exposed to this radiation. And that radiation is being held at a very precise frequency. And so it goes through this area and then it goes up and then you zap it with a laser. And if you're able to tell that it's there when you zap it with the laser, that means that everything is working the way it's supposed to, and that the thing that you're exposing that atom to when you launched it up was in fact the correct frequency. And you do all of this very rapidly so that you are always comparing, okay, this is a tuning fork that is supposed to vibrate at this frequency, and you're constantly saying, yes, it's vibrating at this frequency, and you're using that to build a clock. That was probably a terrible explanation. Sorry. But you're always using a tuning fork that the actual resonant frequency you can calculate with basic laws of physics, and you're comparing that to the thing that you measure. and then you correct the thing so that it vibrates your tuning fork as much as it can be, and you do that in a cycle constantly.
One of
And
my.
if you,
I'm sorry, if you're still going, I thought you were.
no, I'm done. I've been done.
No, you're fine. I was just in case. One of my friends is obsessed with making a light clock. Sorry, that's the point I was getting to. You know, mirror, photon bouncing between them. Light clock.
Yeah, you have to be able to. So if you want to make a clock, you need to be able to ensure an absolute reference. And light bouncing between two mirrors is not the best reference on its own. On its own, it's not.
I was going to say he might
With
inadvertently
an
make
atomic
a.
reference, it's amazing. They are amazing if you combine them with an atomic reference. But you need something that is going to have an absolute frequency standard. And an atom, in the absence of an electric and magnetic field, is,
pretty good.
if you choose the atom right, going to provide an exquisite frequency standard.
You just have to choose the right atom. There's a lot of atoms. It's a hard choice.
Yes, strontium is a good one, and the reason strontium is a good one is because it has a demonstrably, experimentally, like unambiguously determined smaller dependence on ambient magnetic fields compared to other atoms.
Didn't know that. Okay, we were talking about light, and one of my favorite electromagnetic effects for light, because you did get asked about, isolating for E&M, is the Zeeman effect, where a strong magnetic field causes a split in
I
the line.
love the Zeeman effect. The Zeeman effect might be my single favorite effect in the entire field of AMO physics.
It's an important one for astronomy, because that's like how we figured out that sunspots have high magnetic fields. From the Zeeman
Right?
effect.
It's important for atomic physics because, I mean, we use that to calibrate magnetic fields and like to control the position dependent effects that might influence a magnetic based trap in any sense, and there are a few senses in which that like makes sense. So
There's always a few, right?
And what
But no, that's
yeah,
advantage?
but only if you're a nitpicky bastard. You gotta be a nitpicky bastard for there always to be a few.
well. See, so I don't know how it is in physics land, but in like astronomy land, if you're going to like somebody presenting their paper or like a journal club or whatever, there is actually a forbidden question to ask, which is how did you account for dust?
Well, one of the
It's not
big
forbidden.
ways
It's
you account for dust, I imagine, I am not, for the record, I am not an astrophysicist. I am an atomic physicist. But I would imagine one of the big ways that you could account for dust would be by looking at the Faraday effect. You're gonna have
the problem is that all of your observations across like millions of light years are all going to have this dust problem, and you don't know where in your line of sight the dust was. Right? It could have been at the source. It could have been between the source and you. It could have been here at home. Like dust is an
fair,
actual
Frequency
hard
is you
problem.
get back.
what
Like
but
you look
what
for a
is
particular frequency, right? And if the dust was there, then it would change that or
So,
interfere.
so what
The
the,
polarization
so
would prevent it as well.
what happens with dust is what it'll do is it dims the luminosity of whatever you're looking at. But
Yes.
you don't really have a way to quantify how much because you can't see the thing without looking through the dust. Like it's dust. Dust is one of those the hard unspoken problem
Test
in
test
astronomy.
Would you count that as like an ambient noise factor?
Basically is what it boils down to. So right, if anybody is familiar with astronomy and knows the magnitude equation, like you just end up adding a factor onto the magnitude equation and like going from there.
Fair
But
enough.
like
I was going to ask earlier about the disadvantages you saw in the cesium standard versus that matrix, which may redefine the second in the future.
The cesium standard is not. So if we redefine the second in the next 5 years,
it would just basically know constants to a finer degree, right? Like it would just increase the numbers we have that define a second, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Fundamentally, it would increase the precision. My opinion would be the best candidate would be a strontium standard, but it could be a mercury ion standard. Aluminum ion and mercury ion clocks are very precise, and ion clocks tend to be. My intuition is at least they're a little bit easier to implement, which is an important factor for defining a new standard. Like the ease of implementation so that you can have dozens of laboratories across the world recreate it is genuinely and validly a very important consideration. I think that strontium is an excellent candidate because strontium, you have an intermediate transition at the 687 nano. Sorry,
Did you say you're
689
biased?
nanometer line, and at the 698 nanometer line, which is annoying because you got 689 and then you got 698 and it's like God is like, hey, you're bad at keeping digits correct. Go fuck yourself. Sorry.
See, this is the problem I have with physicists. They use made up units like nanometers instead of angstroms like everybody else.
Oh, come on.
The joke there, guys, is that angstroms are just meters, but with a different exponent on the 10 to the whatever.
Yeah, there's just a factor of 2, right? Okay, it's like an angstrom is half of a tenth of a nanometer. I can't remember. God damn it.
It's like a tau versus pi debate, almost.
It is. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Basically. It's the same debate that physicists and mathematics. It's in the same vein as the debate physicists and mathematics have had forever over whether it's theta then phi or phi then theta. It went in spherical coordinates. I guess I'm
Now,
the only one who
were
knows
you
that.
saying that the relativity was measurable at the nanometer scale? And I was wondering if that was related to the standard or not.
Repeat that. Sorry.
When you were talking about, I think, was it relativity over a nanometer scale or something?
100 micron scale, so 1,000 times larger. But still small.
I might have been conflating the
Yeah, no. So the way that is determined is that you'll have you'll have lasers that interfere with each other in multiple directions and provide localized little boxes that you can store atoms in. And you're able to tell if you have exactly one or more than one atom in each little box. You're able to do that. And you're able to store these atoms in these little boxes in a big cube. So you have 2,000 of them stored horizontally, and then vertically, and then
so
longitudinally.
what I'm hearing is that you're basically measuring the redshift or blue shift within that matrix itself, showing.
Exactly. You have this big matrix of atoms, and you can determine where these atoms are to, a part in 1,000. You know very well where they are, and each of those layers responds measurably differently based on how high it is versus the center of the Earth. And so you're able to see that the atoms at the top behave noticeably differently than the atoms at the bottom. So you're able to directly measure the gravitational redshift over a few hundred, 100 micrometers, maybe 200 micrometers. That's crazy. Okay, for the record, that's crazy. Like, back when people were predicting gravitational redshift, the idea that this would be measurable was a complete pipe dream.
And it sounds like that would assist in measuring local geoid equipotentials and such like that.
Yes, and eventually it will. Currently, the ability to relate those measurements to an absolute frequency still has enough variance compared to other methods that an absolute measurement based on that is not yet the state of the art, but it will be in 10 years, would be my bet. We are at the level where it is impossible, or will be very soon, it is impossible to synchronize clocks. When you synchronize two clocks, that means that, okay, you know a moment when they're both ticking down and then up at the exact same time. And then if you look at it some delay later, you know exactly how many cycles of down and up each clock ticked. We are at the level where we can measure that so precisely that if you have those clocks at different altitudes by a very small amount, they simply will not tick at the same rate when you compare them against each other. And if you have one clock that stays at a specific position, then because of the tectonic shifts of the Earth, it is going to raise a centimeter or two over the course of a year. And it
GPS
will
just got
not
busted.
tick the same.
Oh man, GPS monitoring just got busted. That's phenomenal.
Well, it didn't get
okay, so
busted. It got pushed to the limits of its first order applicability. That's what happened.
If I put this clock on like a model train and I send it going in a circle, will I be able to see the difference?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Take
this clock and
That's not
carry
the
it and
interesting
see how
question.
slow you can get your time to tick.
The interesting question is if you do the same experiment on an identical track 2 centimeters higher, will you see the difference? That's the interesting question. And the answer is now becoming yes.
No, what would be even more fun is just like, here, take this clock. See how slow you can get it to tick in comparison with this other clock. Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's how we lock lasers. We overlap 2 laser frequencies and we look at how fast the signal oscillates, and then you use that and you process that and compare it to a reference signal, and you're like, okay, I want to keep these 2 lasers so that this signal looks exactly like I expect them to look if they were exactly 100 megahertz apart.
I have a question. Would the a stationary clock in carefully isolated in a lab, would that be reacting to tidal forces?
By stationary, do you mean with reference to like the walls of the lab?
Yeah, stationary as you can make in a lab. Yeah, whatever you want to
Yeah,
define
okay.
a stationary
Yeah.
clock. Would it be affected by the diurnal tides?
Yes.
Thank
I believe I'm quite certain that the answer is yes. This is a measurement that I have not yet seen unambiguous demonstration of with atomic physics, atom interferometry technology yet. It could exist, and I may not be aware of it, but I believe that it has not yet been performed.
Ooh.
It's one of those things. It's one of those things you can never escape.
Oh, if we could do Bell.
Exactly, and what you're asking for is a relative phase shift in interferometric measurement at one point in the lunar cycle, and then at a point diametrically opposite, which I think would be about 2 weeks apart. Is that right?
No, I'm just talking about every day and every night, the diurnal tides.
Yeah, correct. No, I'm asking for
So
the most exact.
as well, you talk about you talk about the redshift or gravitational time dilation. I said, would
Yes.
that be evident in like a tide chart, diurnal tide chart?
I'm not aware of an experiment that demonstrates that, but it should be. I
now
don't know that anybody's actually looked at it and analyzed the data in that way, but it absolutely should be. I may simply be unaware of it.
All right, Tapio. Here's the plan, right? We build this clock. We get this clock, right? We've got this phenomenal, absolutely great clock, and we've already got DMOC as the RNG, and then we just run a Bell inequality with the clock and DMOC.
Well,
We're pushing two frontiers.
I mean, if DMOC is our standard for intellectual certitude, then I don't see how we can possibly fail.
Oh no. He's more an elaborate RNG device, right? Like, we're gonna do the same thing as the guys who fed scripts into their RNG device to figure it out. We're just gonna use DMOC's words.
Okay, yeah, but like they didn't feed like malware into their scripts, right? Like that's what you're proposing.
No, it's just information. The content doesn't matter, right? It's just ones and zeros in an order.
Yeah, that's not how programs work.
It reminds me of the company that used a large wall of lava lamps to generate randomness.
I mean, that would be less toxic than DMOC. I'm just saying.
I mean, it would be less toxic, but like it wouldn't be as funny.
That's
Only
fair.
if you drink it.
You know who we should ask?
DMOC?
Yeah, we should ask DMOC. Is DMOC here?
should.
Oh, DMOC's not. I don't see DMOC here.
Yeah, DMOC's not here right now, sadly.
Well, you
But
could. Well, yeah, but you could. His protege, No Tanks. You could ask him.
I don't. No Takes and I don't get along because I operate under the fact that I can't 100% know stuff, and he doesn't like that, which is fine, I guess. I like living in my Bell inequality violating reality. It's fun.
I mean, you probably just think you understand quantum physics, but you don't actually. But
You're probably exactly right.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand quantum mechanics about as well as I understand the Mariana Trench. Which is to say that I think like maybe 5 people have truly understood quantum mechanics.
Oh, well, I mean, the word truly there is doing a lot of work, right? Like, I'm not going to commit myself to that nonsense.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, who would I say probably knew QM, right? Bohr, Dirac.
Well, yeah, but so I will say, and, if people think I'm a dick for saying this, then, fair enough. But I would say that I understand, at an intuitive level, quantum mechanics better than 99.9% of people.
I'd agree with that. I would agree that you probably do have that ability.
And
so, did I ever ask you which interpretation you hold to?
I hold to Everett for sure. Yeah.
So many worlds. Yeah. Okay. Same one I do. So I do like retro causality as a solution for Bell's inequality. That one sounds fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, that's why it sounds fun, right? It's probably like the exact same feeling Einstein had when Gödel walked up to him and was like, "Hey, so I solved your equations for a rotating universe and some weird shit in here."
Yo, I will say Einstein was like very strongly committed to any perspective that respected the equivalence principle at a level that,
I mean, Einstein was so great that even though he absolutely did not like quantum mechanics, he managed to write 2 absolute bangers of a paper that are
Einstein. Yeah, no. Einstein, in my opinion, unambiguously deserved at least like 4 Nobel Prizes.
Yeah, we had this discussion with Tony.
he got 3. I think he deserved at least 4.
Oh, speaking of Tony, Tony's back. Tony, do you have a favorite interpretation of QM?
No, I don't. I don't dare try to interpret QM.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there are multiple interpretations that seem to sort of work. I don't. I do know that I hate the multiverse theory. I just despise that.
I'm so sorry because that's the one I do generally subscribe to.
The one that I have the similar reaction to, Tony, would be superdeterminism. Superdeterminism I'm not a fan of. Like, at all.
So I do feel to sort of lower the tone of the conversation. So I've got a debate against Kyle Adams coming up in a few days, and I'm just wondering if it is it worth my while doing doing some slides explaining Newton's laws of motion because he seems to be having real problems with them.
Is that taboo conspiracy?
No, it's Kyle Adams is the professor of the Flat Earth Institute of Science. He's the Mormon guy.
The fuck?
I mean, I do enjoy cutting them off at the Newtons. Like that's always a good place to just also be like you need to have some common understanding, and Newton seems like a good place to build from, if that makes sense.
Well, except that it isn't. He just cannot. So, for instance, one of his big problems is, let's take Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration. So his argument is, so if I wander up to a really heavy rock and push on it, there's no acceleration, so there's no force.
That's dumb and wrong and bad.
But
and
you got a normal force. The third law lets you know there was a force.
Yeah, but
he also doesn't understand the third law. He also doesn't understand the third law at all.
So should you just start at the first law and just go F equals 0? Here's what happens.
I mean, I guess I could. He hasn't shown any disinclination to accept the first law. So maybe that is a place to start. But he cannot understand that actually, so if you're going up to a rock and pushing on it, there are other forces than the force you're applying. In fact, there's friction. And you need to overcome the friction before you can accelerate the rock. If you don't overcome the friction, if there's no net force on the rock, so the rock won't accelerate. It's just simple, so he's sort of bright enough to ask some questions, but then bright enough not to answer his own questions, which I find sort of frustrating.
It might be worth it to build off of the common ground. If you can get the first law, then maybe you can get the second.
I literally watched him for the best part of 30 minutes struggle with it. So he's I don't know. I just don't know how to sort of. I don't know. And this is supposed to be a flat versus globe debate, so I'm not even sure that the laws are going to come up. But do you think if I say that the force equals rate of change of momentum, is he going to agree with that? Does anybody agree?
I mean,
with
I
that?
could. I obviously agree with that. The derivative of momentum is a force. Maybe I just don't know if he'll be. I don't know. Like maybe he'll agree and then just go, well, since the rock didn't move, then the force was 0. But then I think you're back to where you started from.
Yes. Well, it's the it's net force, and I don't think he understands that. He
But
doesn't
when you're
understand.
when you're dealing with an object that's like 1,000 times bigger, there's got to be like that's like trying to, like you said, like a boulder with a pea. Sure, there's a force, but there's more likelihood that the pea's going to splatter.
I see what you did there.
So that might be a good way to bring it to it. Funnily enough, right? Because then you can also note that the flattering is the third law, and it might be crass enough to get his attention.
It might be crass enough to get his attention.
Like
I'm just
a layman myself, and when I've been waking up at about 5:30 in the morning here in Australia, and it's been quite clear. And seeing the belt of Venus personally, it's really helped me like grasp that, like, yeah, that's Earth's shadow. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird to me, sort of, that they don't get up and they don't actually do astronomy to any level. And it's even weirder, like you talk to them about how long they've been in flat Earth, and they'll tell you a decade. So in any of that time, did you bother to study any geometry whatsoever? No. Why would I study geometry? Well, you're arguing about the geometry of an object. Don't you think that geometry would be handy in that discussion? And they just, no.
Yeah, they bring nothing to a gunfight because if you measure it, they don't like the measurement. You talk about astronomical phenomena, sunrise, sunset, eclipses. They dismiss that. You talk about it physically going to the South Pole, they dismiss that. So there's nothing left for them to agree, to acquiesce to, unless you have a 93 million mile long tape measure, and I don't know what the hell you're. So it's so frustrating because they have 100 dodges because they have such a superior opinion of the fact that measurement can't be done. Measurements mean nothing.
Yeah.
Partial measurements, I believe, can be done. And like Tony and I would know, in Australia, you can go east to west within the South Australian Northern Territory border, which is more or less on a line of latitude, about -29 or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's worse than that because shape requires no measurement, no maths. Shape is a simple observation. We have shape and then we move on to dimension. Now, if they want to argue dimension, that's one thing, but they won't even grasp fundamental shape. They say sunset doesn't happen because that's an illusion, although they see it happen. So there's something everybody sees, they deny. The dome, to many of them, is real because nobody sees it. So they embrace the unobserved, dismiss the observed. And that's like, fundamentally hang up the phone.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are to some extent trapped in a delusion.
that's a fascinating thing because many will admit that there's a Tropic of Capricorn, for example, and the sun vertically up doesn't go any further. Yet that's difficult to show.
And then of course the speed of the sun would have to increase when it's on Capricorn versus Cancer, and no explanation for that. They have no explanation for how it would even stay up, and then what law of physics causes or allows a sun to be circling over a disk. And it's like, but you broke the law of second law of thermodynamics. They broke every other law. They have no laws of physics of any kind.
Well,
Yes.
I was thinking about like just the equator itself in regards to Polaris. It's like if your star is on the horizon, then make a triangle that's 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 0 degrees.
Yeah, but that's points of light in the sky. That means nothing to them. Because with the sun locked into, going around, between Capricorn and Cancer, then, when you're in Melbourne, how the fuck does sunrise happen in the southeast?
Well, they'd have to concede that true north or geographic north doesn't exist.
No, the sun can do whatever it wants because God. That's the whole
Yeah,
thing.
they don't bother to explain anything in terms of forces, like what keeps the sun aloft, what keeps the moon aloft, what causes them to move, why do planets move, what causes asteroids to move, what causes comets to move, why do stars show proper motion, why do they show aberration, why do they show parallax. What is causing all of this? There must be multiple different physical effects, hundreds, thousands of them for each of these processes, and yet they just don't care. They don't care that their model involves just a multiplication of entities.
That's why I said keeping it simple, just a simple observation of shape, and augmented with simple measurement. They'll just run all over the place denying all of these things because they don't know, and they'll tell me nobody can know. It's unknowable. What's the shape of the Earth? We don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody will ever know. And then, yeah, hang up the phone. They want to deny the existence of satellites orbiting, polar orbiting satellites. That level of denial is just, insurmountable. That's, if they can't acquiesce to the current state of technology that they use, enjoy, and depend on, then, there's no point. That's why Eden, carries on. He goes, because of Bible, it's like, it's not even because of God. It's because of Bible. Bible somehow, by an interpretation, can imply flat. Therefore, all the measurement, all the technology, all the reality means nothing because Bible. And that's insurmountable.
And this is why crappy epistemology pisses me off. If you don't have a way for falsifying certain beliefs, or at least not accepting unsubstantiated beliefs, then you've lost all connection with reality. You can't come back.
Yeah, I
will
do
point.
think at the end of the day, something religious would aspire to wisdom, but unfortunately, people like Dean Odell will just go, "Oh, if this and that happens, it must be a globe," and then do a 180 and go, "Oh, was Satan?" It's disappointing.
It is disappointing, and Dawn. So there's a reason that I won't debate MC Toon on the subject of whether or not the resurrection occurs, and that is because Toon doesn't claim it as an observable reality. In the chat, MC Toon thinks that resurrection is possible, even though it's not possible. It's just a weird, somebody's personal beliefs. I'm not going to attack them as long as they concede that they're just personal beliefs. Well, I mean, I think everybody's biased to some extent, but I don't think I'm being particularly biased in this case.
I mean, that's my general position, right?
That is the type of event that isn't quite testable or quite repeatable unless that particular divine being chooses to do it again. And possibly more publicly.
So it's not entirely falsifiable. We reject it because of lack of positive evidence that such a thing is even possible. But if somebody has a personal revelation from God, or what they perceive to be a personal revelation from God, that convinces them that such a thing is possible, then it's impossible to argue against that, because I can't tell them that they didn't experience what they feel they experienced. I do suggest that they should be, cautious about personal experience, adducing personal experience, but they don't introduce these personal experiences as though they're external evidence that everybody should listen to. And so, I'm very happy to be tolerant of people's religious beliefs as long as they're not trying to impose them on other people. And that's the big problem I have with Will Duffy. Will Duffy is, to my mind, a science denialist along multiple axes, who just happened to fund a very effective anti-flat Earth experiment. But that doesn't make him any less a science denialist when it comes to discussing, the science around evolution, or the science around the age of the Earth, or the science around evolution, or the science around abiogenesis, or the science around cosmology, the history of the early universe. And when I tried to take him to task for this, he came to the conclusion that I was too intellectually dishonest for him to talk to anymore. So yeah, he is really bad at biology. In particular, I think, and the particular thing that offends me about Will Duffy is that he is trying to enshrine his moral and religious convictions as law, and that's not what the law is for. The law is not about dictating your moral position on other people who don't share it. It's about, laws are about ensuring social function.
And Duffy's his impetus or his drive to make that Antarctic trip was because flat earthers were trying to use the Bible to impose, as their evidence of flat. He thought that was such a misuse of Bible. So then he goes into young Earth, and I'm going, wait a minute, I'm seeing a little hypocrisy there.
I will say that, yeah, that's been one of my biggest things here is when I got to this community, it was shortly after I got here that I learned about the final experiment and Will Duffy, and some of us just because we were talking about it and everything started looking him up. And when we were finding things that showed that, and we were like, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? We were treated pretty badly by the community. And
yeah, and I think that's sorry, Coco, I didn't mean to cut you
off. No, go ahead.
Well, I think it sort of, I feel like I feel from my perspective, sort of greater sapien was the person who sort of really advanced exposed sort of that Duffy is somebody we should be pushing back against. And then Professor Rob Parks brought it to further attention to the point where I felt I had to sort of, have a discussion with Duffy that I found incredibly frustrating because, he claims that the age of the Earth is not a salvific issue. It doesn't determine whether or not people go to heaven or not. I think I said or not twice, but anyway. But in that case, why are you so stocked up on young Earth creation talking points? And in particular, why are you trying to impose your religious beliefs as law? Again, I can't emphasize this enough. It's not what laws are for.
Yeah,
100%.
When I saw that video of him at the state capitol telling the legislators that he bought web domains with their names on it, and if they did not vote the way he wanted, he was going to smear them on those websites when they were running for re-election and stuff. It was just horrifying that he wasn't even arrested for messing with politics that way. So to hold him up as some kind of arbiter of truth and goodness just because he paid for a trip. I mean, you can like the final experiment as much as you want, and yes, it did get months worth of content and stuff. But when people legitimately bring up, yo, I don't like what he did and I don't like him, to attack those people just for having their own stance on it was harsh. It was a really harsh beginning to the community.
Yeah, well, it's also blatant corruption, right?
Yep.
Somebody gave some money and somebody did something that had positive effects that you approve of. Therefore, everything that they do is something that you approve of. It's the absolute opposite of what the debunking community claims to stand for, which is that we objectively assess the evidence. And it's a sad reality that globers or anti-flat earthers are tribalistic. Many of them are not actually motivated by a desire to propagate science and understanding. they're motivated by a desire to yell at people they don't like.
Yeah.
Somebody criticizing Duffy very easily falls into that category, and I think that that's what happened to you, and I'm certainly very sorry that that did, because to be brutally honest, Duffy and I never actually got on. I think that calling it the final experiment was a stupid decision, because it obviously wasn't going to be the final experiment. It wasn't going to end flat Earth. It did more damage than I actually thought it would. But it was never going to be final in any real sense.
Can I tell you something funny that has nothing to do with disliking Duffy? But
sure.
I'm usually more careful about saying it because I don't want people to think that's what I'm doing. There is, as a history student, there's another reason I hated it being called the final experiment.
Yeah, okay. I hadn't put that together, but yeah, there's another common phrase that starts with the final. Yeah, so
very distasteful to me, but again, I understand that is my own biases, and other people are not going to see that. But just because you said you didn't like the name, that's the reason I didn't like the name, because it hits a nerve with me.
Well, that's understandable. I hadn't actually put that together, but yeah, and it just like I mean, we can all be grateful for the final experiment and the way that it worked out. There are multiple axes on which I criticize the final experiment. In essence, Jared was cured of one conspiracy theory after having 50 grand dropped on him. So how much do we need to drop to get him to how much do we need to pay him to get to admit that the moon landings are real, or that the Sandy Hook shooting wasn't staged, or any of the other conspiracy theories that he's so deeply immersed in? It's just not an efficient way to fight misinformation.
Yeah, it wasn't a re-educating Jaron trip. He was just a witness. He was just a witness, and he just said, yes, because we know him to be in the flat. All the other conspiracies, yes, in his pie chart, we pulled out one wedge. Got that. But it did create a rift to where so many had been so absolute, does not happen, cannot happen. If does happen, Earth cannot be flat. And then they completely backpedaled. It was just to rub their noses in it.
Yeah, and I mean, it was more effective than I kind of imagined it would be. I sort of imagined that the flat earthers would be more organized in their response rather than schismatized by it. But it hasn't shaken off the limpet flat earthers. They're still rusted on.
Well, hopefully it just makes them look more stupid, because they've had to put more things in the they don't know column. More things in the, God did it column. And the crazy ones had to get crazier.
I'd agree, because the hand waving of the CGI or the computer graphics engine not quite understanding chroma key, it just gives me the impression that they're really good at like hunting through Will's background, but aren't really good at hunting through like the legitimate evidence that you could probably do in person with your local astronomy club or anything like that.
Oh, it was totally unnecessary, and they're picking apart the 360 cameras is extra stupid juvenile. Extra stupid juvenile. Oh, they don't like the shadows. Yeah, go take a 360 camera out and just make a time lapse in your own backyard and see what happens. They want a video, they demand a video, they get a video, then they hate the video. So we got to stop giving them videos.
Yeah, please.
Well, and I said that earlier in chat too. Like, I only come in here to spend time with you guys and in VCs like this, where we can talk and learn things and stuff. So when the FEs are in here, the religious FEs are in here doing their crap, spreading their hate, I'll just make fun of them and laugh at them. And then they want to know why I don't contribute anything. And I just tell them, you never listen to anything anyway. I'm not wasting my time being yet another person who gets information for you or shows you any kind of science or anything because you never listen.
You tell them Coco Monoco.
So I just don't do it. Well, you're one of my favorites, Slitzy. So for you, I would look for something.
Oh, thank you.
Because when I say that, I don't mean every flat earther in here. I mean the hateful ones. The ones
I'm not as such a flat earther, but I definitely don't believe we went to the moon and we're not on a spinning object.
Yeah, and you're allowed to think that, and that in and of itself would never make me dislike you or anything. I'm just talking the hateful ones. I can't be fucked to look up anything for them, to answer anything serious for them, to watch any of the crappy videos that they want us to watch that will prove something. But that's just me.
Yeah, I was going to ask whether any of that gyroscopic precession was in any way convincing to Earth rotation or not.
Zero.
So, Schlitzy, serious question. If it isn't Earth rotation that's causing the gyroscope to precess, what is causing it to precess?
Who knows? I don't know.
So,
do you know?
Do you understand? Do you understand how laser interferometric gyroscopes work?
You've lost me there.
Okay, so you fire lasers around in a circular pattern. They're in phase when they start out. You recombine them. If the apparatus isn't rotating, there should be no phase shift. But we measure a phase shift from which we can work out how quickly the apparatus is rotating. Why does that happen?
And how is, like, what's your understanding of it then? So, like, what is the variable?
So if you imagine a circle, and you're sending light one way around the circle and light the other way around the circle, and while that light is in motion, you move the circle a little bit, you rotate it in one direction. Now one of the rays of light is covering less distance than the other ray of light that has to travel further to get around. So they're not getting back to the same point at the same time. One of them's getting there earlier. Okay. So as you rotate the apparatus, the one that's heading opposite the direction of rotation will get there first because the thing's rotating towards it. The other one that's going away from the rate of, that's going with the rate of rotation, it has to travel further because the sensor is traveled away from its initial point. So the two light waves are traveling different distances. Therefore, there's an interference pattern. There's a fringe pattern when you recombine them.
About? What is the split time?
Well, it's not much. It's quite slow, but it's large enough to cause a fringe effect in the interference between the two waves.
So
the rotation effect is about 2 pi divided by 86,400 radians per second.
So in layman terms, what would that reduce to?
That's 1 revolution per day.
And how and what size would that
degrees
circle?
an hour. I beg your pardon?
And what size would that circle be?
Well, you can build them of various sizes, various different sizes. So there are a couple that are meters on a side. Some of them fit on a computer chip. Some of them fit into something the size of a cassette player. There's a big one in Germany that's 12 meters on a side.
Is it true that you could use something like optical fiber to do
Yes.
like a lap time? Yeah. I also think
we can
with,
do the same. We can do the same experiment with matter waves, which is to say, with clouds of Bose-Einstein condensate. They also show a Sagnac effect. We can do the same with superfluid in a toroid. If there's no Earth rotation, then there should be no flow through an aperture in the in the toroid. But we do observe a flow in the toroid, and it agrees with a rotation rate of once every 24 hours. We can do the same with a mechanical gyroscope. We can do the same with Foucault's pendulum. We can do the same with the Compton generator. We can magnetically levitate a plastic ball and see it precess as the Earth rotates underneath it. We can, there are multiple different styles of gyroscope that we can set up, multiple different experiments that we can, by which we can detect this process. And every time we do them, we get a rotation rate of about once every 24 hours.
Yeah, but they're not uniform, are they?
I beg your pardon? What do you mean they're not
uniform, are they?
What do you mean by they're not uniform?
Well, uniform is what I mean by uniform. You know, like say you have a size, no matter what, you'd have that. You'd be able to measure that distance or that discrepancy throughout, whether it's a big circle, small circle, you know.
Yeah, so if you're arguing that this is some form of experimental error, why do different experiments using completely different physical mechanisms all give the same result? So a mechanical gyrocompass, a laser ring gyroscope, a matter wave gyroscope, a superfluid gyroscope, a magnetic levitation gyroscope, they all produce the same observation. They all show rotation at about once every 24 hours, about every 24 hours. So why do they do that? It can't be experimental error because they're using completely different mechanisms, completely different physical mechanisms.
If you've got something and it's going around, you know, like how many times have I heard, you know, globe people going, "Oh, that surface is not flat. If you looked under a microscope, it wouldn't be flat." Who's to say that's not the reason why you have that?
Because if that were the reason why, if it was some random error in each of one of the
it's
reasons
not a random error.
So you're assuming that there's a bias. Okay.
No, I'm just saying that there's a possibility.
Well, it has to be a bias. It has to be a bias in the experimental setup because it's giving consistent results. The only way it can do that and not be accurate if there's some bias in the experimental system setup. But this is why we've used entirely different physical mechanisms, because they can't have the same bias. If they're using different physical techniques to measure the rotation, they cannot have the same bias. They cannot be biased in the same way. So what you're claiming is that there are half a dozen different techniques and all of them happen to be biased to give the same result in different ways.
This is why I said, so the discrepancy of doing this experiment is uniform in every, you know, way possible it can be conceived with different apparatus. It all yields the same results, or is it different? Is it, you know, like
it yields consistent results. But my problem with your terminology is that Earth's rate of rotation is not uniform. right? Earth
Well, it
does
is.
not rotate. You need to let me finish speaking. Earth does not rotate once every 23 hours, 56 minutes. That's approximately right, but it's not exactly right. Earth's rate of rotation varies through time.
Okay. So how do you know? How do you isolate that discrepancy where it could be the effect of your experiment? How do you?
So,
I'm
that's
just.
a good question. That's a good question. We make so we can test, right? So we can put a gyroscope. We can put a gyroscope in the laboratory and keep it still, and then we can rotate it at a fixed rate. Okay. So, and does the instrument detect the rate of the new rate of rotation accurately? Does it record that? And so we can test, we can put in an input, we can program, okay, now rotate it in this direction at this rate. Does the experimental apparatus pick that up? And yes, it does. So we now know that, and we can determine the sensitivity of the apparatus, which is to say how big a signal it can detect and how small the errors are in the apparatus. So we can establish through a series of experiments that our measurement techniques are very accurate, and that it's very repeatable, and that they do accurately measure rotations when rotations that we control are applied to them.
I still struggle. Like, I'm not a scientist. I'm not claiming to be, but I do struggle with the fact that if you're trying to assume that we're on a rotation, how do you mount something independently of the
I can probably
object that you're trying to?
how that might happen.
Okay,
Let's say you got the mechanical gyroscope and it doesn't have any pendulous vanes or anything. It's just a rotating wheel. What you can do is just change the axis from being like facing north to facing south, so you can compare at 180 degrees. It's a similar concept for how a builder can make sure his spirit level is correct by drawing a line of the wall and just flipping it over and making sure his left to right is the same as right to left.
Well, I might be able to shed some light on the level and flipping it over. Why would you do that? Why would you flip the level over to see if your line is level or not? That doesn't make any sense. That's a redundant, super redundant action.
If there's a slight manufacturing error, you can.
It's actually a fundamental thing. There is a style of gyroscope called a Compton generator, where you've got water in a tube. You let the water come to rest, be stationary for a long time. You flip it over its vertical axis, and it starts rotating because it has the opposite. Because of inertia effects, the water is still rotating in agreement with what Earth's rotation is. But now you've rotated it, and that momentum is carrying it in the opposite direction because it isn't being acted on and slowed down. So rotating something about a vertical axis is a very common test of the accuracy of a rotation detection device.
But it still must have influence, because if you can't independently mount something to detect something is moving, spinning, which we can't feel, and we don't sense, I find it very hard. How, I've thought about it myself. I was thinking, like, how would you be able to mount something? Like you have these pendulum tests, and I kind of think they're kind of a little bit. It's a bit of a parlor trick.
Isn't this just you don't see how it can happen, therefore it can't happen? Isn't this just personal incredulity?
Well, it's common sense as well, because I'm using common sense. You're trying to detect motion on something, that you need to be independent to, you know, to conclusively say this thing is moving.
Yeah, but so I can rotate a gyroscope at a rate of one. You know, I can set up a ring laser gyroscope and I can rotate it at a rate of 1 hour a day in order against Earth's rotation. So I can set it up so that machine will register zero effect. There will be no rotation measured by that instrument. Have I not just demonstrated that there is a default rotation operating on all the other instruments?
Yeah, but it's not independent, is it? It's not independent.
Independent of what? You can't use a term like
independent of the thing that you're trying to find out if it's moving. That's called independent.
With all due respect, sir, that doesn't make any sense. I don't need it to be independent.
Oh, hold on.
No,
I think
no, you
you
need to
do.
be. You need, so let's take, for example, the detection of electromagnetism. You will agree, I hope, that electromagnetic effects cannot be turned on or off, right?
I suppose they're constant, but they're variable.
Yes, they are constant. They cannot be turned on or off. You will also concede that despite the fact we cannot turn electromagnetic effects on or off, we do very well understand how they operate, and we can do experiments verifying the laws relating to electromagnetic forces. Correct?
I would imagine, yeah, I can see that.
Okay. So the fact that we can't turn Earth rotation on or off is not an impediment to understanding Earth rotation. We don't need to be able to do a control in which something is stationary and experiencing no rotation in order to determine whether or not a rotation is occurring to Earth. That's not valid scientific methodology. You're asserting that, you know, this makes it improper science, but under that definition of science, we can't say anything about electromagnetism, which would contradict what we just said earlier, that we can say meaningful stuff about electromagnetism.
So then you're referring that electromagnetism is spinning around, yeah?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that if you reject the claim that Earth rotation is always on and we can measure it, you say, well, you've never measured it with zero rotation, so you can't really say anything. Well, we've never measured anything with zero electromagnetism. We've reduced electromagnetic effects. I'm still talking, and you might sort of, when you interrupt me like that,
I thought you
get
paused,
the impression
so like, sorry, there's a little bit of a delay.
That's okay. So if I take your argument that because you haven't measured it with zero effect and I apply it to electromagnetism, we have to throw out all of electromagnetism. But electromagnetism works. So what I'm saying is that your epistemology is inconsistent. You accept it when it's applied to electromagnetism, you just don't accept it when it's applied to rotation, even though they're both the same case. We can't turn electromagnetism on or off, nor can we turn Earth rotation on or off, but we can measure both effects and understand and manipulate the determinative factors.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I would imagine electromagnetism that's physical. You know, like it's a thing where you could put some like conductor, and you know that's going to light up, and you know that's there, regardless of any action it does. You know, like there'll be something where you can measure it. It's present. It's the saturation, whether it's, you know, I don't know. I'm maybe not the best person to word this, but you have that saturation where it's in effect. You're in a position on the ground or whether you're up in the air, whether it's higher or lower. You'll be able to measure that effect. Whereas rotation, it doesn't matter where you are. You can't measure that. You can't you know, go up to the mountain and say that, oh yeah, I can see the Earth spinning now, because you're always going to be fixed
But we
to the thing
But we
that's moving.
can design instruments. You know, but we can
Yeah.
design instruments that are measuring it. This is like saying, I can't see an atom, therefore atomic theory is wrong.
Have you ever
that
seen
doesn't
one?
work either. But no, I've never seen an atom.
I don't think anyone has, have they?
Well, somebody was talking about a photo, but I don't think they're using the term meaningfully. Yeah, nobody's seen light bounce off an atom. They're just too small in wavelength for that to occur. But we design similarly. No one's seen a radio wave, right? But we
No.
can detect radio waves.
But we know they're a thing. We know
Yes, we know
thing.
they're a thing. Similarly, we design instruments to detect rotation, and they detect Earth's rotation. I don't see what the distinction is between the two cases. You admit that we understand radio waves and we can detect radio waves with the appropriate instruments. Okay, we don't feel Earth rotation. That's fine. We know what the accuracy of the human vestibular system is. It's not great. It's something like a degree a second. It's fairly crappy. Any rotation less than a degree a second, the human body just can't pick up. And this is a big problem for pilots, because pilots often end up under a very mistaken apprehension that they're flying level, when in fact their plane is nearly dropping out of the sky because it's tilted to one side or the other. As long as it does it slowly, if the pilot has no visual reference frame, they can't detect it. So this is why instruments are important. This is why aircraft have instruments that will detect that rotation and will show it. And this is again, and they use gyroscopes, just like we can detect Earth's rotation with gyroscopes. So we've got these accurate instruments that are much better than the human sensory apparatus. We use them to keep aircraft level and to stop them from dropping out of the sky, and we can use the same instruments to work out that the Earth is rotating.
I don't think the level's used to you know, maybe it assists, but I don't think if your plane hasn't got a level, I don't think it's going to drop out of the sky.
No, it's a gyroscope. They use a gyroscope, not a level.
A gyroscope.
Yes.
What I mean to say, right? Look,
I
the plane has that as a guide, because when it goes into cruise, you know, like when it's cruising, and that's when it's flying level, but it's not level because it's got its nose up, and that has to adjust for the effect of aerodynamics. So, you know, I would imagine if you flew a plane level as, you know, straight without the nose up, I would imagine that would start to, you know, like when you've got a rope and you're moving the rope up and down and you've got that ripple effect. I'm sure that is the reason why they fly with their nose up.
The wing shape and the nose direction are two different things, though.
No,
and what I'd like to give an analogy for is like a boat captain has to tilt the bow of his nose down on a globe about as much as a plane pilot has to dip the nose down for his plane.
In water, isn't he? He's in water, floating on the surface of the water. Why would you?
But that's exactly how planes work, right?
Pardon?
So planes follow isobars, which are surfaces where the pressure is equal.
Right.
So a plane follows an isobar. So it is essentially following a surface where it is floating on the air underneath, in much the same way that a boat, and not exactly the same way, but in much the same way that a boat is floating on the water underneath. They're very analogous situations.
Well, I've always wondered why a plane has the airspeed the same as nautical miles. I've never worked that one out. When then they've started to put ground speed in. So you've got your airspeed and then you've got your ground speed.
Yeah, airspeed and ground speed are very different things because of winds. Right. So
Yeah.
if you're flying with a wind, it can increase your ground speed. If you're flying against a wind, it'll decrease your ground speed. But your speed relative to the air is much easier to detect because you're just.
And I would say that the nautical mile system is more applicable when you're using degrees, minutes, and seconds, like you would on the globe. Yeah.
Well,
and
there's
but
some reason for it. I don't know which. I mean,
but the the fact that they're using knots or nautical miles an hour for airspeed, that's like feet and meters. It's okay, right? And the performance of the airplane is based on the airspeed. So if it needs 267 knots of airspeed, nobody cares what the ground speed is. He has to have that. He has to have that 267 to stay aloft.
I would imagine you play golf.
No, why would you imagine that? Doesn't matter. It's completely meaningless.
I think you'd like to play golf.
Okay, we're done.
You don't play golf?
That's fine. You're aware of how tanks drive over an uneven surface, and that would more or less keep the bottom of the tank clear of the ground at a certain altitude. When the plane's keeping its altitude, it's keeping congruent with the level of the Earth.
Hold on, I'm going to struggle now to find the relation between a tank and an aeroplane. Sorry if I'm absolutely flabbergasted and
is congruency.
A simulation of that.
Yeah. So when a plane's keeping its altitude, it's keeping the same height above the particular surface.
That's your interpretation of it.
It's just how much higher position
it's not following the contour of what it's flying over. Otherwise, it would be dipping up and down constantly, as you know. It's just it goes up to a certain height, and it will just maintain that height. It's got nothing to do about the ground.
So it's maintaining an elevation above sea level, not above not following terrain, but following sea level, and not following sea level directly, but following a pressure strata in through the air. Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't prove a plane's flight doesn't prove you're on the Earth unless you apply your Earth, your globe mathematics. There's no reason to just look. A plane flies.
Yeah, if the gravitation of Earth was a saddle, the congruency of the airplane part would be in a saddle or like a Pringles chip. It just so happens that the contours of gravity don't match flatness at all.
No, what you're assuming isn't, like you can dress it up with all your terminology. Earth's saddle, Earth is a cockpit. The plane flies from A to B. Yeah, it's got like 4 actions. I think you've got the plane takeoff is going up. You've got the descent, and then when the plane is actually in motion, it can bank left and right. It's like very primitive in, it's ingenious, but very primitive in its actions. It goes up, goes down, goes left.
I've got an idea to explain it.
It doesn't fly in. It doesn't fly in the park. It goes A to B. Exactly what it's designed to do. A to B.
Yeah. And
it doesn't hug the contour of the Earth, because you would feel that. Because like if you went over, say like you're flying over a plane and there's a big valley, it's not going to drop down to 1,000 feet of the valley. That's not going to happen. So it just maintains a set altitude regardless of what's down below and regardless of what's up above. It's maybe they've designed it and they've done aerodynamic tests and they've found a happy medium of what that height is to fly at constant speeds of that speed, because like what I
Yeah.
said, if you've got a rope and you go up and down and it's got that
What's your
ripple.
point? What's your point?
The point is, you're talking nonsense when you're telling me that the plane is hugging the contour of the surface as it flies.
No, he said contour of gravity.
Oh,
He did
no.
not say. He did not say topography.
Oh, stop. Right, now you're getting into things that there's another thing we can't see, we can't detect, but it's
Okay.
there.
What
Are
I
you saying we
feel-
can't detect gravity? Is that your opinion?
Yes, it is my opinion.
Okay, we're done.
Yeah, go on and
That's
fuck
fair
off.
enough.
Talk to someone else, Shubil. We was having a decent conversation. You come in with your snide remarks.
Yeah.
What is it for? What's your point? What's the point you're making? All your silly, I've got theodolite. Yes, and then you just told me the other day it comes with a what is it? A solar lens of
give you a sort
infrared
of
lens. What an
experiment
absolute
before you
liar!
go on. Can I
Absolute
give you a
liar.
thought experiment before you go on? So you're quite happy with water being level. How about a layer of atmosphere
Is it level?
that
Because
is,
you will tell me it's not level.
I know I'm happy to use your terminology, and
Well,
would
it's
you
not my
accept that
terminology. I can't sit here and categorically tell you the sea is level, but I would imagine that it's definitely not,
Yeah, there are some places that have
turbinary.
some relatively still lakes, and we could acknowledge that most of that still water would be in your mind level, correct?
Well, what about in your mind? How would you perceive that lake?
Oh, it would be level, but I'm going to help you understand altitude by helping you understand. You would
Then
acknowledge that.
I'm gonna help you to understand something as well. Yeah.
Yes, you've.
Slithy,
I would like to just see where I'm going here. I'm just trying to. Let's see if the guys in the globe agree with my analogy, and just sort
I'm
of.
sure they're not gonna. I'm sure
If
they're
they
not gonna
disagree,
contest
I
it.
might be wrong about the globe too. Like I'm okay with being proven wrong. So what I'm thinking of is often I get given the figure of atmospheric pressure at about 14.7 psi, right? And above that would be about 14.6, and above that 14.5. All that we're really saying is the plane flies along the contour of something approximately like that same sort of contour of that atmospheric pressure.
Yes, a plane flies at a pressure strata, so say about 9 psi, and it's just hugging that 9 psi. Wherever that goes, if it goes up a little bit or down a little bit, it stays in that strata.
You know the plane don't go up and down.
do they not?
It stays in
Slithy?
that strata. It stays in that strata.
Do they-
Wherever that strata goes, the plane goes.
It maintains. It goes up to a certain height and it maintains that height, regardless of
There's
what you
no
want to
such
put
thing
in
as
it and
turbulence, is
what
there not?
kind of placeholder you want to put on it. But it just goes
There's
up
no
and it
such thing
goes
as
up to the
It flies by
turbulence. Turbulence
barometric
doesn't exist.
altimetry. It flies by barometric altimetry.
whatever.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
there is
It
turbulence that's not up and down.
got some like engines on it and it's flying and it's got some rudders and that's to make it help it keep that shape.
I think what I was trying to do is eliminate some of those erroneous factors to help you and myself elucidate that like as the air pressure above us decreases, that layer of atmosphere would be level. Because
oh my god, I can imagine what you're trying to say, but like if you're trying to convince me and bamboozle me, well, you definitely bamboozled me, but I think you're trying to make it very, very complicated, and it's it's much more simple.
Yeah.
So why was all the tests for aerodynamics done in a lab on the ground?
What I hear is you interrupting me halfway through my sentence.
Yeah, well, you're not making sense anyway, so
Well,
regardless.
I understand that, so I'm going to rephrase.
Okay.
So, you would understand that if I have a rope with an anvil on it, and I hold my fist at water level, and the anvil is 1 foot below water level, if I drag my fist, the anvil stays at the same depth, right?
I'd love to see this experiment. I'd love to see you with a rope tied to an anvil, holding it, maintaining it under the water 1 foot. I'd love to see that. So if you're going to
By
do an
anvil,
analogy,
he
do
meant
an
a 2-pound
analogy
hammer.
which is
Yeah,
physically
by anvil, he just
possible.
meant a 2-pound hammer.
Oh, an anvil. Oh, I'm going to walk into the shop. Excuse me, you got an anvil? And they bring me the anvil. I go, are you stupid? I said a fucking anvil. Give me the 2-pound hammer. I reckon he would hit me on the head with the hammer.
Schlitzie, the level of intellectual dishonesty on display here is really quite breathtaking.
Oh,
Is it
no,
the
it
case
isn't.
that
You're
you
trying
are
to bamboozle me with nonsense, and I'm not having it. I'm not accepting it.
Is it
I'm
the
not.
case that you are so terrified about learning something that you are throwing up as much chaff and distraction and misdirection as you possibly can to avoid being led to a fact? Or are you prepared to perhaps indulge the are you so secure in your knowledge that you can actually explore this thought experiment meaningfully and honestly with your interlocutor? Which is it?
Someone put him in the other room, and then he left.
Okay.
But yeah, you're
Well,
correct.
Rui,
He's
I
not
wanted to
honest.
congratulate you on getting a massive shout out today.
Just mute people. Just soon you will alienate everyone, and they will not come here. Then you won't have anyone to argue with. Just your globe girl.
We would rather not argue.
Using the appropriate weight. That was my mistake, and I was probably mistaken in using.
You're calling me stupid, right? You're calling me stupid without actually insinuating the word or actually using the word.
By using an
And I
anvil.
turned around
I
and I
admit
told
my
you exactly what I
mistake.
thought.
I admit my mistake. I used an inappropriate weight for you to convey my meaning. That was my fault for using an anvil, and I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. That's your choice that you chose that analogy. It's not. You don't have to be. You don't have to apologize. All you have to do is look for or explain something in a way that you could physically do it yourself, not something hypothetical. Because this is all what it's about. It's about hypothetical. You're giving me hypotheticals.
No, we aren't, Schlitzie. We're giving you stuff that is actually measurable. So you are claiming that there is a thing called level and that sea level is level. Well, sea level is not flat. You can look up a map of sea surface height, and it's not flat. You can look at a map of the geoid, where all the points are on an equipotential surface, and it's not flat either.
You're in Australia, yeah? You're in Australia.
Yes.
Are you in the capital? Oh, not the capital.
Yes.
Are you in Sydney?
I'm in the capital.
Okay, so but the other place is not so far away, Sydney.
No, and neither's Brisbane.
Well, Brisbane's. I'm not suggesting Brisbane. I'm talking Sydney to Canberra. It's not too far away. Yeah.
It's about 300 kilometers. It's about 200
hour and a half.
miles.
Yeah.
It's about 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. Well, depends how you drive. I drive like a lunatic. Take me about an hour and a half. I've been there. I had to go there to renew my passport, which I thought I lost, but I didn't.
Okay.
Which I found evidently. It was in my golf bag of all places.
Yeah.
Off the plane, Moore Park. So if anyone asks me, does Australia exist? I've been there several times. So yes, I do know it exists. And anyway, So what
All
I
I
was
was
going to
really
say,
trying to say is like a simple weight, like a fishing lure or a little sinker below the water level
yeah,
would
or anything
stay at
with
the
weight.
same height, right?
You could
Would
put
stay
anything
at the
of
same
weight.
depth. Yeah.
I suppose the smaller it is, the more influence it would have with the tidal movement if the tide has
Yeah,
movement.
and that's why I went with something heavier earlier, but we can have various weights that would let our rope be a certain depth in the
Okay.
sea, right? And
I've got
so
my mind fixed on this. You're in there, you've dropped
yeah,
down, say like even a plumb bob. You've dropped down a plumb bob with an extra big weight on it.
yeah, just in the
Perfect.
water, and we can stay a certain depth around the globe, no worries, because more or less the center is
It's going to be marginal, but there's going to be a bit of movement down to wind it or anything. Yeah.
yeah, and in a similar way, keeping altitude is just keeping the plane above the average water level at that certain height. No different than changing the depth of the sinker. We're not really changing the height of the airplane as it goes around the various curvature.
Well, I struggle with the curvature, but I got, if the plane's flying along and it's got that maintaining that sort of weight at a set, but you're flying over water, that doesn't make any sense to land. That's why I can't see how you're making the comparison, because you're flying over a body of water. Then when you fly over land, it's undulating, it goes up and down, you've got valleys, mountains.
Yeah, you're quite right. The higher we go, the more we can avoid the land. And that just gives us a good grasp while we're up in the air to use the sea level instead of the random terrain changes. So we know some of the highest peaks. We want to avoid them, so we keep our
What is the
plane.
highest peak? Let's go with that. What's the highest peak?
From the center of Earth, it's Mount Chimborazo, I think, in Ecuador.
What, that's higher than Everest?
Highest above mean sea level is Everest. Yeah.
And how high would that be? Above mean sea level?
About 29,000 feet or 8,848 meters.
Let me think. What do planes fly at?
40,000 feet
Typically about 30,000.
Yeah, between 25 and 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're capable of 40.
Really,
There's
like
no
the 30,000, the 25,000 feet are just sort of like
Yeah,
domestic sort of short haul flights.
But Oblate is correct. They are capable of going up to 40,000 feet. Should
Oh
need
yeah,
this.
I'm not. I dare say it. I think
to avoid Everest.
Concorde used to fly 45,000 feet, wasn't it, or 40,000 feet?
I think actually Concorde went higher than that. But I'm not.
Concorde's record height is something in the 62,000 feet, roughly.
I think that the idea of Concorde was that they were stratospheric, right? But regardless,
Supersonic, I know that.
Why is the altitude? Why is the height reached by Everest such a problem for planes? Know where Everest is, they can navigate around it, and they routinely.
I know that you know what it is. They've set a height. Why have they set that height? Then? Tell me why they've set that height.
They've set that height for multiple reasons. One, there are multiple factors in aircraft design. One is the thickness of the air that you're going through. The thicker the air that you're going through, the more the more inefficient you are, because you're pushing against air resistance. So thinner air gives you greater speed. On the other hand, less oxygen means your fuel is less efficient. So you have to change your engine design if you want to operate at extremely high altitudes. and at low altitudes, you've got better maneuverability. So because the air is heavier, the control surfaces have more leverage. So those are the various factors that go into play in choosing cruising altitude. But for the current generation of engines that we've got, 30,000 to 40,000 is their optimum operation range.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's most probably several reasons why, and you'd have to look at the most obvious ones, which would be, I don't know, like
regardless of capabilities of altitude, flying level can be done at a reasonably steady rate for about 10-15 minutes at your chosen altitude above this average sea level.
Yeah, there's no the plane, as you know, it's just flying along. It's not going up, it's not going down. It's just it reaches a height and it maintains that. That doesn't give validity that you're on a ball. That it really doesn't. In fact, I'd say it was less likely you're on a ball, because this is why I went to Sydney. I wanted to go to Sydney, and I wanted to talk about the Sydney Tower, the restaurant there, because that rotates very slowly.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why? Where did you hear the claim that planes demonstrate that the Earth is spheroidal? Because I've never heard that claim.
God, and what did you say again?
If I were demonstrating that the Earth was spheroidal, I'd go about it in a completely different technique.
Wow.
And I was just explaining the compatibility with a globe with an atmosphere maintaining level flight.
Well, there you go. There's your claim that, a flight of a plane is proven that we're on a globe. We're on a ball.
Compatible, not proven. And what you should probably remind yourself of is
hold on.
What we're considering is evidence, not proof. Proof is more mathematical realm. We're talking about tons of evidence that you yourself could probably do one day. If you choose to take up surveying, you could do reciprocal angles over a lake.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So these are things that you can do.
Just let me know when you're finished.
I have finished now that you've interrupted me. Yes.
Perfect. Because you kind of paused, then you go off and again. So like I'm
I do need to breathe. I do need to breathe.
Okay. Well, look, firstly, I want to apologize for my incapacity of understanding, globe theory. Yeah. Sorry about that. But I'm struggling, which I said from the start, I'm struggling. I'm trying to understand. Yeah, it doesn't make me any stupider, don't make me any smarter. But what I struggle with is you're telling me things which you're saying one thing, and then on the other hand, you're saying, no, I'm not, but you are. For you to tell me that a plane flies around hugging the contour of a globe, of a ball that we're supposed to live on, I'm calling bullshit, and I don't believe that. And there's no convincing me of that. I've taken many flights. I'm just telling you about. I've visited Australia. I've been very kind of a lot of places. Really, I don't want to blow my own horn, but there's places I've been. There's places that I ain't been, but there's a lot of places I've been. So I'm very accustomed to flight.
Well, that's good. I was just explaining how flight is compatible, not necessarily a proof or a sheer amount of evidence. I was just explaining the compatibility.
Do you know another thing I struggle with? I've been on flights, and we're coming over a city. I know I'm over a city because, obviously, what I'm looking down below at. You're over a city, and I can't identify, a car. I know it's a car because I can see the headlights, but I can't see the car. I can just see the headlights of,
Yeah, that's
And
common.
I think to myself, I think to myself, well, I'm on a long haul flight. We must be 35,000 feet up. That equates to how many miles? How many miles does that equate to?
6 or 5. I'm not familiar with miles myself. I'm a metric person, so forgive me.
Okay. How many kilometers then?
11 kilometers is 35,000 feet.
It's around 5 miles, more or less, yeah? So I'm up high in the air where refraction isn't so much. So there's not really, I don't know, I must be looking through something for that to be sort of undistinguishable. Not every time this is, don't get me wrong, it's not a constant I see, but there's times when I'm looking down and I can't even make out the shape of the car, but I can see the lights of the car, so I know that's the car. What it is, if it's a lorry, if it's a van, I do not know because I can't see the form of that. And I'm only 20, say, let's put a figure on it, 35,000 feet above the ground.
Yeah, and you're
and
right
then
to
you
think.
walk down to the beach.
And
we walk down to the beach. How far do we see?
I would say as much as the atmosphere and the curve allows, but you may say differently.
How far do we see? That's a fair question, don't you think? If I can't make out,
it does depend on
looking
what we're
down,
looking at and the conditions where we're looking at. So when you're talking about objects appearing smaller and you may not be able to tell what they are, what I think of as I'm very far away from a town and I see the street poles, but I'm not exactly sure how tall they are. But I get a better and better idea once I get closer.
But I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny. Nowadays, they have a kind of happy. That's the same with the plane. They have a kind of happy height which they're set at. It serves the purpose of the street light. You go. It doesn't matter where you go. They're all the same. There's a couple of places in the UK. I must admit that the street lights are really low and they're kind of weird. You're going along, all of a sudden, boom, they're half. They look like they're half the distance or the height of, the standard.
We more or less understand that the street lights are more to illuminate the road from above. And
so there's a happy height. I would imagine that's generic across the world.
Oh, it could be state by state regulations. It could be anything. But when you're talking about not being able to see the make or model of the car, whether it's a lorry or not, that's similar to being...
I'm not talking about the make or model. I'm just talking about the shape of the car. It's impossible to determine the shape of that car because all you can see is the headlights. You can't even see the form of the car. I just got two lights. I know it's a car
because we don't have Nikon P90s for eyes. Yes, that's quite observant of you.
Yeah. Well, when you're taking that many flights, you kind of notice these things over time.
Yeah. And when I was studying graphic design and other such things at school, when we were learning about perspective, and you could draw street lights shrinking towards a distance.
Can I tell you when I first really noticed it? Flying over the Alps. I was flying over the Alps. So when I flew over the Alps, and I was going from Spain to Switzerland, that's when I noticed it. I thought, oh, fucking hell, how? Yeah, I've noticed it the other way as well, going Switzerland to Italy, the south of Italy, and then flying into Switzerland. I thought, oh, same effect. So it's weird. So it's that mountainous area which was causing this, like this being not able to see the shape of the car. So I don't know.
And sometimes when we're very far away from the mountain, it's hard to tell the shape.
Yeah, we can do mountains if you want. I know about mountains.
Yeah. And that's generally the case, like when you're very far away from something, the smaller it appears. And
See,
there's
the thing I struggle with. The thing I struggle with, you've got 1,000 experiments. I'll give you your dues. You've got loads of experiments, and you've got and you build tools to confirm that this is, like, I've never, when people say, I hear people arguing, I go, I guarantee in a minute they're going to say that they've built a fucking machine to measure this. It's going to be a something meter. And rightfully so, they pull up, we've measured it on this device and it's purpose built to take this measurement. But the thing what we was discussing earlier with Tony, and he was telling me that you're kind of talking about splitting hair. It's like what is it? I can't even think. I can't even think of some of the things because it's beyond me. But we're arguing over the hair's width of something, and you're saying that is 100% the reason why we've got this discrepancy of the width, half the width of a hair. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like if you want to really be accurate about something, and some people want to be pedantic and want to be accurate, sometimes that hair's breadth matters.
But how can you be accurate when you can't put your hand on your heart and be 100% certain?
Because you know how wrong you are. You know you're going to be a little bit wrong, and you know how little wrong that's going to be. And
but you're confirming, the consequence. You're saying it's
I don't know if
this
that's
or it's
true,
nothing.
because we have something called error margins, and what I've posted below is a relatively famous picture of the Lake Pontchartrain, I think it's called.
Oh my God! Don't start me with
What
that.
do you think about the legitimacy of that curve?
Let me have a look.
I'll give you a better one to use in future. Oblate. Let me give you one.
Let me have a look.
This is one of many thousands of examples of the same location photographed by many amateurs and professionals alike.
Yeah, but you get that. I could go down to a few streets, and I can take a picture and give you the same effect with lampposts in a line. No big deal.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I can.
To give you an idea, this is roughly a 15, 16 mile length of pretty much straight power lines that are pretty much evenly spaced. So, I don't know. I'm just looking for the flat Earth answer to that.
Do you think those they're the ones for the electric? Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think they're all different sizes, or do you think they're just one size? That's my question.
I could go there and measure them.
Well,
I really wanted to.
Do that. I don't think you have to do that.
They're all the same size.
They're all the same size, or were they built individually?
They were built to carry electricity over the lake.
Yes, but do you think they were built all the same size, or do you think there was variations in this?
Manufacturing wise, like house frames or anything that is rigid, they would have jigs and they'd conform the power lines to a particular measurement. It wouldn't surprise me if they're not all within 2 inches of each other.
Yeah, we're not. That's the spirit. We're gonna split hairs on discrepancy or marginal errors. Yeah, because they're gonna be. If they say that they're 5 meters, they're all gonna be 5 meters. Believe me.
Yeah.
So with that said, you're on a lake. You need to install them on a lake. I would imagine that they had to put concrete podiums on that lake.
Absolutely correct. And that's what connects the
They would
upper
have to
pylons.
isolate. They would have to isolate that from the water, because if they set the concrete, you can't. Obviously, you can't do the concrete in the water. So there would have to be. They would have to pile that ground, put in the steel, pour the concrete.
I think you could submerge a tube and fill it with concrete and rebar and make sure the supports for your power line are quite structurally sound. Yes.
So we know from that, they would be set at a depth, and it's not about they would set it at the depth which they deemed was like to.
The contours of the lake is to raise the power levels above that lake level.
No, it's that the podiums are there. The number one, they're there to
They could be
support.
varying height. They're just meant to be above the water.
But see, don't you build kitchens? Did I remember you saying that?
I don't build kitchens, mate.
Oh, didn't you say build something? You construct or put together? I thought you constructed or put together something. I vaguely remember you saying.
I don't. What's a kitchen got to do with that? Yeah,
well, I thought you did for work. You built something.
I installed kitchens. I've not built any. They just come as a kit, and you screw it to the wall.
Oh, so that's what you do. Oh, my mate does that. Is that what you do?
No, I don't do that, but I've done that. I'm a carpenter. It's come
it's
under my.
Okay, so carpenting. Would you sometimes measure something and you wouldn't be able to know exactly how long a bit of wood is, but you could get it to within a millimeter? Or how close could you get a bit of wood?
160, 132?
If I've got a drawing, and I go by a drawing which someone's computer generated on CAD, most of the drawings are on CAD. Sometimes they don't work out, Why don't they work out? Because in reality, some things don't work out, and your magic computer has just fucking pinged it.
I just don't understand the relevance to the picture of the lake with the power lines on it.
I'm trying. He's arguing about very small numbers, and I'm trying to point out to him that he already understands the idea of tolerance.
Yeah. You ain't gonna get tolerance. There's not going to be no tolerance in that installation of those power lines to make that curve. That's just your perception of what you're looking at. And you can go down to a road and look at the street lights and why they sort of peter out in the distance.
Roads, I don't know if the road's curved. So I'm using the lake example because I understand from you that you understand that the lake water is level.
Yeah,
so
but the road isn't curving. Listen. The road is not curving. The road isn't curving. It's doing the same. And now you're coming with me. Oh, the lake isn't curving, but it's doing the same.
How do you know the road isn't curving?
Because I know it ain't.
How? By what method?
Because it's not.
It's not.
No.
How do you know that it's
not? That's exactly why I used the lake, not the road. And as soon as you mention the road, you're avoiding the lake topic. So you
I could go into my hallway. I got a really long hallway.
That'd be great.
I could go and get a packet of dominoes this afternoon. Line up the dominoes. I know my floor is level. We can put a level on. Hold on.
Dominoes. Power lines on the lake.
It's all right
yes
for
or
you
no?
to. So it's all right for me to be.
Power lines on a lake. Stop changing the topic. Are power lines dominoes?
Is this how you win arguments? Just talking over people?
No, I'm just asking you a simple question that you answer.
So, listen to the analogy. You told me an analogy, which was absolutely a crock of shit, and I'm now going to give you a physical one, which I can actually do. Yeah, so it's not a hypothetical. This is something that I could actually do.
No, it isn't a hypothetical. It's a real place which real people go. And
no, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about what the guy told me about having a weight on a piece of string, maintaining it 1 foot under the water. Yeah, that's hypothetical nonsense. Yeah. So I'm going to give you an
thing
analogy which I
can
could carry
actually
out
really
this
do.
afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
But you don't want to
So
listen
you
to
can
that
pass
because
some
you know
dominoes
that
to
I'm
height
right.
of
That's
that
the
power
reason
line
why
or
you're
not?
trying to disrail it and talk all over me.
I think we
But-
can wind it back and have fun. I might have somewhat wound up the room, and I'm sorry for that. So I think you're saying, Shitzy, if I were to steelman what you're saying, you're like, I could line up dominoes on a flat floor, and I could
in
get
my
the same
hallway,
effect.
in my hallway, and
Yeah.
I could put a level on there, show you its fucking level, and I get the same effect. I get the same effect.
Okay, so I don't think that's true. I think you'll get all of those dominoes perfectly in a line such that if you took a photo of them, we could draw on that photo with a red straight line tool, and go and draw around all three visible corners, and the lines would remain parallel.
Three
And what we
visible
see,
corners? No, you'd have to touch
yeah,
them all.
you see the
wouldn't you?
bottom corner, middle corner, and top corner when you see a rectangular prism from any angle. You'll see three corners. So, but on the Pontchartrain, you'll see what Oblate's talking about, which is they bend down over a horizon.
Yeah, don't forget you've got compression of the camera lens.
Ah, so can you show us that with the dominoes on the floor?
Well, I haven't got that. I'm not going to be using such a lens, but I'm sure if I went into, I've got my camera here. I've got a P900. I could most probably zoom in and make that very, very different with the camera
So why
for
don't
sure.
you use the same lens that doesn't cause that effect on the horizon?
This compression of the lens thing, that's one of those disturbing flat earthisms that someone just says and it sounds like it's real, but it's obviously not. I know where this bullshit comes from.
Let's look at camera compression. Let's look at camera compression. There's a famous, the
So you're
longest
still avoiding the
line
lake.
of sight shot. Mount
Why are you running? Why don't we talk about Pontchartrain?
Finestrales.
I just find it interesting because you said on the dominoes the effect will not occur because your lens is not the lens that causes that. So why don't you use the same lens then on the horizon?
Lens isn't going to move where things are in your view. They're still going to have the same angular place. You can only just open up things up angularly. You can't make things appear to pop up and disappear behind things with a lens.
I think Schultze can do a valid comparison between photographing Pontchartrain with photographing the dominoes. I think it's a valid comparison. See if it can achieve.
Do the test. Let's see. Sorry.
Yeah, his dominoes aren't going to be miles apart, but hey, that's almost the same thing, right?
If you stack up, if you stacked up 20 of them in a row, like if you stacked up all of the dominoes dead straight on a table you knew was straight because you had a straight edge next to it, it would be a good test, and it would show that it wouldn't bend. It would be a good prediction.
I don't need to do that. I can go out to the street and.
To a street you don't know whether it's bent or not. So when you find hills, you go, "Hey, that's how Pontchartrain looks," and I know that road straight because it's how Pontchartrain looks.
Yeah, every time I hear the streetlight analogy, it always just pisses me off because nobody's gone and surveyed that street to be as smooth and constant elevation as water. You know,
I don't think.
Or the football field. I love the American.
If I was going to choose somewhere, Bill, I would go to maybe I would bide my time, and then I would go to maybe Amsterdam, or not Amsterdam, but Holland in general, where it's most probably deemed one of the flattest places you can go.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, anywhere that was like floodland, where you knew your height off a river that's moving relatively slowly, that river should have minimal elevation change.
Yeah,
and then you can do lots of
I'm
spots.
sorry
I
for
would test
getting
it, man.
fancy before. I just didn't see the validity of comparing dominoes that are 20 centimeters apart with towers that are about 75
Well, let's
feet.
do what you do.
It's just
Extrapolate.
equally sized
Extrapolate,
things
baby.
equidistant apart. And over a curve, we should see what you're showing in Pontchartrain, which is the lower ones start lower. That you can't draw a line.
No,
like when you get a line tool on a photo, you can't make them all line up.
You had a guy who lived in Louisiana. He said that he travels that bridge daily. He posted several pictures saying, "Look at this! Look at this! Look at this!"
You talking about Rakia?
Insane. Yeah. So you know,
Rakia, you know what Rakia also
don't have
says?
to.
Do you know what a dead straight quote, word for word quote from Rakia is?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. When I got down there, it looked curved. That's what he says. He says he got down there
listen
to
to
test
this.
the shape
Listen
of
to
the
how
Earth.
fucking
And
mad.
let me
Listen to
finish.
how
Let me
mad this
finish.
is.
Oh.
I was going to tell you another thing. Look how mad this is. I go down to the beach, and I look to my left and I look to my right, and it looks like it's coming around on a curve. How about that?
It's good of you to say. That's a generous thing to
I'm
say
not
in a
saying the
debate.
horizon is in any shape, form, curving, but when I look at as far as left as I look, it looks like it's coming in a little bit, and when I look to the right, it looks like it's coming in. But that's how we see. If you don't understand that, then you kind of
I think
you're
some
not paying
photographs.
attention at the
Yeah, I think photographs of that have been done with some very straight objects, and there has been a left to right change in the horizons.
Don't just because I admitted that, don't stop, please.
I'm just saying there's evidence.
You're begging the question. Come on.
So you are saying it looks curved. When you go to the beach, you see the horizon and you agree that the horizon looks curved.
In some places, yeah. Not every time. I give you this. Not every time. It's only when there is like a kind of humidity over the water that I can go. I live by the sea, so I can go down to the sea every day, and every day is kind of. So there's some days you could easily go down there and say, look, it's the same as yesterday. But there's some days which seem like the same day as yesterday, and you can't see even half the distance what you can see yesterday.
Right. So what we're saying then effectively is, regardless of which side of the debate you're on, you must agree with these two statements. The Earth appears to change in rate of curvature. If you were to just trust your eyes, the amount of curvature changes.
How about this?
And let me just say the second one as well. And neither of us think the Earth is changing size. So it appears to change size or shape, and neither of us think it's changing size or shape. And what that means is we can't trust how it looks unless you've got better tests. And I think, like, look at that video in the side chats, 57 minutes past the hour. You got to press play on it, soundly on Skeptropolis. Play that video. It's only 6 seconds. And tell me that doesn't look curved.
Is it in
It's in the omnipresence text chat, and it's a drone shot going from straight up to straight down, and it starts with the far side of Pontchartrain pretty much visible. It kind of fades out a bit, but the other end of the causeway is visible in the start of the shot when the drone is at the top of its elevation. And then it drops down, and the distant buildings, all but the top of the highest building, disappears. And then it goes back up. There is obviously a mirroring kind of refraction layer, but it's clearly curved. Or it appears to me to be. Do you think it looks curved, Schlitzy?
What's that shot you just did? That video.
Soundly did it. Do you think it looks curved? That video makes Pontchartrain Causeway looked curved?
How do you know that was a drone?
It's just my guess. But do you think that makes Pontchartrain Causeway look curved?
I want to know what that is.
Yeah, it's a video of reality. Do you think that makes reality of the Pontchartrain Causeway look curved?
You're saying it's a drone, right? We don't know if it's a drone. We don't know the altitude.
It's a video. I would say it's a video of a perspective that is changing in altitude linearly. It's going straight up and straight down. How it's done that, I think drone is the easiest guess. But however it's taken, it appears to show a curved causeway. Do you see that curved causeway, do you reckon?
Well, if it's let's visit. If it's a drone, it's using drones don't seem to have very powerful,
Who cares if it is a drone or a satellite, bro?
Cameras.
It might be making a good point.
It's going to be like zoomed at, so it's going to have that compression. It's going to be all distort.
Because it's a drone, or because how do drones do that cameras don't?
Kind of very limited cameras.
Limited cameras.
Yeah, there's a limitation on the camera, so that it's most probably a full photo. I don't know. You don't even know, do you? You're talking about something you don't know. You don't even know if it's a drone.
I think cameras record reality. Like if I see something in a certain orientation and I put the camera where my eye is, it records what my eye saw.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine me, if I was a flat earther, coming to you with this and saying, look, I got this, and you're going, oh, I want to know the source, I need to know this, I need to know that. But like, when you come, we've just got to accept it. It's just normal, yeah?
Well, I'm just asking you. No, you don't have to accept it. You can say it's not curved.
I'm not accepting it. I'm not in it. You don't know what the source of the video is. You don't.
I think it's
you don't know.
from
So we can talk about it all day long. I think it shows Mike Tyson in the toilet sniffing cocaine.
You don't. So you think this looks more like Mike Tyson in the toilet
you can
sniffing
see
cocaine?
Mike Tyson in the distance, you know, in a cubicle sniffing cocaine. You can't
That's
prove
what you
it.
think that video
You
shows.
can't prove it. You can't prove me wrong.
Is that what the video looks like, though?
Well, I think I can see that. You might not be able to see it, but I can see it. You can't see it. Therefore, you know, we can just be back and forth all day.
So,
you can see it. I can't see it.
That curve in front of it.
You know,
it's weird, man. To pretend to just nope out of looking at a video.
It's not your video. Look, we can do another one, right? Where there's the world's longest shot. Yeah, the guy was trying to say, "Oh, have you read his blog?" And I read the blog, which he gave me, and like one paragraph down, it says, "To his left." I think, oh, hold on. Am I stupid, or do I talk about myself in the third person when I'm making a blog? So then I go and find the guy's blog, and the guy's blog says nothing about curvature, nothing about refraction, anything, absolutely nothing. I read it in Catalan, I read it in Spanish, I read it in English.
You read it in Catalan?
Yeah.
What your friend? Catalan? That's awesome.
What your friend?
How come you read Catalan?
That's what your friend Max MXXXX didn't, you know, say.
Who's my friend Max?
Some glober has grabbed this, wrote an article with refraction and all that nonsense, and then said, like, yeah, that's the guys.
I noticed how
that sounds like an interesting conversation.
I actually posted his blog in English, Spanish, and Catalan, and it doesn't say anything. Absolutely.
Did it
I was
happen?
from Chile.
Chile, okay. Is he here now? Could we go looking at the Pontchartrain? Because it seems like Oblate and I have showed you what looks like a curved bit of water, and now you've gone from saying it looks like Mike Tyson sniffing cocaine in the toilets to I beat this guy the other day in a debate.
I think I can see him in the toilets on Lake Pontchartrain, in the toilet, in a cubicle, sniffing cocaine. It's quite high grade. That's what I'm getting.
Even if we ignore the video, what about the still frame photography evidence? What do you think of that still frame photography evidence, the still photos, regardless of the drone shots? What do you think of the still photography?
Let's have a look. Which ones?
Oh, mainly the power lines that show the curvature. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? You most probably say, like, oh, there's sun, 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. What'd you say about that?
This isn't about Antarctica, it's about the power lines.
Well, what do you want to say about the power lines?
Oh, just tell me what you
picture. How did the picture come about? Is it your picture? No, it isn't. What do you know about the picture? Fuck all. What are you surmising? Lots. What do I know about the picture? Fuck all. What am I surmising? Nothing.
But the thing is, real people can go there with real cameras and do this, and they have.
When you get your real camera and you go there and take your real picture, then you present your real picture with your real findings of what was happening on the day, then we can visit that. Yeah. Is that fair enough?
Only I can show my photo, but nobody else can.
Is that fair enough?
Sounds like fair enough. It sounds like you don't want to talk about any more Schlitzy, so maybe we can.
Well, I think we've run out of ground.
Pound you with it anymore.
Like, we can speculate, and we're not. Yeah, no,
it just means that if I ever take a photo, that another person can't use it unless they go there themselves personally. That's what it sounds like.
Well, when it's not your photo, and there's no what was happening on the day. There's limited information in photo as a photo. Yeah, so.
If I provide my own photo, that means someone else.
And now you're surmising. You're You're
go
appealing to
particular
authority
location
that
and
you
sort
know.
it
So we've
out.
got to appeal to your
So
authority that you
8
know exactly what's
billion
happening on
people
that day
that
when you know
must take 8
zero.
billion cameras to the same location.
Zero. Thank you for your communist view. Are you a communist?
8 billion people to go to
Are
the
you a
same
communist?
location with their
I
Are you a
cameras.
wonder how
communist?
many pictures
Your
and how
logic
many videos
requires
you
8
Are you a
billion people
communist?
to go to the location with cameras.
Are you a communist?
Yoshi, I wonder how many pictures and how many videos you have that prove the flat Earth that you took
I
yourself.
don't have. I'm not here to prove any flat Earth. I'm here to critique your nonsense.
Okay, well, I wonder how many pictures and videos you have that do, in fact,
I don't have to have anything because I'm not offering nothing. I'm just critiquing.
So you're offering
There's
critique.
the fucking difference. Don't you
So
like that? You don't like
If
that.
other people provide
don't like-
evidence, it
You
doesn't
don't
count
like
because I
that.
didn't do it
Not
personally.
critiquing.
Because it ain't yours neither. Oh my god.
Wait, so wait,
And even if it was,
one moment.
other people don't
Oblet,
use
you
it.
one moment, man. So you're telling me you're
And now
not.
you're getting AI to it.
Hold on for
Are
a
you from
second.
AI? Are you from
So
AI?
you're telling me you're not critiquing the globe Earth?
Are you AI?
No. So you're telling me that you are not critiquing the globe Earth?
No, when things become when you got pictures and they're not your pictures.
It's a no question, Mr. AI. Are you critiquing the globe Earth or not? It's a simple question. Damn, is it this quick to turn just a flat Earth
Not
off?
your picture. So you don't know what it was because you know your PhD. I know everything there is to know.
Okay, so are you critiquing the flat Earth or not?
And I am. Am I critiquing the flat Earth? Yeah, if someone presents something, there's some which are cringy.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
I'm saying, are you critiquing the globe Earth or not?
You need to know where you stand in it. Are you standing on the globe side of things, or are you standing on the flat Earth side of things?
Oh, but you know, I don't know what
you're now. Just even saying that you're all or nothing. So we're on a globe.
Yes or no?
Or we're on nothing.
Please.
No, it's
very simple.
Right, you answer my question first. Are you? Is it globe? Is it all globe, or is it nothing? Globe
I
or
don't
nothing?
have a position on this, on the shape of the Earth. I'm asking you a question. Are you critiquing the globe Earth or not?
No, I was critiquing the photo that you've submitted that you know nothing about, although you can talk about everything in that photo as though you know everything about it when you don't.
All right. So you have
That's
no
what I'm critiquing.
Okay, so you have no critiques to the globe Earth.
Well, if you're presenting pictures like that, no, I haven't.
No, I'm saying
what you're presenting is absolutely nonsense.
The ones you submit
My
and
question
take
is in
yourself
general.
personally.
Do you have
Oh, I can't. If you all talk at once, I can't understand it.
Yeah, I
I can't understand you if you talk one at a time. But talking all at once is
you're trying your
impossible.
hardest to circumvent my question because you feel like
It's like that. You're all talking.
So let me ask
at
the
once.
question again to you. I will pinpoint it for you. Do
Okay.
you have any critique in general to the globe Earth?
What, without having any evidence presented to me?
So
we can't present it because it's apparently not ours.
No, wait, Oblet. I'm gonna get this guy. Don't worry.
You're gonna get this guy.
Of course.
Oh, okay,
no
okay,
problem.
okay.
Absolutely
Come
no
on,
problem.
let's. I'm
Because
ready. I'm ready, Mr. Communist. I'm ready, Mr. Communist.
I'm not a communist.
You must be.
Well, you can fucking cry as much as you want and try to like create red herrings.
Don't get emotional. Don't get emotional because I'm kind of.
Look,
I'm saying that with a
you are a
smile on my
trans
face.
woman. I don't know.
I'm laughing.
Must be.
You're going all like, I'm gonna get this
You're a
fucking
trans
guy.
woman,
I'm gonna
I
fucking
guess.
kill him.
Anyways,
Don't
so
hunt me
the
down.
point of the conversation is again very
If I
simple.
give you my latitude
If you
and
have
longitude,
no
will you hunt me
critique
down?
to the globe Earth model, then therefore you have no position against it. So the conversation is over.
So was that rhetorical? Did you just give me a rhetorical? Yeah, I'm gonna
asked you
get this
5
guy.
times
I'm
if
gonna
you're
ask this guy. Then you gave me some rhetorical nonsense.
What was the rhetorical question?
It's a rhetorical question. Why'd you fucking answer it?
What's the
Why'd you ask it in the first place, you fucking imbecile? Come
What
on.
was the rhetorical question?
It was you just said, I'm going to get this guy. You asked me a question and you said, you have got no answer. Blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, blah, blah, blah.
I asked you 7 times prior, so don't say it was a rhetorical question. I asked you if you have any critiques with the globe Earth model in general, and so far you haven't stated a single critique. So therefore, then the conclusion that remains and only works is you have no position against the globe Earth.
You asked me that 7 times. No, I don't think you did, because everyone was talking over me. So maybe 6 of the times I didn't hear what you said.
In
And
fairness,
now that
you
you
were
actually
talking
said,
over him.
hold on. It's not
Well, I didn't
attacking.
hear the
I'm
question.
speaking to Mr. Communism.
You interrupt people and don't expect them to interrupt you. You're a hypocrite.
Oh my God.
Schlitzy,
You apologized to me earlier for speaking over me.
I don't want
Now
to do this
now
effeminate
you
talk
want to tell
where we
me.
talk about
And
how
I've
to talk.
received zero apologies from you for
Okay.
interrupting me.
I'm going to
Okay.
give you the floor, Schlitzy. Respond to the question. Do you have any critiques with the globe Earth model in general? Floor is yours.
Yeah, when they're presented to me with some nonsense, I'm going to critique it all day. But if you think I'm going to get up in the morning and go, "Ooh, what can I critique the globe model today?" No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, well, that's my answer to your question. I know you don't like it.
No, it's just you
know, you're in the communism world of, accept what I say and answer. Give me the answers. If I don't like it, I'm going to send you into,
That would be an authoritarian world. There is democratic communism where
Yeah, I don't think you're democratic.
authority.
You can't be
anyways,
democratic to all
I can
think.
be authority for you.
All
So
think
again,
without
I didn't ask you if you woke up today and had any critiques today. I, sir, asked you. Okay,
No,
let's
I
try
haven't
this
got any.
method with you because it seems like
today.
maybe you are not
Today's my
capable
day
of
off of critiquing the globe.
I'll
So
try. So
I'm
you
having a
know
me
the globe
day.
Earth model. Are you aware of the globe Earth model?
I'm having a me day. This is a me day. Me day.
Yeah.
It's like midday. It's coming up to
model?
midday. I'm having a midday. Me day.
Are you aware of the globe Earth model?
Am I aware of it? Oh.
Yeah.
Why would I be here if I wasn't?
Okay. Do you know the globe Earth model?
No, because it don't make sense. I've tried to get my head around it, and I can't.
Beautiful.
It begs more questions. It begs more questions than answers.
Makes you believe that the globe Earth model makes no sense? Which critiques do you have to it?
Well, the guy was trying to tell me, like we get on a plane and it's flying around this ball, hugging the contour, and that's not what we experience. Sorry.
Do you have a picture of or a video of said critique?
Do I have a video? Why have I got to present a video?
You have a video or a picture that you took yourself.
How many times do you get on a plane? Tell me, where's your video of you on a plane? Where's your video on a plane when you're asking me to provide a video
you yourself took
on a plane?
From said critique.
You're mad.
No, I'm not. You are the one who's mad.
You are. You're asking me for a video of me on a plane.
Or do you
Me
have
on a plane. Are you mad? My question is, are you mad? Are you mad? No. So why the fuck would I have a video of me on a plane, which ain't gonna prove fucking jack shit? So
you require
what's your point? What's your point?
Evidence that you made of you doing things.
Or a
if you don't have video evidence of that plane,
I'm asking the communist. I'm asking the communist. What's his point of me having a video on a plane?
Or a video that you yourself took from said critique?
No, I'm not going to be taking a picture. I'm not going to be taking a picture. Where's your picture? Where's your picture of you on a flight?
So therefore, your critique is mute according to your own standards. You cannot critique what you just critiqued.
Why? Why? you trying to put? Why are you
critique?
trying to put? Look,
You have,
listen, it's
since
the
we
communist.
established
It's
that
the
your critique
communist.
is mute
Stop.
according to your own
Stop. You're not on the
standards,
kibbutz
I
now.
will ask you now,
You're not
do
on
you
the
have any
kibbutz
other
now.
critiques
You're not on the
which
kibbutz
you
now.
have photographic evidence of
Oh my
that
God.
you yourself took?
Right. I don't get your point. If you've got a point to make, fucking say the point rather than, oh, if you do this and if you do that and if you do this. Just, if you've got a point, make your point, because like you're sounding very fucking stupid, you know.
Yeah, see how I didn't use
Doesn't make any sense. It don't make no
derogatory
sense. It doesn't make no sense what you're asking me. Oh, provide a, what the fuck? If I provide a picture or a video of me on a plane, what's it going to prove? If you can
you have
tell
a
me what's it
picture?
going to prove, what is it
You
going to
seem to not
prove?
grasp the
What's it going to
English
prove?
language. I didn't ask you, do you have a picture of yourself in a plane? I asked you, do you have a
No, I
picture
asked,
or
you asked
video
me,
of
where's
said
my picture or
critique
where's my
that
video?
you
Yeah, I
posed?
don't
That
understand
was the
what you're
question.
asking me.
I don't need a picture of you. I want a picture or a video of the critique you just put on the table.
You're mad. You're absolutely mad. You're
No, I'm
absolutely
not.
mad.
You're the
So,
one who is using
tell
derogatory
me,
terms.
tell
You're the
me,
one who is
tell
avoiding the
me,
question.
tell me.
You are the one who is becoming emotional, raising your tone.
I'm not
using
emotional.
slander
I'm
like
not
calling
emotional,
you
Mr. Communist.
stupid,
Like, look,
so on
it's
and so on.
painful as
Your
much
behavior is very
as
effeminate. You are avoiding the
painful as
question.
it
So I
is
will ask
to
you one
listen to
last
your
time.
mono.
Do
Your,
you
with your
have
point of view
evidence,
that
photographic
the
evidence,
standard
that you yourself have
RDM.
taken
no,
from
no,
the
no, no,
critique
no,
you
no,
just
no,
made
no.
towards the globe Earth,
Look,
or you said it doesn't make sense?
right, listen.
Yes or
I
no?
don't know what kind of what I don't know what you're
You're
trying to
stuttering,
do.
man. You're stuttering. Your engine is
I
not
don't know what
running.
you're trying to do.
Start
I
the
don't know
engine
what you're
again.
trying to do.
You're stuttering in your
You
own
broke
native
me
tongue.
down. You broke me
You
down
are
with
stuttering
your
fucking
boring
shame.
voice. You've broke me down. I'm on the ropes.
Yeah, you are stuttering in your own native tongue.
Boom.
Clearly, you have
I'm
nothing
on the
to contribute
ropes. Yeah,
to
I'm
English.
tapping. I'm tapping
So
out. I'm
since
tapping out.
the Socratic method,
I'm tapping out.
obviously
I'm
finished
on the
it.
ropes.
This
You've
person
done
is
me. You've
incapable
done
of
me.
answering you to the fact that he himself is not able to hold his own standard that he has put forward in this conversation with oblate user and what was the other guy's name? I forgot.
Oh
Sorry.
my God.
These two people will put a standard towards their critiques, right? That he himself cannot hold, unless he can show us any photographic
Can you
evidence
tell me?
of
Just
a
wake me up when
critique
you've
of the
stopped.
globe Earth that he
Poke me
himself
with a
has.
stick when you've stopped.
The critique that you don't understand, the
Poke
point
me
that
with
you
a
ask
stick
for,
when you've stopped.
is called hypocrisy. You
Yeah,
are
poke
a
me with a stick
hypocrite.
when you've stopped.
I'd
You are a
agree, Artie. That I'd completely agree that when he says you must provide photographic evidence for your thing, but I don't have to supply any, is a hypocrisy. Yes.
Yeah. When you're talking about people's photos as though they're yours, when you know zero, and there's
So
zero,
they are not allowed to draw
and
conclusions
there's
from pictures
no
taken by other people, but you can.
support of what's
Don't you find
happening
it
on the
weird that you
day.
have
I call
a
bullshit. If you got a fucking problem with that, that's not my problem. That's your
No, you
fucking
have a
problem.
problem with it. Nobody here
Oh,
has a problem
stop
with it.
it!
Only you.
Look. I'm tapping out with you. I can't.
You
The
could tap
voice has
out
done
because
me.
there's
You've done
nothing
me
more
with the
coming out
voice.
of your
You
mouth
just done me
than
with the
gibberish.
voice. Imagine
Again,
we're at the
you
boxing
have
match.
a
Well,
problem
imagine
with
we're at the
other
boxing
people
match. I'm
drawing
walking up to the
conclusions
scales. You've done
from
me. You've
observations
done me.
that they have themselves have not made. You have a problem when people use a picture as an observation from somebody else to critique you. But you, on the other hand, cannot present a single picture that you have taken yourself to form a conclusion upon your observation and then critique the globe Earth. Right? That is the hypocrisy here.
Super
Everybody's not.
intelligent. You are
You are
so
just
intelligent.
gibbering
Yeah.
and stuttering
Yeah.
in your own native
Yeah.
tongue, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
pathetic. I'm
Okay.
gonna lie.
You finished?
No, I'm not finished. I
Oh,
finish
okay.
when I'm done
Keep
talking.
poking me. Poke me with a stick when you're finished, please.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
completely happy looking at Ardian's photos, even though that I haven't taken them personally.
Just wake me up.
All right.
Just wait. Poke me with a stick before you go.
No problem, man. The point is very simple. We will not accept any critique you put on the table towards the globe Earth unless
That's why
you have
you're a
photographic
communist. That's why you're a
evidence
communist,
that
and
you
I'm not.
yourself have
That's
taken.
why
You
you're a
see how you
communist.
interrupt me, even though you
Nuke
said you were not,
people.
because
Okay,
your
I don't know what the hell is
emotions
happening
are
right now, but
causing
we're
you
not
to
going to
be
do this.
irrational.
This is
That
absolute
your
nonsense.
hormones
Hold on a
are
second.
being
Hang
released
on.
So bad.
Hold on, everybody. Nobody hears anyone right now. So, Schlitzy, if you say "poke me with a stick" when you're done, then shut the fuck up and let him finish, and he'll poke you with a stick. Don't keep talking, making noises into the microphone.
Listen, fuck you, you fucking prick. Now you can mute me and ban me if you want. I don't give a fuck. I hope no one comes here listening to your bullshit. And when you ain't got no fucking people to argue with,
Go into the sea and cry there, man. Nobody can see your tears there. We don't want to see it.
Go receive.
I won't believe he has tears until he photographs them himself.
Cole, about I do want to hear a defense of the imperial system. I haven't heard any. The best I've heard is it's good to guess at distances. Like if something feels like a foot, it makes more sense than like 30 centimeters or whatever it is. But I haven't heard a good defense of it. I don't get why America keeps it. The other one is, it'd be too complex to change now. It's like, well, you're just accepting that the world is getting more and more complex and it's getting harder and harder to do it. So that's an argument for doing it ages ago, not doing it for longer.
Heard my defense that I give Nico all the time on why the imperial matrix or the imperial
Cough
system.
it up. What is it? Go on.
I say that you said it there a while ago. I say the imperial system fits humans better than the metric, because when you measure things in the metric system, you either measure things at the length of your thumbnail or the length of your leg. That's a pretty big jump, and it's either centimeters or I know there's decameters, but you don't see that very often. You see centimeters, meters, and when it comes to cooking and stuff, the reason why you have things like tablespoon, teaspoon, cup, and stuff, all those things were invented over thousands of years of people cooking. They're human-sized scales that we use to measure with. I know that the metric system does work better in the scientific world, but in the everyday world where humans like things to fit their size and scales, the imperial system fits humans much better, I think.
So what I would say to that is, most of the world still uses it in those terms. So it's still fairly standard that you give heights of people in feet and inches, but do distances in kilometers. Or in the UK, they still use miles because they still find it normal, but they get that once you get to meters, they're pretty much interchangeable. So you just stop using the imperial after that. But for cooking, most things still do them as cups and stuff.
What I tell Nico all the time, Nico says, well, how many feet's in a mile? Who cares? Well, 5,280 feet in a mile. No, he says how many inches is in a mile. That's what. But nobody in America cares how many inches is in a mile. That's not a needed to know thing unless you're in a very specific field. And if you're in that specific field, you usually have conversions and things that make it really simple for you to do those conversions.
Well, so I would say that is a cost. And the other cost is if it's that hard for kids to understand science, because you're like talking about, I'm pouring this amount into this thing, what size beaker do I need, right? So you go from volumes to weights to
that's science though. You use them.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is that's going to cost you in terms of kids are going to be repelled from science because of having to do these extra conversions, remember these magical numbers, and so it could boost damage scientific literacy.
But I would rather keep the human size that fits human scales better than to say, well, if you learn science, you have to learn the metric system. That's fine. You can do that. But still, I would still rather the imperial system stick around, and I would continue to use it because it fits my lifestyle and scales better than the metric.
Say one small benefit might be fractions of an inch, but
the fractions get stupid. This is another reason I fucking hate it. So if you've got a bike that takes American things, if you've got the stupidity buy yourself a Harley and you want to work on it, you have to have these fucking dumb spanners. There's 3 7/2. And you never know which one's bigger than the other one.
It's just it's in 16ths. What do you mean?
It's terrible.
It's a 1 inch. Everything is divided in halves. It's half of one, half of a half, half of a quarter, half of an eighth, a half of a 16th. I mean, everything is just halved. What's
But there are
difficult
some
about that?
funny.
It's just halved.
It is difficult. It is.
Once you
difficult.
learn it, it's very simple.
Thank you. Once you learn it, because it's got to go, because it doesn't just, not everything's listed in 16ths. I would be okay if it just went 1/16, 2/16 rather than, but it goes 1/8, right? And then it goes 1/4, right? And you're like, fuck, which one's bigger? Like, you got to do these, like,
I understand
fractions in your head, but before
I
you know
understand
which
your
spanner to
convictions
reach
of
for.
it, because
Oh my
I
God.
agree.
And if your girlfriend's next to the spanner drawer and you're like, whatever the one up is from the corner, you're going to be shouting at one. But if you've got 7, you go, I need 8. I need 8.
Yes, you do. I'm defending it, but honestly, on my Toyota out there, I got nothing but metric on most of it, and it's so nice to just go from 12 to 13 to 14. You don't even have to think too much about it.
It's so good.
Yeah, it is nice. I admit, and I defend it because I live in a country that uses it. So obviously, I'm not going to, me being an old hard ass from, mechanicing and everything else. It's just natural for me more to defend it than people that's not used to it. But still, I see all of its downsides.
I'm used to Imperial car because that's all the cars I have. All the old cars anyway, they're all Imperial. 5/8, 9/16.
Yeah, you get used to it. That's why I say once you learn it, it's not bad, but I do understand why he gets frustrated.
Yeah, it's just because that's what I'm saying. You end up keeping feet and inches. We don't forget how to use it. We all get, because it's so intuitive, as you say. We're brought up on the metric system, and all of the useful stuff is done in metric. But you still say, oh, it's about 6 inches from the wall. Like, you can go 15 centimeters, and you're roughly, in the same range, or do conversions if you want to. But you still have that ability. And so cooking and the rest of it still makes sense. Although when you get to cooking, it's like, oh yeah, 3 blah, blah, blahs of a cup, eagle tails of a donkey's butthole.
What I think is funny about the cooking, though, is when companies come up with the recipes to put on the back of the box, they use the metric system because they're really precise about it. It has to then be converted over to the imperial system so that people will be able to use their cups and different things that match. But when they figure it out originally at the factory, when they're trying to come up with the recipe and stuff, and they're making, they use the metric system. I've watched shows about it. They use very precise measurements and everything, and then it has to be converted to cups and stuff for the regular user in America.
Yeah. Okay, I do understand your reasons, but it's to me, it's staggering. Imagine Trump turned around and just went metric.
I think America is behind times on it. I do agree.
Because if it's discouraging kids from learning science, that is damaging United States for decades. Just this unintentional brain drain because kids just, because Stephen Fry does a really good one on it. And that's what made me fired up about it. Because he's like, if you're saying to kids, so at what temperature will this solvent, go blah, blah, blah. If it's in a beaker and there's, a 16th of a gallon at 14 degrees Fahrenheit, and and he's like, well, the correct answer in that situation is fuck you. It's too difficult. And so does that make kids just know better?
I've heard several people on YouTube, like people who are scientists and stuff, and they talk about how since they learned the imperial system as a kid first, and then they didn't learn the metric system till later on in school and stuff, still, even to this day, even though they're up in age, they still, every time they think of measuring anything, imperial comes first, and then they have to do a conversion in their head to turn it into the metric, because it's like whatever's ingrained in you when you learn it is extremely difficult to quit using that and just switch to another system. I've seen several scientists on the internet mention that very same point, that they learned the imperial system first. So now, even though they know the metric system really well and use it every day, they find themselves all the time thinking in imperial and then thinking of the conversion instead of just thinking in the metric system to begin with. But you guys don't do that. You guys learned the metric system first.
Yeah.
So you don't y'all don't. It's like the imperial system for you guys.
No, I learnt the imperial system first.
Did you?
Well, I was born before metric came along.
That's cool. But I mean, you understand what I'm saying, though. That's like I've heard several different scientists talk about that, how they struggle to intuitively use metric because their brain still want to use imperial and then wants to just try to convert it to metric. And I ain't talking about doing science. I'm talking about just back of the envelope quick measure. And I'm not talking about if you're really using instruments to measure, obviously, then you're doing it the metric. I just mean if you're trying to guess how many meters away is that, you would say it's 60 yards and then 100 and 200 meters, something, whatever it comes to.
I'm used to miles per gallon, like how much fuel my car uses. But then I've got to try to work out how to convert it to litres per kilometre.
Man, I really did that conversion wrong. I said 60 yards is 200 meters. Wow.
So do you want to quickly hear a horror story about what happens when you have two systems? When you're an engineer, you need to design stuff. So you make your drawing in millimeters. But then you're using machine elements like fastening from America because you're doing a product for America. So you have a bolt that goes in inches and your drawing of the machine part is in millimeters. And you need to fit your measuring tool and the CNC and everything. While you do stuff in millimeters, it should fit the horrible threats of the empirical systems. And it's like...
Yeah, when it comes to machining and stuff, I really am surprised that they don't do away with the imperial system. I don't really see much when it comes to boats and stuff, why they would keep both. You would think that they would just say it's easier just to have one, much cheaper just to have one system. And
my understanding is it's not just Harley Davidson's. I think that was like the big one that was quoted to me. But a lot of these industries are already set up to use imperial, and overhauling the entire thing would just be near impossible. Like people
that makes sense. That's a good point.
So yeah. I'm telling you, I worked in an American company, and we hold gauges for both the systems because each drawing has both type of measurements in it because you just can't. You simply can't. And if you make it for China or something, you will write the both types of bolts just because you need to. And for a person designing it, it's an issue, a major one.
You might have one pair of calipers that has centimeters and inches, and it's all busted up in feet. And I can't find another one, so I keep this one around because every so often I do get something in imperial, but it is a pain in the ass.
It is like beside considering your manufacturing method for something, you also need to consider the tools that your guy has, because once you decided to do it in China and once you decide to do it in America and you have different results, it's fun times.
Didn't one of those little Mars rovers fuck off into space because they tried converting from one to the other between nations or something?
It was a Mars rover. I think it was a moon rover, a moon lander or something, a robotic moon lander or something, wasn't it? Or was it going to Mars?
But it was
like about. I remember what you're talking. I know what you're talking about.
Time zones.
I've heard it.
time zones or something, not units. I think. I think it was about the deployment of a certain part, and then because of the time zone, they also had this issue with the Russian space station and connecting it to the US. You also have an issue with the ports on the ISS being different, and then they moved to another system.
Yeah, that one I'd heard about.
I think NASA though nowadays is like 100% metric though, aren't they? They've completely went full blown metric, I believe.
Yeah, but I think it was like something on the Russian side had to be, or something like that. There was something on one of the sides of the ISS was different than like the other side or something.
It is still different. It's the port, the way you interlock your spaceship or the different parts between the ISS.
Is that the airlock specifically?
Yeah, they have their own design.
Awesome. Don't want to fuck that one up.
Yes. So what they did, they in the new ones, it can be like threaded out and replaced, just in case.
Yeah, the old one was designed for the space shuttle, wasn't it? Wasn't that the reason it has that funny design to it, the way it's made? For the space, it was invented for the space shuttle, and then they continued it on after they canceled the space shuttle and continued to use it. Thought that's what the deal was with.
I don't remember, so I don't want to say nonsense.
Yeah, it's when they come up with the space shuttle, when they started to come up with the ISS, Russia had their own docking ports, and America had their own docking ports, but America had to redesign theirs because for their new space shuttle. So America they designed it in a way to where, if I'm not mistaken, they would boat up the same or something, but one is made different. And if you look at the ones the Americans uses, it's like a tube. It almost comes down and then sticks out some, where the others is just straight in like to a round, socket or something. But yeah, it was a very distinct shaped docking port, and it was designed specifically because of the shape and stuff of the space shuttle. They have to open their cargo bay doors, and then it sort of connects on behind where they're sitting inside the cargo bay. That's why it's that funny, like tube looking shape.
I mean, it's all balloons up there anyway, right?
Sorry.
What's happening, Lion?
What'd you say? I'm hot micing?
No, I said, what's happening?
Oh, what's up, man? Just listening.
Not a lot.
I can't remember right this moment, but with the imperial system, there's something profound about it and how they came up with it. It wasn't arbitrary, and it wasn't just to do with like somebody's arm length.
Certainly, I think the 12, the idea was to make it most divisible. They thought the most important thing was that you could reduce it down effectively, so it goes into the most numbers, right? 6 goes into it, 3 goes into it, 2 goes into it, 4 goes into it, But yeah, I didn't know any other reasons.
But I think a connection to a cubit and a foot are quite right with body part lengths.
Yeah, I thought something like a king's foot, and then they standardized it at one of the kings.
Yes, for the Roman foot, it was one of the emperors, and for the cubit, who knows? I believe it was like elbow to wrist.
A mile was supposed to be like 1,000 paces, wasn't it?
But then but a yard is a pace, and a mile is a stupid number of them, right? What did we just learn at 5,000? You just told me, Cole. How many? This is what it is. Imperial system's dumb. 230 or something. What a dumb number! That is the dumbest. How did they come up with that number? Cole,
I remember it by saying 5 tomatoes.
Hold on, what is it? What I missed?
Why is there such a weird number of feet in the mile?
Oh, 5,280? I don't know.
It's so bizarre. It's such a weird number.
I don't know how that. It's something to do with like how many yards is in a mile, and more sense and stuff. And then when you multiply by 3, it comes up to that number. It's something like that's the reason. But it's still they're all numbers. It's like 10 different.
And they're least imperial measurement.
Say again, sorry, Oblate.
Oh, the least used imperial unit, the furlong.
Like, how long does it take a horse during the time taken for a, how far can a horse run during the average time taken for a man to finish urinating? That's good. We'll call that one a furlong. Yeah, so that's what it's going to be, isn't it? It's like it's number of yards in something like a furlong or something, and then a chunk of furlongs in a mile. Or...
Correct, 220 yards in a furlong.
It's a 220 though. That's the weird number.
Well,
why
isn't
it 200?
There's a sheet that has all kinds of different imperial conversion measurements on it, and that it tells how they interact with each other. But that's not really one system. It's like it's actually like 10 different systems that's all been crammed.
So do people remember it? Like, do people?
No.
How many Americans remember how many? Like, even a simple one, like how many feet in a meter? Sorry, how many feet in a mile? How many Americans do you reckon would know that?
Probably about half, if you're lucky. Most people you ask don't know.
That's just so weird.
We're taught it in school,
That's the
but
only one I know.
Forget it.
I don't think I was. I think I had the fortune or misfortune. I moved around a lot as a kid. My family did. And I think what must have happened was I went to a school that was supposed to do it the next year and then transferred to a school that did it the year prior. So I think I never got entrenched in that. So when I started working for blacksmiths here in Europe, I got a very intuitive feel of the metric system. So I can eyeball if something is like 3, 4, 5 millimeters, or like a centimeter, or a meter. I was about to say yard. So that helped me in the end. It was frustrating for a while, but yeah, I don't think I could have done.
Yeah, see, like when I was in school, we didn't learn the gravity pulls at what do they say, 9.8 meters per second or something. We learned it as 32 feet per second, not 9.8 meters per second. We were taught 32 feet per second. We was taught that light travels at 186,000 feet per second, or 186,000 miles per second. Not meters, but miles. Everything was always, when I was in school, all the science and stuff was all still in imperial.
Sure.
And it's crazy now
Now that you say that,
science teachers wouldn't dare teach their kids in school science in
Yeah.
imperial nowadays.
Because you got, like, it's really important in so many things
Yeah.
to be able to swap distances and volumes. You know?
186,000 miles a second does sound familiar. I think I must have learned that way too.
Yeah. And we still get guns and stuff measured in feet per second, bows that are feet per second. My hunting bow is like a 60-pound hunting bow. You just kind of get it, you know. You can always backwards.
So here we go. I asked the old oracle, ChatGPT, if there was any other profound reasons besides, King's Foot, and it said here, it says here, here's what makes it profound: rooted in human body and everyday life. Skip that part. Built for function, not theory. Unlike the metric system, which is based on powers of 10 and scientific standardization, the imperial system evolved for practical real-world usage. 12 inches in a foot is handy because 12 is divisible by 2, 3, 4, and 6, making it flexible for division. Important before calculators. Units like ounces, pounds, and tons reflect trade needs over centuries, often balancing volume and weight to suit transport and commerce. Its complexity is a result of adapting to human needs over time rather than fitting into a neat grid. But this is, I kept prying at ChatGPT because I know there was more philosophical reasons. I just can't remember at this point because I remember in the past people have spoken about the differences, and then they started talking about ancient and medieval thinkers believed the universe was built on harmonic proportions. This idea came from Pythagorean philosophy. Numbers and ratios reflect cosmic harmony. Platonic and Aristotelian metaphysics, nature reflects ideal forms in divine order. In this view, numbers like 12 and 60 used in inches, minutes, and degrees were favored because they are highly divisible and thus symbolize balance and harmony. Measurements weren't just practical, they were symbolic, connecting daily life to the cosmos. For example, 12 inches in a foot, 12 hours in a day, 360 degrees in a circle. These reflect an ancient belief in divine cyclical perfection.
I want to say something about that.
I could go on and on, but I think that's sufficient. Yeah, go ahead.
The thing about the 12, which the 12 and the 60, if you look at your 4 fingers on your left hand, each finger has 3 bones. You know, it has the 2 knuckles, 3 knuckles, 3 bones. If you count 3 on the first finger, 3 on the second finger, and 3 on the third finger, 3 on your pinky finger, that's 12. That, and then you count all, and then you hold up 1 finger on your right hand for every 12 that you count, and then when you get done with all 5 fingers on your right hand, you got 60. 12 times 5, 60. And there's a whole method, I don't know, but there's a whole method that was invented thousands of years ago where people could do really quick multiplication on their fingers using those bones and the fingers on their right hand, and it made it, you can do fairly complicated multiplication and stuff for trading and stuff using your fingers, and it's in 12s and 60s and then halves and stuff like that, and it's all comes from the human scale.
It goes back to Babylon, honestly, but it's not.
The divisibility factor, I think, is a mainstay. That's very helpful for circles and degrees. We could have gone to the grads, which is dividing a circle by 4, then like 100 and so forth, but yeah.
And I know people don't still use their fingers like that, but what I mean is, I think that's where the 12 and the 60 originate. Originally, that was what made it so popular, and that type of dividing, and it was so popular for so many thousands of years that it's still around today. Is what I think. That's the reason I think it sticks around. It's been around for so long.
I just don't like it. There's a funny compilation of newsreels using ridiculous units of measures. Like one was there was a pothole, like a sinkhole in a road that they measured in not measured, but they were relating in how many dishwashers it was wide or something like that. How many ferrets? It was pretty ridiculous.
I hadn't thought about him. What he said there about where he said that 1, 2, 4, what was it, 6, 8, and 12 and 24 all go into 24. And in 12 and stuff. I had never thought about that, but yeah, that makes sense too. That's all them. That would be very easily divisible number for trade. So
24, but not 12.
Two, 3, 4, 6. 9.
I think that's it. 9 and a 12? Not easily.
The 9 to 12 specifically, but in fractions, you guys are talking about fractions, like you kind of need that easy divisibility. Unless you have another, yeah, like you just use decimals or something, but.
I think that's the main transition from going from the fraction method to the decimal point method, because even if you get like 360 degrees, a 60th of that, a 60th of that, we don't often go another 60th division smaller. Like,
it's really complicated when you start doing decimal inches or decimal feet.
Don't get me started on that, dude. I learned fractions and I used it at work as working concrete, building forms, and I still struggle with it. I still have to remember, like, oh wait, that when you're adding and you're subtracting fractions, I struggle with that.
Hey, like, you noticed skateboard width 8.75 is 8-inch 0.75. They use like a mixture of the two. Decimal inches.
Multiplying fractions. I learned it in high school. I learned it at work, and even though I've been out of that type of trade for like 2 years now, and now it's like I have to refresh my memory because it's that difficult, man. It really is, for me at least.
Yeah. Manufacturer, skateboard decks. They're roughly around 8 inches something, but they'll say 8.75 or 8.25, something like that.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Grazie. Was my mic on? Sorry about that.
Like if somebody told you, oh, can you cut me a board 12 feet minus 5/8, what is that? It's 11 feet. What? Try to do it in your head, dude. Without piece, without doing it and in a piece of paper doing the math, just try to do it in your head. It's impossible,
11 feet 3/8.
Yeah. Nope. Wait, hold on. Fuck.
You said 5/8, take away. Well,
Yeah.
3 and 5 is 8, so 8 over 8 makes 1. So it has to be 3/8.
Yeah, see, you got it.
5/8 of an inch, though. But that's 5/8 of an inch, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 11 feet.
3/8.
No, hold on. 11 feet, 11 inches, and 3/8.
Oh, okay.
To get to 12 feet.
I was just concentrating on the contraction part.
Now, obviously, on the job site, I would just look at the, I would put the ruler or the tape measure, and I would just do minus 5/8 right there, boom, and I would get the line, and I know where to cut. But if you're trying to give you give somebody a result of what it is, it's a lot harder, for me at least.
Yeah, so you said 12 feet, and that threw me into thinking about inches. I forgot about that last foot. Did I hear Craig's egg still here? Said he had a hunting boat. I was curious about that. He might have fucked off.
The first time I built a box, right? Dude, I was embarrassed, dude. I gotta admit. Because I hadn't done carpentry. I hadn't done any fractions since high school, bro. I was on the job site. The boss, he's like, oh, build me a box. I need a box this size, right? I can't remember the size right now. And I struggled with that shit. Because you had to take into account the thickness, right, of the board when you're doing the dimensions. And trial and error. It took me a couple of tries before I actually got the box. It's just a box. All I wanted was a box, a cube. Not a cube, not even a cube. It was just a rectangle, if anything. It was a rectangle.
Have a rectangular box.
When you're using 2x4s or whatever the case may be, you're building a box. If you wanted it, you got to take into account the thickness of the 2x4 when you do the measurements, and when you put them together, how you put the box together. Something so simple like that would throw you off if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, or the thickness of the blade. That one always got me.
I got a phone call. What happened? Everybody stopped.
You left and the VC died.
Yeah, we're still measuring whether it be imperial or metric. I don't know.
Hey, what kind of bow do you have?
Geez, I couldn't tell you the brand now that I think about it. I chose it ages ago just as some ready-to-shoot combo. It was shipped from America to where I lived in London. I'm Botec, I think it is. Yeah, was it Botec? I forget.
One of those compound jobs?
Yeah, all the pulleys and stuff.
How long do you think compound boats have existed?
Well, that's a good question. I think pretty recent. I'm going to say it's got to be the 80s. Got to be before Rambo. I think shortly before Rambo, maybe 70s.
I'm going to guess earlier than you suspect.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a hot topic because they found some petroglyphs in India depicting what looks like to be compound bows, dude. Like with the gears in the bow, like you can see clearly it's a compound bow. It's got gears in it.
Okay.
Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. I would imagine someone came up with something, some rudimentary form of that, probably early on.
Yeah, so, well, because there's nothing like mechanically that would stop you, is there? Just, it's about working out how those forces interact, how a cam wheel will increase and decrease the draw weight. So I could believe that. I could.
Well, you'd think they would have learnt it from the pulleys, using pulleys, and pulleys have been around for a long time.
And they were top-notch mathematicians, right? That could have been like, oh, but if the cam wheel is this shape, you just got to make a gear that is kind of egg-shaped, and then it'll be easier to pull it one part and much harder to pull it another part.
Right, because I was surprised the compound bow was pretty recent invention. You would have thought that somebody in ancient times would have invented it, but they just didn't have any evidence for it until fairly recently. And I don't even know if they accept that as evidence. They can still kind of hand wave dismiss it because like that's what they seem to do with everything else. But if you look at the petroglyphs in India, like you can clearly like I'll try to find it when I get a chance. Post it or somebody else can try to find it. But it's fascinating.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
I was looking
Go
for
on,
it.
Manu. Oh, we both.
I have a double recurve Korean bow. It's supposed to be one of those horseback riding bows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't shot it in like ages.
Oh, hang on. I thought you'd found one on the internet. You own one. That's awesome.
Yeah. Got really into it for a while.
Yeah, I got into it for apocalypse reasons, but I have to say, I think I'm a bit daft. Like, there's not going to be somebody manufacturing carbon arrows in the apocalypse.
You don't need it. I mean, if you can shoot a bow, you can make your own bow arrows. Actually, I've been collecting old saw blades. Like whenever a blade snaps, I never throw it away. I have enough, I think, to make a couple hundred arrowheads. I was gonna make some like traditional arrows. They're just sitting here gathering dust.
You know, Rogan had a anthropologist on recently. He's not a doctor. I think he might have his master's. I don't know. Either way, he's a young anthropologist. He's, seems to be on the fringe of academia, sort of like, Robert Schoch and all those other guys. He was talking about the Americas and the Amazon and the ancient civilizations that existed there. It's fascinating. I've only listened to half of it so far, but I recommend a listen. And he talks about the Spanish conquistadors that before the Spanish influenza outbreak that wiped out most of the Native Americans. They were writing down and documenting their discoveries, and also talking to the natives. And the natives, I don't know how they were able to communicate. That's beyond me. But somehow they were able to communicate with the natives and write down like their history, their oral history, their oral traditions, and how they came there, and what civilizations existed before them. And the LiDAR scans are confirming some of the ancient Spanish testimonies from the natives that lived in that area, that, they knew the jungles way more than any Western explorer in modern times.
I do.
Until LiDAR
really
came about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get really interested in this concept that you're talking about of how well could cultures remember stories that happened to them. Because me and my ex had a debate on it where we saw this thing about Aboriginal Dreamtime stories had this story about the people did something wrong, and then the sea came to eat them, and they all had to move and live inland. And they think there's archaeological evidence that like 20,000 years ago or something, 20,000 years ago, the sea level rose significantly by hundreds of meters worldwide, is my understanding. And they think that, like, I was like, no, surely that's not the thing. Surely that's just a folksy story of the sea level coming, the sea level rising. And we're now like happy to make it hit by looking at it in hindsight. But it could be, it could, like, imagine if a story had been kept alive for 20,000 years by a group of people. That would be wild. Like, it's possible, isn't it?
I just don't believe that timeline, dude. That 20,000 years is way too long. That's like
Why is that,
triple the age of the Earth for me.
But you must agree that the age of the Earth is inference based on incomplete information that isn't, like, the 6,000 years isn't in the Bible. It is 6,000 years comes from inference based on incomplete information from the Bible.
I just find that the age of the Earth would be impossible to infer using our human perspective, right? You'd always come about like, crazy numbers. I rely heavily on theological justification for that. I don't think you can infer anything reasonable with your senses and geology. It's not possible.
Hang on. But then you're using your senses to determine that you should go with theological.
Well, when you say senses, like my ability to read, right? Have eyes on like to read a piece of paper. Yes, I guess. Yeah. But
you take in information using your senses, and then you judge based on that information. And you're saying, well, I don't think, like, other humans should use their senses to guess at the age of the Earth, but I will use my senses to guess at the age of the Earth.
Well, I understand, and people have called me out for this before, because when we talk about like empirical reasoning, people are like, well, you're using empiricism, right? You're using your senses to read off a book. When I talk about empirical reasoning, I'm not talking about like literally using your senses for everything, like including reading a book. When I talk about empirical reasoning, the way the scientific method uses empiricism, it's like using your observation alongside naturalism, right? And like physical, like the physical world, like
I think we can leave science out, though, because I don't think I use science to. I'm not saying the Earth is 20,000 years old or older than that. I'm just saying it's possible. And to me, I don't need science to say that it's possible. To me, it's like, well, it must be quite old, So if you said, if you said 2 years old, I'd be like, no, I don't think so. And any number up from 2 is, to me, entirely possible. More possible the older it gets. So how do you, because I don't think either of us are using science here. So what is it about, what arguments are there in the Bible? Give me the theological argument that 20,000 years is impossible.
It just doesn't fit the timeline, especially if you consider like, if you really go into the timeline of the Bible, it's not just the chronology from Adam. That's not just that. We do have the generations from Adam, and you could add them up. It doesn't equal to 20,000 years at all, right? And Adam was created on the 6th day of creation.
But isn't one of those? Isn't there a known gap in that list of names?
like, what do you mean by a gap? Like, there's discrepancies between the different translations between the Septuagint, the Pentateuch, and the Masoretic, but we're not talking about 20 like 10. Now we're talking about like 800 years, 1,000 years, like that.
Sure.
Something like that.
So, but what I also understood was that not King's List, but that list of the descendants of Adam. My understanding is one of the people recorded there, we know from other things, I think even other parts of the Bible, that what I was told by somebody, I don't know this to be true at all, but that one of them was a king who said, I'm the first of my name, but we know that he wasn't the first of his name. He had a dad, right? That also had that position, but he sort of hid the existence of his dad a bit when he claimed that. Isn't there like known gaps in that list?
I'm not entirely sure which exact verse you're referencing, and it would be, at this point I'm driving, like I wouldn't be able to actually critically analyze what you're talking about at this moment. But I'm sure that there's textual criticism regarding the genealogies, like everything else. But not the quibble over, like, you know, a generation or two of a person's life, 40 to 70 years. We could do that, but my point is that however you chop it up, right? There's not 20,000 years in the biblical timeline. It's just no matter how you chop it up, you're not going to get that.
I'd heard something different, that there was that the ages in the Old Testament were translations from some other list that they misinterpreted the numbers, so all the ages were like 10 times as long or something.
And one of them includes
a number system that they didn't understand.
And one of them includes Methuselah, doesn't it? I thought one of the lists includes the guy Methuselah, who's meant to be 500 years old. No, I've got that wrong. Sorry.
No, this is very precise. It talks about the year of their birth, the year of their death. It talks about how old they were when they died, and you could do the math to see if the maths, and it does, right? It does. It's not something that I think a lot of people will contest unless they have a bias that they're trying to figure out a way to try to make it work rationally in their mind, because that number seems just outrageous for them. But not like when it comes to the Zadok reckoning of time, that like you have to understand that this was very precise. 364-day years, 52-week Sabbaths, Shemitah cycles, Jubilee cycles, all based on the number 7, Shabuah, which is, you know, the number 7 in Hebrew, Shabuah, Shabbat. You know, in the word Shabbat, the root word is Shabuah for 7, right? And it's the base 7s was all over the place, and it was very precise. 7 Shemitahs in the Jubilee.
So it's Nimrod is I think some of the challenge here.
Hey, stop insulting.
But no, the reason I brought up the anthropologist up, because I was pleased to hear him say something to confirm my own understanding on history. And he also believes that the Olmec civilization, which seems to be one of the oldest civilizations in the Amazon region, not only do genetic testing, and he also brought up the genetic testing that Brian Forster's been on. Now, he didn't bring up Brian Forster, but he talked about, because some DNA testing has been done on some of these people, that they're finding that these people weren't actually black, like some people have thought they were black because of the Olmec heads kind of look, they have some Negroid features. And I don't know if that term is offensive, but that's, you know, that's what it is. And then
it's kind of interesting.
So real quick, let me just wrap it up with this. So the genetic testing are showing that these people were actually light-skinned, red-haired people, right? And this doesn't fit the conventional, you know, narrative of how, you know, we came through the Bering Strait when it was frozen 12,000 years ago, nomads, you know, hunter-gatherers, Asiatic hunter-gatherers. These people weren't necessarily Asiatic, right? They seem to be of a different descent. Not only that, he also mentioned that they think it was anywhere between 1400 to like
How does
300.
this relate to the point? I'm not understanding why them looking fair-haired.
No, I'm trying to say that.
Yeah, go on.
So the oldest Native Americans anthropologically seem to date to around 1400 BCE, right? Not 20,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, like some people think.
Yeah, but like evidence for these civilizations is extremely difficult to obtain. We have, for example, as we talked about the Canaanites, evidence up to like 3,000 years ago. And this is very, very like early civilizations too. And they left writings, right? Like a comb to comb your beard out of made of ivory. But to say like we would expect to find for the Toltecs or the Olmecs or any North American, Central American, South American native civilization artifacts older than 5,000, 6,000 years ago is unrealistic. They could very well much exist 50,000 years ago, just that their artifacts are not going to remain. Like human civilization, if all humans disappeared from the face of the planet, it's going to take like what, 10,000 years for our civilization to mostly be eroded, like the things we've built, and maybe 100,000 for everything to disappear. Essentially,
I'll go after eggshells, but I'll respond after eggshells.
100,000. Sorry, you were saying 100,000 for everything to disappear completely.
Yeah.
Oh,
something
right,
around those.
Yeah, because I was saying I think there is meant to be carvings from Aboriginals that they date to like the first ever face they think was carved in Australia, and it was like, I forget, like 50 or no, it can't be 50, 20,000 years ago. Is that it? Sorry, go ahead, Manu.
Yeah, but carvings are different than like items.
Sure,
Carvings,
yes, not tools.
It just depends on your preconceptions, your preconceived notions and your paradigm, how you interpret the data. Unfortunately, it's going to happen with me. It's going to happen with you guys.
Would you agree that archaeology agrees with the Bible a staggering amount? That the archaeology of that Fertile Crescent, that area around Egypt and Jerusalem and everything, the stories in terms of the cities and their distance to one another and the wars between them, there is a staggering amount of stuff that is backed up by archaeology that's in the Bible. Wouldn't you agree, Lion?
Yes. Biblical archaeology is probably one of the most interesting fields in archaeology. That's where the most funding goes because of the,
and many of the religious folk. Yeah, and many of the archaeologists that work there would work in other places in the world, like in India and Australia. Right, archaeologists would generally be flying around the world to dig shit up, I'm guessing. And the people who affirm the narrative in the Bible by saying, yes, we do the archaeology in Jerusalem and we are convinced that this part of the city is many thousands of years old, also date Australian cultures to tens of thousands of years ago and Indian cultures to 6,000 years ago. No, maybe not 6, sorry. 2 or 3,000 years ago was the Vijayanagara Empire, right? Takes over most of Indonesia.
Indian religion is at least 8,000 years old. We have clear records of their religious practices. So they're the oldest religion with records existing. The Abrahamic faith, it has nothing on Hindu.
Yeah. And so to me, I think 1336, okay. It wasn't as late, as early as I thought. Vijayanagara wasn't, but the other ones were. But it had a massive empire.
The agricultural revolution is pretty well established within like 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, and so I think there is a square I would like you to circle, or circle I would like you to, whatever. A thing I would like you to fix for me, Lion, which is if you're using the credibility of, if you agree with the credibility of archaeologists who affirm biblical accounts in those cities, and it's sometimes probably going to be the same archaeologist affirming that there are buildings far older than what you would consider possible. How would you reconcile that issue?
Well, this is the problem. Like, it's not as established as one might think. Like, academia acts like they have the truth already. It's already all solved. Like, everybody go home. No, there's many sects in geology, in geology, anthropology, paleontology, archaeology. They don't all agree. It's not. I think it's more divided. It's probably more divided than cosmology, right? And like other fields of science. It's not as harmonious. Like, different fields aren't as harmonious as one wants to think it is.
What about Göbekli Tepe? Right, it's one of the most people have heard about it most. I'm just scrolling down this list of the oldest ones, and that's saying it's 9,500 years ago. That's a building. I think we want to go tools, because I thought there was the. Oh no, because the Aboriginals one isn't a building; it's a cave. So
my point is, there's plenty of evidence that throws a monkey wrench in the gears of the conventional timeline of history, bro. And you can find this, you can find these evidences, but it's not going to revolutionize history. It's overnight, people, they're not willing to recalibrate the timeline.
That's not true, because archaeologists are incentivized to discover new things and put their name on it. They would kill for a new discovery, but they need evidence. They operate under the pretenses of, I have firm evidence for this claim. To say that we don't have consensus on ancient Egypt or Canaan, I would agree with you. Everything is provisional, but we do have consensus with us. Like, native archaeologists and native historians to Canaan, Hebrews or Arabs agree on things, on the timelines of the artifacts. They agree.
No, they don't. Some agree, not all of them. It's not a cohesive group of professionals, of academics. It's not the case. And I would love to think that what you're saying is true, but I know it's not the case. And they've been ideologically.
So how do you know?
They've been ideologically captured, right, through progressive universities, right? It's not something that you can, like. If you try to go against the grain, you will be ridiculed. You will be shunned by your peers.
True. Devout Jews or devout Muslims archaeologists agree on the timelines, on the artifacts of the Canaan people. They all agree on those, and there are devout Jews and Muslims.
Yeah, that means absolutely nothing to me, right? People quote Christians acting like, well, this Christian believes this, and he believes in evolution, and he believes in biblical heliocentric model. Okay, and just because Jews believe something that conventional atheists believe, is that supposed to mean something to me?
You were claiming that they have like liberal biases when they weren't biased.
It's all good, bro. All right, go ahead.
What do you think is the best evidence of them being biased?
Wait,
is it just that they date things too old? Because I don't think they have biases towards political ideologies. I don't think they have biases towards gender lines or other mores, right, of telling us whether fat's in or, I don't think they mind about when they move around the oldest skeletons, right, when they dig up a new, very, very old skeleton. I don't think there's evidence of bias. I think if you're calling bias, you would want to point at some egregious exposed examples so we can get a flavor of it.
I mean, this at the top of my head, I could bring up the whole migration route through the Bering Strait and their timeline of how they came up with that.
Okay,
or I could bring up the text, how they. I wanted to get into the migration routes, right, of how natives came into the Americas initially. After this deluge that 200 different cultures speak of, right? There was this deluge, this cataclysmic deluge that basically created deluge that created a great reset, right? And then civilizations have to reestablish themselves all over again. After already have been established, right? You had bustling cities in the Americas probably before this great deluge. And then it was completely wiped clean. The slate was completely wiped clean. Right? Now we can go with Noah's flood account, or we could talk about some other account. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Point is that human populations dwindled. Human populations dwindled to almost nothing.
Possibly, certainly. Like, I think that's probably the case around that area, right? If you just imagine the Bible is only written about that tiny patch of the earth, everything in it makes sense, right? They say it's flat. It is. They only know about stuff like, what is it, like 100-kilometer radius? Every story in the Bible, every person in the Bible lived out their life in a postage stamp that's like 100 kilometers radius. And for them, it is flat, right? There's minimal curvature. It's like a couple of degrees over 100 kilometers, right? So they were right. The sun did come in its path over you in the sky like in a portal and go under you, right? They thought it went under you through the underworld, or went down to Australia. Like, if you just assume that they have it there, it's entirely possible that there was a deluge that killed everybody, because the Aboriginals have a story of it as well, and the archaeology seems to support it as well, which is sea levels during human existence rose hundreds of kilometers. Sorry, hundreds of meters, hundreds of kilometers.
And that's how we have the Mediterranean.
Large groups of people. Yeah, there was this whole Doggerland between. I'm not sure Doggerland was much later, I think, actually, but there was this whole landmass
between the UK and Denmark and Scandinavia. That's correct. It was
so
covered
people
by the
lived
sea.
on it, and they swim down there now, and they dig them up. So there was a deluge, but for the people in that postage stamp size, it covered the entire Earth. It covered all of that 100 kilometers. Could well have been covered, right? Not particularly there, but sure, thousands of years ago, absolutely. So if we've got these stories of giant floods, in fact, it's not even told where the giant flood was, right? Upnapishtim, we're not even clear where he sailed from, are we? Anyway, that it makes more sense, I think, to consider it's possible that that book in some way could have missed out thousands of years, and to say it's not possible that this book has accidentally gotten that math wrong. I think I want to know where you're getting the math from, how you're judging that 20,000 years is an impossible time.
Well, I'm trying to explain. So,
because you're saying I can make it fit, right? I can make it fit with the migration pattern, but I'm like, sure, you can make it fit, right? I can tell a story about how the Earth repopulated after a flood. I think the population would bounce back quite quick, but that it happened and covered everywhere is a bit. All the way to Australia? Did Australia go in the flood?
Yeah, there was
were we underwater too?
Yes, it was a worldwide flood, bro. Cataclysmic.
How do we know it was in Australia when the
equivalent to a meteor hitting the ocean and just a massive tidal wave covering the whole Earth?
But
it was that cataclysmic, bro.
But the people who wrote the Bible didn't know more than a postage stamp of Earth. They'd never met or never discussed anybody outside a 100-kilometer circle on Earth. So how can we be confident that the story they told is about our side of the, or not even side, other end of the plane? How do they know that we got flooded at the same time too?
Well, the thing is, go ahead.
They said the whole world, but the whole world was their whole world. That was their world.
It wasn't just the Fertile Crescent that got flooded or part of Europe, dude. No, it was the whole world, dude. Above the highest mountain.
That was their world. That's my point. It was a whole world above the highest mountain. It could have been.
Just on the heels of that, because it's something that I think I don't know enough about Jewish tradition. You or Zoidberg probably. I suspect this has a quick answer, but something that I had heard was that I don't know if it was from some apocryphal book or some rabbinic tradition that Adam and Eve actually weren't the first people on Earth; they were the first Jews. Like that was pretty much.
Hold on, did you say the first what? The first Jews?
The first Jews. Yeah, or the first of sort of chosen. That they weren't the first humans; they were the first of like the God-created people.
No, I disagree with that.
No, I mean the thing you've heard is that Eve was not the first woman, which is true.
That's not true either.
I know about this.
That has no biblical support.
According to Judaism, that's true. According to the Bible, maybe different.
No, yeah, there's Talmudic lore that Adam had another wife called Lilith that was rebellious.
Yes, my cat's name.
And left him for Satan and had sex with Satan. That's in the Talmud. This is in the Talmud, bro. Trust me, bro. I know what I'm talking about.
Trust me, I also know what I'm talking about. She did not have sex with Satan. She was the first woman, and she was created separate from man, and therefore she was independent of man. And Adam, because he was incompetent or impotent, couldn't convince her to be with him. So she abandoned him. And then God had to create a woman out of him so she would feel similarity. That was
but the story keeps going. The story keeps going. She had serpent seed.
I heard that she refused to submit to Adam, and he wanted
she refused to submit to Adam. He was an incel. Adam essentially was an incel, and she just said, "Okay, bye, incel."
Girl boss.
That's not there's no support for any of that. That's just pure Jewish legend found in the Talmud. That's it. You're not gonna find that anywhere else.
I was talking to Money. Money, that's the story. She wasn't. They were the first people, but Eve was not the first woman.
Yeah, no, I know about Lilith. It's my cat's name, in fact. What I heard is that she had sex with various things, like trees and animals, and those spawn demons. But what I was talking about was something separate altogether. Like that the first created people weren't the first people on Earth. They were just the first of God's people.
No, there's no biblical support for that. People can suggest that, infer that, based off of a weak interpretation of Genesis, but yeah, there's really no biblical support.
Well,
for
which Genesis? Which Genesis?
Bereshit.
I agree that they're two creation stories of the same story. I mean, I think it's just two ways of writing the same thing. But
differences.
What about when Cain got his wife from the land of Nod? Like, were there people there? Or was it one of his sisters?
Yeah. So if you do the timeline, by the time Cain was kicked out, right, and when he established a city, that was like hundreds of years later. I have to look up.
Sorry, go finish, please.
That was hundreds of years later. There was already people populating the earth through Adam and Eve's children. Right? There was already plenty of people populating the earth. It doesn't take long for humans to populate the earth, especially back then. In 1,000 years, you can get a billion people easily.
But I don't think that's an argument for it being probable, just that you could make the maths fit.
No. You have, I mean, if you include all the accounts, right? You have Adam and Eve had multiple children, even though they're not named.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. Like, this doesn't respond to a point that's been made, nor does it make it more probable. You're just saying, if you think about it, you could make the maths work that we get to this population. It's a fine point, provided somebody's saying there's no way you could get to this population.
No. That's just one line of evidence. Working the lifespans of the ancient patriarchs.
That's what I'm saying.
Just working the lifespans of the ancient patriarchs and trying to find out when it was that Cain met his wife, right? It would fit perfectly, especially if you consider that Adam and Eve had other children that were populating the earth. So it's not like Cain found another person from another complete different independent line or another hominid. That has zero biblical support.
Unless you count some kind of Neanderthal as the Nephilim.
Can I say something to Manu, by the way?
The Nephilim didn't exist back then. They weren't around.
Manu.
Yeah.
The Lilith that is used, so there's two versions of Lilith. First version is in texts, in religious texts. She was retrieved. She refused to be raped by Adam because Adam demanded she lay down so he can rape her. She said, "No, we're equal because we're both created from the dirt." And then God said 3 angels to retrieve her back to heaven. Second thing is Jewish folklore, where you are partially right. She didn't have sex with trees. She the angels that were sent for her found her at the shores of the sea, where she had sex with various sea creatures, and they all became like some monsters or something.
It's all Jewish folklore, bro. Everything that you just laid out right there is Jewish folklore.
Disagree.
It's all
First is in
Jewish
religious text.
folklore.
The second is not.
All of it is Jewish folklore.
She was retrieved by God, and she's in heaven. Officially.
No, none of that has biblical support. None of that is in the Tanakh or the Torah.
Nobody says it has Christian biblical support. We're talking about.
No, I didn't say Christian. I said in the Tanakh, in the Nevi'im, the Ketuvim, the Torah. You won't find any of that anywhere in the Bible, in the Old Testament, which is the Jewish canon. Now you can go into the Talmud, the Gemara, the Mishnah, and maybe find some support there. That's not Bible. That's not scripture.
Do you know what Talmud means, Lion? It means to study. Talmud is the book that used to interpret the Torah. It is a religious text.
It's oral dogma. People written down commentary of the sages.
Well, the Bible was oral dogma before.
Wouldn't that be an important record to understand how this text was being taught then? Like complementary texts from a similar time, and how and explaining here are current interpretations and how we are going about this. To me, seems like a very important text because it will help give you a lens through about the mindsets of people reading those texts in that day.
I mean, the best people to ask, what does the text mean, is the people to whom it was meant to at the time.
If you talk to a Haredi Jew, what they do all day is send their boys to yeshiva schools where they study the Talmud, they read it so they can interpret the Torah. So those texts are essentially religious. And in them, Lilith was retrieved by God and she is in heaven. In the folk version of Lilith, which was what was the name of those? In the folk version, she is found to have consorting relationships with a bunch of sea creatures, and they had like monsters, maybe demons. I'm not sure anymore.
It's fucking incredible that even back then people had a notion of like hentai.
It's kind of hentai-ish because they have like octopuses and all that.
The Talmud cannot be trusted whatsoever, man, at all.
Sure, I mean. How do you know? Are you teaching my people's religion to me, or like what are you doing right now?
You get it's a bit convenient, Lion, that the correct one also happens to most closely align with where you were born. Like if you were born in India, there's just so little probability you would be making this argument, right? If you were born in China, that's not very low probability you'd be making.
Not at all.
Not at all. It's a fact. Hang on. So you say if I'm going to circle all of the people who take a literal interpretation of the Bible, typically the KJV, it's not going to be a line drawn around English-speaking Americans.
No, your argument is that
you're an English-speaking American. Hang on, my argument is.
But I already know it's a social construct. It's a social construct, right? My ideology was socially constructed because of my upbringing, my biological upbringing.
No, my point is more scathing than that. My point is that it is a statistical improbability, given all of the places you could have been born, that you happen to be born in the place most likely to give you the correct perspective on the age of the Earth, for example. And had you been born in India, you would have a very different view about the age of the Earth, but an identical view about how correct you were about it.
That's not true, bro. The thing you have to understand, bro, is that there are plenty crypto Christians all over the world practicing their faith in secret underground churches that believe, like I believe, that take the Bible very literally in China, in Iran, in Korea. This idea that they must be of a different ideology than me just because they were born in a different place than me is just not true.
My argument is about the probability. Sure, I'm not saying that there aren't Christians around the world who crop up. I'm saying it is fortunate. Wouldn't you agree it's fortunate? You are blessed to have been so lucky, because somebody in Q8 who switches to evangelical biblical literalism is really doing well, right? He's made a switch to the correct side against all odds. The chance that he was going to remain a Sunni Muslim is 99%. And he just snuck through that gate to get a 1% shot of transferring to the correct religion, where all of the rest of his brothers and sisters are being damned to hell. Everybody he ever knows is fucked, right? But he happened to get on the winning side against all odds, whereas you were bang in the right place. Isn't it convenient that everybody around you adheres to the same view, and it's
they don't, bro. It's just a false premise. They don't,
Indians,
bro. I'm alone, dude. People like
disagree?
me, even in the West, are few and far in between, dude.
Fine,
literally, Sabbath keeping Christians, bro, are unheard of, dude. Sabbath keeping Christians are unheard of where I'm from. And then it's even more minute, the ones that take the Bible literally in a young Earth creationist flat Earth view, bro. You're not gonna find that.
Is it probable you would have a different view about the age of the Earth if you were born in India, or do you think it's probable your view about the age of the Earth would remain the same regardless of where you were born?
Dude, listen, I'll grant you the fact that depending on where you're born, it's a greater possibility that I will become a Buddhist if I'm born in Tibet versus being a Buddhist born in America. I get that, but that's not a strong defense to making an argument.
Okay,
especially in the God world, because if you're considering that God like picks and chooses, people and all this different stuff, there's people that are born in Tibet that become Christian. You know what I mean? So
what does that say though? What does that add to the argument? What do we learn from that?
Basically what I'm saying is, like, if you're being chosen or picked or like spoken to by God, it doesn't matter where you're born, he will still be able to reach you.
Doesn't change the argument about probability, right? My argument isn't already, I've said this a few times, but I guess you just got here. Fine, people switch, but I'm saying there needs to be a square, like it needs to be addressed that you're like, part of the reason I'm arguing for the age of the Earth being it can't be true that the Aboriginals carved a structure 48,000 years ago. So
hold on. So I already conceded,
because I know that the age of the Earth is.
I don't think there needs to be need in anything.
Near me,
I don't think it's necessary that I have an answer for you at all. So you shouldn't put on me that you need to have this. That's retarded, dude.
Hold on, eggshells. I already granted you that.
My argument is like
you can have the probability, dude.
Thank you.
You can have that, but that I already told you that. Yes, if I'm born in America, most likely I'm gonna have Christian morals instilled into me as a child, and I will keep that to the day that I die. That's probabilistically, I have no problem with that. But that goes back to you implying that my faith is based on a social construct, which is what I laid that out in the very beginning. I already knew you were going to go there.
But sure, I'm just saying that then it needs to open up where you're like, it's a chance. If the same archaeologists who date Jerusalem to exactly the dates that line up with the Bible and have the cities all exactly where they were and confirm some of the battles, and then they go to Australia and they say that cave I think is 48,000 years old, there's a problem there.
So going back to the migrations and all that, because I didn't want to bring this up, because this anthropologist brought up something that confirmed Brian Forster's work, sending test samples to get tested for carbon dating and genetic haplogroups, and these skulls are showing up, right? These elongated skulls with red hair, they're showing that they have links to the Caspian Sea of the world, right?
Fine. Sure. How does that mean the Aboriginals couldn't have been 48,000 years ago?
Well, hold on. So the dating. Well, hold on. I got
blindly, bro. That would be the problem. It wouldn't be on us. It would be your problem that you believe that blindly without any evidence. You're just like, yeah, sure. People told me that, so now I agree.
I didn't say that.
So
that's not been the point.
these skulls, right? Were dated to around 2,700 years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
Something
so
like that.
What does that tell us?
And And then this other anthropologist is confirming that some of these bodies that have been discovered have been getting tested, and they're testing to around the same time frame, 1700 BCE, right? So 1700 BCE is around 3,000 years ago.
Sure.
And that matches. Well, no, not 1700. It was 2,700 years ago. 2,700 years ago. So 2,700 years ago, around 3,000 years ago, matches the biblical timeline of when the lost tribes of Israel left in exile. They didn't leave. They were captive. They were captured by the Assyrians, and the Assyrians took them captive a 1.5-year journey eastwards to a land where no man had dwelt before. Right now, a 1.5-year journey from the Fertile Crescent.
What does that tell us, though? Hang on.
Well,
I don't want to
explain it to
sermonize. How does this show us that we can't have 48,000-year-old humans? This can be true and can older humans.
Hold on a second, dude. Because all the bodies that they're finding, they're only testing around 3,000 years old, dude. This idea that you got 10,000-year-old bodies, 20,000-year bodies.
Okay, what is Mungo Man?
I don't know what bodies you're talking about. The bodies that are being discovered in South America are tested around 3,000 years ago, which matches the biblical timeline. Now he suspects, right? This anthropologist suspects that the Phoenicians were in the Americas 3,000 years ago.
That would really surprise me, but fine. Why would that tell us that Mungo Man wasn't 42,000 years ago?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. This whole thing is a but I've just already said this. You're still tilting at the same windmill. I'm willing to stipulate that many events in the Bible, I'll even just for the heck of it say all of the events in the Bible that are describing historical things, even the miracles happened. And you're saying, yes, we've got this. We've got these records of these people moving, and they've got elongated skulls and red hair and the haploids and the diploids and the lovely. I'm saying the same archaeologists that confirm that tell us we've got a man that's 42,000 years old found in Australia. And you're saying that's not possible. And I'm saying, okay, why can't it be 42,000 years ago? That's what I'm waiting to hear from you. Like, because we got these guys from 3,000 years ago.
I'm trying to explain it to you. So
that should be the case if I'm right. You know, these haploids and diploids can exist, I think.
So I have no problem. I have no problem with antediluvian bodies potentially being discovered and dating that might the dating might show up, the results might show up to a 40,000-year-old specimen or whatever. I'm not entirely sure that that's accurate. I think a lot of that estimation isn't based off of any real scientific analysis. It's more of a guesstimate based off of a paradigm, right? It's not something that you can actually
how are your one's not
establish.
A guesstimate based off a paradigm?
Every single measurement in science is a
like
because you use
my point is you use archaeology to confirm the Bible. And then when I go, okay, these same archaeologists say this guy's 42,000 years old, you go, well, it's a busted paradigm. If the paradigm is busted, if the paradigm of dating corpses is busted, then you throw out all your own evidence.
Wait, can't there be a certain amount of time, a time qualifier to that dating? Sure. Yeah, okay.
You're gonna get less and less accurate the further back you go.
I've already conceded this, in the beginning.
If the paradigm is a problem, then you can't quibble over values, right? The paradigm.
This is the
otherwise
problem.
You're saying the accuracy is out.
It's impossible to remove your biases. You can try to remove your biases, but clearly we already said this in the beginning. When we evaluate the data and you interpret the data, your paradigm is going to matter, right? Your preconceived notions on history is going to matter because you're going to try to push us for a certain paradigm. Dude. It's just you have to remove your bias, and if you remove your bias and you start to see, what does the evidence actually show?
What do you mean? Hang on. How do you remove your bias? Because I'm going to say removing your bias, thinking you remove your bias is what bias is. That's what
I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. So you have two scenarios out, right? You have your paradigm and my paradigm, right? You're neutral. You start valuing the evidence reasonably. Reasonably, which one makes the most sense when you start valuing all the evidence?
That's what
this 100,000-year-old theory, 20,000-year-old theory that Homo sapiens been around 20,000 years. What does the evidence actually show? Does the evidence show 200,000-year-old Homo sapiens, 100,000-year Homo sapiens, 50,000-year Homo sapiens? If there's such a thing, let's see it. You're gonna find out there's
Mungo
not much evidence to actually back up that paradigm, dude.
Can I ask a question?
You were explaining how you could discern whether it was true, and you just sort of went, "Oh, I decide whether it's true. I decide whether I managed to be neutral somehow. I managed to delete my bias by just looking at it and deciding it fits my current paradigm." That's what you described. You were meant to be saying how you managed to overcome your bias, and instead, as I warned before you said it, you just went, I just do the bias thing. I said, you're just going to describe bias right now. And you were like, yeah, I just ask myself whether I think it's true and then decide, nah, Mungo Man, despite the fact the same archaeologists date your haploids with the red hair, date my 45,000-year-old man. You go, yeah, but they're biased. I'm like, okay, how do you be unbiased? You go, we just decide I'm already right. That's how you do it. You just sort of look at the evidence and realize that's bullshit because I would be wrong if it was 45,000 years old, so I chuck it out.
No, bro. If you're intellectually honest, right? You take a back step and you evaluate both positions and see where the evidence fits best.
Okay. So what have
and
you
what
done to
and how
evaluate
much
Mungo
evidence
Man?
do we have, right? How much evidence do you actually have on your side when you really look at it critically?
Yeah. So how much do I have? You've looked at both sides. You've seen Mungo Man. What do you think about it? What do you think the claim is? Where was he found? Why do they date him to that point? Do they have other corroborating evidence that they dig up in many other sites? Like you know this, right? Because you said the way I remove bias is I take a step back and then I look at both sides. But it sounds like you've already decided Mungo Man isn't 45,000 years old because you already decided that people who thought it was were biased.
Well, no, it's even like do anthropologists, they talk about 10,000-year-old. That's like the oldest evidence-wise that we have, dude. You're trying to push that back double to 20,000 years, then 50,000 years, and 100,000 years. What's the evidence pushing back?
I'm putting it in the chat.
50,000 years, dude. Mongo Man. Okay, and what's the evidence?
You're avoiding the evidence. You're avoiding the evidence. I'm putting it in the chat. There's many links in any Wikipedia article that'll immediately lead you to this. And you're saying, I look at both sides, and you're like, where's the evidence? While I'm putting it in front of you.
What is it, though? What is it? Can you explain it?
This is like Westworlding. Okay, so he's a man. Mungo Man is found in Lake Mungo. I drove there. It looks insane. When you go up to Lake Mungo, it's not a lake. It looks like this from satellites. Just to drop that in. And you see those white things. That kidney bean, or sort of like it looks like a what is it called when a baby's kind of in the womb? You know, a little squidgy little thumb. Fetus, looks like a fetus. And those walls are pushed up, they think, by water that makes this big, massive crescent, because you can see it do that on beaches and stuff like that. But those walls are huge. You can see them for so far away as you come in by the motorbike because they've risen up by a mirage. And they found buried there this ancient culture. This has all been parched for ages. They have really little recollection in the top bits of the soil of anything growing much for ages. But if you dig down to what they assume is about, I forget, but somewhere around 20,000 years ago, it's suddenly before that was this verdant green land and there was loads of trade, and they've got seashells that have made it so far from the coast. I mean, admittedly, a lot of this could be based on bias, as Lyon's saying, and they could be basing on a paradigm that believes that humans could date back hundreds of thousands of years because they weren't born in evangelical areas that told them it can't be older than 6. So who's got the bias is the question, because I feel like you are already certain this is wrong, Lion.
So I just wanted to say something.
I am.
It's absurd to me when he's all of the time repeating that we have biases and those scientists have bias, because those scientists that date this, they all have different paradigms. There are Muslim scientists, there are Christian and Jewish and atheist scientists, and they all agree on those dates. And he's trying to claim that it is an atheistic bias, but this doesn't make any sense because scientists of all faiths have the same results. And the only scientists, I mean, these aren't even scientists, but like some guys on Discord who disagree with this, are guys who are very heavily ideologically motivated in fundamentalist Christian perspective. So if you have only people who are heavily ideologically motivated from one perspective, and then you have a wide range of people of all different beliefs reaching the same conclusion, then what's the chance of one group being biased and another group being biased? Because I would say that first group has a very low chance of being biased compared to the second one.
That's true. Multiple competing ideologies, I think, challenges your point, Lion, because it adds to my point that only only white men from Middle America think
There are
so strictly about the age of the Earth.
Go ahead.
There are people that claim to be Christian and then believe in evolution and believe in like more than, you know what I mean? So that was such a vague way of putting it. He's like, there are Christians that agree with this info. Yeah, there are Christians that think the Earth is billions of years old, dude.
Right, I've already addressed this,
fact,
and I
most
already
of them-
mentioned how the universities have been ideologically captured. Even if you had Christians that secretly believed in young creationism, they're not going to promote that stuff, dude. They know that they're going to get ridiculed and pushed out of academia, bro. Their career is career ending, right? This idea that you can just, actually look at the evidence unbiasedly and establish the truth, that's not the case at all, dude.
That's just a conspiracy theory at this point.
Right.
I think that for the Christians who have the understanding that their Christ was persecuted, any personal persecution that Christians may face isn't an endangerment to their faith. It's more like a support of their faith.
It's career suicide, bro.
Well, wait, I just want to challenge this, right? Like, wait, this notion that academia has been... Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say to the guy,
The Christian must ask himself, am I more concerned
with the runic name there? Like the notion that academia has been captured, right? You said, right? You said it's captured. Can you like show it's captured and not it's just merely representing
Absolutely.
the actual facts of the matter?
Yeah, so you got like geologists, Anthony West, you got Robert Schoch, another geologist, Robert Schoch, who's known for catastrophism. He's known as he's fringe, he's ridiculed by academia. His ideas aren't really supported by the scientific consensus.
Why should
people like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Randall Carlson, another geologist who's these guys are popular because of Joe Rogan and stuff, but I've known about them before their appearance on Joe Rogan. I have a friend of mine who's also an archaeologist who went to Boston University. His name's Jorge Alejandro Hermanos Rivera Robles. He doesn't do that anymore. There's no money in it. But his teacher was actually Robert Schoch. And I've debated with him. He don't even though his teacher was Robert Schoch, he doesn't even take his teacher seriously because his teacher doesn't follow the scientific consensus. Now, even though this guy's a professional, he taught at a university, he's still considered a quack.
Well, all you did there is list a few people in academia who disagree with the larger academia, right? Like, so why would I believe? Why would I think that the minority, the small guys, are actually correct, and the millions of all the other normal people, right, got it wrong, right? Because they all agree, right? Except
what? Real quick,
like
just to correct myself.
These guys, wait, sure.
I'm sorry, just to correct myself. I'm not even sure that Anthony West was a geologist. I'm not sure. I'm not sure his credentials.
Sure. Well, usually they don't have any credentials anyway. It's kind of like us.
Yeah, I don't even know if Anthony West has any real credentials.
All right. So how's this evidence that academia has been captured, right? Rather than academia doing its job and showing what is most likely true, giving the evidence.
I don't know where you live, dude, but in America, it's not a. So all the universities, Yale, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, WPI, like, dude, they've all been ideologically captured by the progressive left. This is undeniable.
Evidence?
They all lean extremely left. They all promote the DEI, the gender fluidity. Like, and I'm not even trying to get into politics right now, but not even I'm hard pressed to find one university in my area in Massachusetts that leans right. You're not gonna find one, dude.
Yeah, but that could just be okay, right? So all you're saying is that, well, universities, experts, the most educated people, the most informed people, right, disagree with you, and you thus call them like a cabal, right? They're like captured, right? I'm contesting the captured, term that you used. What you should just say is that academia disagrees with you.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
That's all what you're saying. Because that's all
not the only thing I'm saying, bro. You're oversimplifying my position. My point. It's very evident. It's self-evident that the universities across the board all follow a script. They all have a common consensus that they appeal to. Yes, it's like a curriculum.
Well, I would agree.
The curriculum is adjusted, right, by a faculty of members that control what the university students are learning. There's a faculty. There's a faculty.
We can agree.
It goes all the way up to the UN.
You're wrong. Students are free. No, at the level of like college, right? And like what is it? Postgraduate, when you're trying to get like your PhD, your master's, right? I think you're free to make any fucking stupid claims you want, right? As long as you can present evidence, right? This is not like middle school where you're told, okay, this is the case, and you have to regurgitate. What's the English word, right?
That's not what Torah's saying. Sorry, that's not what Lion's saying. Lion's just saying they all come to the same conclusion, and if you say the opposite, you're kicked out. But it's true, right? That's the point. Embo is making before is multidisciplinary people that have many different biases, all coalesce around one idea. And people, if they disagree with that idea and they've got bad reasons, people call them a crackpot. And the challenge that still sits here is all of these people agree with you about lots of stuff to do with Jerusalem and Israel and anything from within the last 6,000 years. And then there is this hard line that you won't go past where suddenly if you're saying they're all biased, they're all reading from the same hymn sheet. The problem is they're diverse in views and they're reading from the same hymn sheet. And they're at the edges, they're disagreeing, but they're just so clear that the earth is more than 6,000 years old that they all move on to have different disagreements. And there's only one group who are homogenous, who say the earth can't be only more than 6,000 years old, and almost all of them are white English-speaking American Christians. Almost 100% of them.
I'm confused.
Which side is more likely to be biased? This wide, diverse group that includes Pakistanis and Indians and Germans and Swedes and Hindus and Buddhists and
Chinese,
or just
Russian.
one group of evangelical Christians. Who's more likely to be biased?
Right, that's what I'm kind of trying to get at, right? Because all he's really describing is that people disagree with him, and the consensus, right, throughout the spectrum of like political bias, ideological bias, right, religious bias, right, political bias. Did I mention political bias? Right, yeah, like all of these. That's the beauty of like the scientific method, right? The last stage is replicate the other people's work. Right? Replicate the other people's work, and people have done this when it comes to at least this matter, right? Of like the age of the Earth, right? For other things, by the way, there's kind of a problem there, but never mind that. But so, what you're saying? Who's the guy at the bottom? Sorry, what's your name? Lion, right. Yeah, Lion. So what you're saying? Like, I take an issue when you say it's been captured. That academia has been captured when it comes to claims about the shape of the earth, the age of the earth.
Everything. It's everything. No. It's across the board.
It doesn't seem to be like that, right? Because there are again people who are.
It's their moral obligation to tell the truth.
They're Christians. No, I don't. Well, not exactly. But you have Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, right? You have Americans, you have Chinese.
What's their moral obligation?
Pick a fucking bias that a scientist, that a person can have.
I'm trying to explain
all of those people have done research, right? And have produced data that they said, shit, this like actually, exactly fits the model, the standard model, that the Earth is like really old, right? Definitely more than 5,000 years old. And the Earth is a globe, right, etc., etc. All you're saying is that, well, they disagree with me, right? They disagree with
no things for certain, right? Absolute, 100%.
It's not just that, dude. Stop. No, it's not just that. It's not because they disagree with me. that I have this gripe with them. It's not just that, dude. If you're going to be intellectually honest and you evaluate universities, at least in 2025, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe they were more tolerant 100 years ago, where people could actually exchange ideas like universities used to do, right? But now it's ideologically captured. They're not tolerant of people with opposing ideas, whether it's politics, whether it's gender, whether it's BLM, Black Lives Matter, whether it's whatever the case may be. They have to fall in line nowadays. You have to fall in line.
That is true.
You have across the board, or you're going to get pushed out. There's societal pressures among your peers to fall in line.
So back in like the 18th century, if you would have said that what is it, tectonic plates, right? Wait, tectonic plates, right, is the reason why we have like earthquakes in some places than the others, you'd be laughed at, because in the 18th century this was not yet discovered, it was not yet acknowledged. Some scientists figured it out, right? They like plotted the earthquakes, right, on a map, and compared it to geological like research, right? And they, with the folds of like our continent, and they figured out, oh geez, when when two tectonic plates meet, we have a lot of earthquakes. We have a lot of volcanoes, right? For example, just to give you this, right? That this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth necessarily, right? Even though it kind of entails that, or the age of the Earth, right? Even though it does kind of entail that the Earth is really old. So academia, right? You're just wrong, right? Academia is not like
academia is just people, bro.
Dogmatic, yeah. It's not dogmatic.
Fine,
right?
dude.
At least
Whatever,
I think it can
I'm
be.
not going to convince you today.
Well, no.
Go ahead,
It definitely,
I think it can be.
well, actually, I kind of give an example where it kind of was.
Yo, that's what you put your faith in, bro. You put your faith in that. What's the big deal?
No. I put faith in investigation. I put faith
No,
in.
you don't. It doesn't matter. You don't. You can't trust your senses at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. You're gonna just beg the question. You're just going to. You're just gonna go around the whole idea. You don't have justification for your knowledge in the first place.
If you cannot trust your senses, my guy, then I don't see a reason talking to you.
I'm not the one that says that. You're the one that doesn't have justification for your senses, bro. That's the problem. You're like, we can just trust academia based on the empirical method when the empirical method has been destroyed, dude.
No, I literally give an example.
How is the empirical method destroyed? Except
I'm saying it's not the only way to obtain knowledge.
Nobody says that it's the only way to obtain knowledge, right? That's not, well.
Okay, then what's so wonderful about academia? What were you going with?
Because it's a very good and reliable way of obtaining knowledge.
How do you know that?
The only one. Because it has produced a lot of
because of consensus and pragmatism?
No, because it produced a lot of knowledge, right? That is functional as
like
well.
What? Like
we've
what?
We've made, I don't know, predicting earthquakes, right? Like seismographs, right?
We can predict an earthquake before it happens?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so we can warn people to get out of the city, yet there's people dying from earthquakes.
Yo, that's another guy.
What
Dutch
the heck
sense,
is going
dude.
on with this
Dutch
dude,
sense
bro?
was
They can barely even tell us where a hurricane is going to be before it lands, bro.
Okay, wait.
I wanted
kind of
to
going
also
to the
add
weeds.
something, but I don't know when can I, because you're talking all the time. So for me, the problem with claiming that it's all biased, like against flat Earth or creationism, is that you're trying to claim like flat Earth or creationism is some kind of a worldview or a religious belief that you can just discriminate against. But that are just positions that make verifiable, testable claims about physics and about reality. And they are just objectively wrong because they are debunked all the time. All of their models or their theories are debunked. So it's like saying, let's say there is a group of people that believes the sky is green. And they could form an ideology around it. They could call themselves sky greeners. And then they try to publish papers that convince people the sky is green. It's obviously not going to work because the sky obviously objectively isn't green. And they could scream, that's discrimination. We are being discriminated against, but that's not discrimination. That's just the fact that your position is based on objectively
they could be from Alaska
verifiably
and saw the
false.
Northern Lights, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
but
okay.
you get my analogy. It's just that your position
Yeah, but you get
is
my
based
analogy,
on,
right? That the sky can be green sometimes.
Okay, that's not what is not pointing
Or
out to that
orange.
example. It's pointing out to the general. Anyway,
or black.
Oh, you have evidence for the sky being
my
blue
point
at
is that
nighttime?
if your idea is based on ideas that are verifiably, then your works are going to be criticized and debunked in peer review. But that's not because of discrimination. That's because your entire foundation is based on something that is objectively false.
You work off consensus, and you have to look to the consensus for your worldview, bro. You know how sad that is?
No, we're not talking about consensus of laymen. Right? We're talking
That's
about
peer.
the best.
He just said peer review, bro. That
Yes,
is
yes.
literally
What do you know
consensus.
what they don't understand? No. It's not. It's not like appealing to the majority, right? It's not like the average Joe, right, or Jane. You
All
know
of
what
these
they
things are
think, right?
debated in
We're
science,
talking.
bro.
Yes, right, exactly. No, but no, not the shape of the Earth. Not how old the Earth is. That's been
Listen,
long.
science doesn't come to the
That's been
conclusion of
That's
proof.
been long settled, right, for like a century or so.
If science doesn't prove anything, bro,
Because
it's gonna be always
they
a debate.
provide overwhelming evidence for it, right? Like the models that work, the only models that work, are the ones that have the age Earth to be definitely more than 5 to 10,000 years old, and definitely it being a sphere, right? There's no model. There's no legitimate model.
It's definitely 100% that way. See, you're claiming
I didn't
absolute
say
knowledge.
no. I didn't
You
say
just said
that.
definitely it is this way.
No, what did I say?
You
What
know
did
what
I say?
definitively means?
What did I
You said
say?
definitely.
No, yeah, I said definitely
So that
it's the
you're saying
best
science has come
model.
to definitive proof.
No, I said
You said it
definitely
was
it's the best
settled.
models, right? Oh my God,
Okay,
man.
habitual
You're like
observations. Go ahead.
you're like
I think the
habitual
question can
observation. What? No, we actually kind of going through the weeds, right? I'm still challenging Lion here on the claim that academia has been, what did you say, captured, right? Versus, which is what I'm saying, is that no, academia is really
by
just looking at
philosophy. It's been captured by philosophy.
You have no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about. Philosophy is based, man. I wish you would learn some, right? You should study some philosopher. Versus, as I was saying, the model, the academia basically being just like researching and coming up with conclusions based on evidence, right? Even though it might disagree with like your sensibilities. Like, I know it's true. I've seen the studies that most of academia in the West, especially, is like far left in their social leanings and even economic leanings, right? There's a lot of like Marxists right there, or people who use Marxist analysis, right? And you have like these young students going into protests for like BLM, and I think, yeah, great. That's the correct conclusion that they should come to. That's indeed what they should do, given the evidence presented.
You said BLM?
They should for sure
BLM is the
join
right
BLM.
conclusion,
You
dude.
said yes.
We should support BLM, bro.
BLM, dude.
Yeah.
What's wrong
People
with
that, dude.
the Bureau of Land Management?
Protesting, yeah, sure.
How about all lives, dude? Should we,
bro? Do you?
how about little babies in the womb, bro? Should we protect them?
This is why you show your ignorance. BLM does not claim that only Black Lives Matter. Do you understand that? Do you know what?
Okay, what does
Black
it stand
Lives
for?
Matter?
We get
What
it.
does
We
it
get
stand
it,
for?
bro.
You don't
I
know
have
this,
I have
right?
no
So you
problem
don't
supporting
know this,
black
man.
people, dude. But the whole BLM movement is not what you think it is, dude.
Yeah, what is it?
At all.
You're not in America, obviously.
If you really studied the whole BLM movement, who started it, who was controlling it, the women at the top were legit witches. They stole all the money that was donated to BLM.
Fucking kidding me?
This is not a conspiracy theory, dude.
You
This is a
said
legit
witches.
fact. The whole
I'm sorry.
movement
Yeah, dude. No
was a
wonder
psychological operation.
no wonder you disagree with like academia if you think that
Oh, okay. So the
actually
CIA doesn't try to recruit people because of psychic abilities. Is that your claim?
Psychic abilities.
Yeah, you don't
Man,
know. You don't have. They don't do
Oh,
that.
really? Yeah. Do
Yeah.
tell. I know about the research that the United States did do into like psychic phenomena and psychic abilities. Like,
Yeah, remote viewing.
yeah, yes, remote view.
Okay, so and you're claiming there's no such thing as witches.
I don't know of any evidence that they're witches.
Okay, so that's
You're
not evidence to you.
really.
So now, what evidence
What's
do you
evidence to
accept? Are
me?
you biased at this point? So the peer review, the
What did it
CIA
produce? What did it produce?
picks up people for psychic abilities. They have documents on remote viewing, but you're like, there's no
Yeah.
evidence for it.
And yeah, and
Okay.
then they hired a expert, right, and to evaluate all of this evidence, right, and he came out with the conclusion that there is no substantial like evidence.
What's his name?
Right? I don't know. I don't recall. But I mean, hey, you don't recall
Who did it?
something that. Well, if you know about the program, if you're referring to the same program that was now in like the 70s, 80s, right? I mean, the U.S. government did a plenty of fucking programs that came out with nothing, right? They gave this guy, tens of millions of dollars.
So this guy says aliens exist, but witches don't. Okay, got it.
Okay, so do you have any evidence that actually I mean, man, holy shit! This is like going to the weeds, right? Like,
we do have evidence. I have evidence for this.
Okay, wait, no.
The whole BLM movement was a scam, dude. They capitalized off George Floyd, right? It was right before the elections. It's all virtue signaling. Like the Democrats actually care about black people, dude. Right? They actually care about black people.
There is the BLM organization. I think that's what you're referring to, right? The BLM organization, and that has some sus kind of funding there and like spending issues, right? I know about that. It's like public, and there's like I think even a court cases about this because they embezzled the money. But that's not the BLM movement. Do you understand that?
Yes,
it is, dude.
No,
what are you talking about?
No, the BLM.
The people that are the ones in control of the money of BLM are not the BLM movement.
They're not in control of it. That's what you don't understand.
There's black people that are
There's the BLM organization, right? A bunch of people got around and said, "Hey, let's start an organization called the BLM," right? And then there's the BLM movement, which describes a grassroots movement, right, or movements across the United States after the George Floyd murder, who, again, like from the bottom up, right, they just like form naturally of people who disagree with this, right? And
that's a faulty premise. That's a faulty premise.
There is such a thing as like an organic, organic.
Dude, black people die all the time. The media doesn't even cover it, dude. This was all by design. This is part of the psychological manipulation of the masses, right? They're pulling the heartstrings. This is how they get voting done at the ballot office.
I kind of agree with that. You know, right? Funny enough. Because look, I'm not a liberal, right? I don't believe that our governments or quote unquote democratic governments are A, democratic and B, care about us at all. And they do these kind of operations, right? Like false flag attacks, right? They definitely do that. And I would not be surprised if they were part of the BLM movement there, like, agents that are being assigned, right? Or something like that.
Your mama is a false flag attack.
But to just without any evidence to accuse the whole BLM movement, right?
Good at it.
No. You're talking about the BLM organization, right? Talking about the BLM organization.
We've been talking about the whole time, dude.
Yeah,
the whole thing from
I
the
despise it, dude. I despise
you're
it.
trying to
it was just virtue signaling, dude.
But BLM
virtue signaling, dude. That's it.
Dude, okay, wait. So
without the organization, does BLM exist?
Okay, wait.
Without the organization, does BLM exist?
Yes, it existed before
that.
It existed before that.
Would you say, Spartacus, that BLM is an extension of what Martin Luther King Jr. was saying by all God's children are created equal, kind of?
I don't know, man. It was a very reactionary. I mean, reactionary in like a very like a literal sense, not the not the like academic sense. People, African Americans, right, and people who are against the government just willy-nilly killing people for no good reason, right? They were like, "Hey, this is a good example of like the government doing this bad thing, right?"
Who are they funded by?
And who?
The BLM organization.
No, who they were funded by?
Democrats.
The government.
Really? Which one? Can you show receipts?
Yeah, they're on there, dude. Just look it up on Google.
Oh, okay. I have to know.
What did you say they were in a court case for?
Who? No, ask for receipts.
What did you say they were in a court case for?
I didn't say that.
You didn't say BLM is in a court case?
Oh no, I said I thought. No, the BLM organization, right? I thought
Yeah,
was
for
having
embezzlement. Where'd the money come from?
If it is illegal, actually, I'm not even sure, but it's irrelevant. That's the organization, right? That's anybody. Look, anybody can make an organization called MAGA, right? That then do some bad things, right? Does now Donald Trump and all the people who support him.
Okay, I can grant you your position that there are some people in the BLM movement that maybe aren't associated with the organization and they are good people or whatever. Are you going into a No True Scotsman thing or like what? How do we determine who is BLM then?
It's you have to you have the organic sort of movement, right, of people who like I said disagreed, who thought that what happened there with the
right, but you understand how that's problematic? That's an unfalsifiable position. Your premise is that this was a grassroots movement. How can you even defend that? How can you prove that? Or at least you show like
it was the media. It was football players. It was not like a grassroots movement, bro. This was brought to you by the media. The media brought it to you. So you're accepting of the media.
There's tens of millions of people walking out and protesting. What do you mean? Let me look this up, right? BLM.
It's going to be hard to prove this either way because we have the scripts, we have the receipts showing that there was all type of government endorsements, right? These movements were being subsidized, were being funded. Even the media coverage of it alone, clearly that was by design, right? Like we have connections, and I can't prove it to you 100%. I can show you lines of evidence showing that's the case, but it's not going to be persuasive for you.
That might be true, but from an outsider's perspective, what we see is America promising equality between races, and certain members of the society don't feel like it's been equalized just yet. It's like the promise of
that's an opinion of theirs.
Everyone, yeah.
Should the media not cover protests that are sweeping across the country? Well, the protests were caused because of the media coverage of George Floyd's case, right? They hyper focus on this one black man when there's been 1,000 just like him, but for whatever reason, this one black man happened to get national coverage. Should the media not cover a story like George Floyd? No, they should, but the way that they tugged on the American people's heartstrings was not an accident. That was by design.
Homie, he was killed on camera. People saw the light going out of his eyes on camera. That's why people had such a visceral reaction to his death.
Yeah, I've seen thousands of videos.
He was praying and crying to his mother until he died. Like, what do you mean?
I'm just confused. I'm just confused. What did the media do wrong? They covered
It's
the
not what they
story.
did wrong.
They
It's
covered
how
the story.
it's how they
People reacted.
orchestrated the national emotional outrage. They orchestrated that, capitalized off of it, took advantage of people's emotions. It's not.
It was an emotional
narcissistic,
thing already.
sociopathic, melomaniac type of shit.
Well, welcome to American politics and American capitalist media, man. No shit, media is gonna like try to exacerbate these kind of things, right? I mean, the reason why the Democratic, like the left-leaning, quote unquote, and I have to like really emphasize the quote unquote, and the left media, right, like CNN, right, emphasized on this, right, is to indeed, help left-wing, quote unquote, left-wing candidates opposed to like the Republicans, right? But we don't. It's not like there's lack of. Sorry, I have indigestion. But it's not like we don't see the exact same thing on the right, right, Lion? Right, like Fox
Yes,
News.
I agree.
Fox
I
News.
agree.
You just like
Nobody's arguing for one side of the media here. Nobody's
Yeah, I'm not
arguing.
Republican. I'm not a Republican either, dude. I'm not involved in politics.
But
I
you
understand
did,
the
but
left-right
no,
paradigm.
but you did.
What
But
I'm
you
trying
did
to point out
mention
to you,
left
though,
wing. You did mention
yes,
left wing
because
when
it
you
just
said
happens
that
that the
they're co-opted.
universities
That the
are
yes, right.
across. Dude, can I talk for a second? All right, go ahead, dude.
Can we just wait?
Sorry, buddy.
Spartacus was in the middle of saying something. Let's let him finish, please. Go ahead.
No. I was actually kind of no.
He's diverging away from the actual point and pointing fingers at the other position. It's a too quoque.
No. Well, okay. Look, I was.
I'm not a Republican. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Right, but the reason why I am like showing you this like sort of both sides thing is because you mentioned the left, you mentioned how academia has been co-opted by the left, right? And presumably you don't agree with the left as you kind of showed, right? You said, oh, they're promoting like gender, fluidity, blah blah blah, right? And I'm saying, well,
Social,
okay.
yes.
That doesn't mean that person agrees with the right.
Yeah, sure, cool, but well, it's the same mechanism. It's the same mechanism, though. So wait, but okay, so I'm misunderstanding. So you agree that in this current paradigm, we have two sides at the very least, right? Of people who are rich, right, and powerful, who influence the media, who control the media, right? Well, I would. Well, in his
right,
world,
you gotta no, you have to snap out of binary thinking and left and right paradigms, dude. I'm not, just because I don't agree with the left doesn't mean that I'm all of a sudden a Republican. And I already made that disclaimer. I'm not a Republican, bro. It's not a dichotomy here.
So
right? You can actually evaluate. You can evaluate both positions from a macro perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
A righteous judge is going to evaluate both positions, and I can see the flaws in the left and the flaws in the right, dude. The neocons.
Fair enough.
Right? So with that being said, the universities have been ideologically captured by the left, right? They promote social or democratic socialism. They promote BLM. They promote feminism, gender fluidity. Like, dude, the list goes on and on.
So wait, and now do you have an equal disdain for like the current administration under Trump, promoting? Wait, stop. Wait, I didn't even wait. Promoting anti LGBT policies, right? And in place, putting them in place. Trying, like Trump named himself like the head of
Be specific on what the anti is.
Trying to. Well, I mean, if you're, seem to be on the right side of things. So you don't support Trump in any of his like things, right? So January 6th, that was an actual coup attempt, right? Spurred by Trump's rhetoric. So you agree with that, right? No?
No, dude, no. What are you saying? We have to agree with like someone? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. So you're just anti all of the left wing talking points and issues, but somehow you agree with all of the right wing, like Fox News.
No, why would I just said if we don't agree with either side, why is that a problem?
That's what I'm trying to test, right? So okay, Lion, name me things on like Fox News in terms of the narrative, like they're eating the cats and the dogs, January 6th, Well, you already mentioned, actually, you already believe one of their conspiracies too that is mentioned in Fox News, which is that, oh, the leftists have co-opted academia, right? Have captured academia. That's one of the talking points in Fox News, right?
That's apparent.
That's what I'm
You could
saying.
just go to a college campus and
That's a
find out they're all
propaganda thing,
Marxist.
right?
Bro.
That's a
No, you could go physically to a
Yes,
college
they're a
campus and
bunch of
find out they are Marxist.
Yeah, based.
Yeah, I
Sure.
don't understand.
Yeah,
Do
based.
you have
Why
a
is that
problem?
wrong? Wait, why is that wrong?
Hold on, dude. Can you ask one question at a time? Because you asked me like 3 questions. I don't know which one to answer. Can you ask just one question?
Well, I'm trying to see if you're actually like consistent with your view, right?
Are you asking me what I disagree with the right on? I can tell you why I don't like the right. That's what you're asking?
Specific propaganda points, right? Because you already have espoused one of the big ones, right? Which goes even so far back, like to the Third Reich, right? Like where
let me agree with.
when the
okay. Well, hold on. So on the right, they support Israel unconditionally. I would say probably more than the left, even though there's both Democratic and Republicans that have dual citizenship and both support the Israel. I think the right overwhelmingly supports Zionism. Right there, I disagree vehemently with the right. Second point, Trump's been recently promoting biometric security because of immigration. Now it gives him justification, and the Republicans, a lot of them are on board with biometric security, right? Real IDs, which it's gonna, why would I ever be on board with that? Iris scanning, fingerprint scanning, all this stuff that we're heading into this new world of more control. The military-industrial complex overwhelmingly is supported by the conservative, the neocons. They're called war hawks for a reason. They love war. They're warmongers. I mean, what else? I could go on and on. Is that enough?
Sure. Look, I'd rather have like some agreement here. And look, I have an agreement with being against the authoritarian policies that any government does. I'm an anarchist myself, right? Anarchist socialist, communist/communist. But I think you're like in your analysis of the education system, right? Like you think that academia has been co-opted, right? Like this, getting back to that point, like this is the crucial thing, right? Is it co-opted or is it merely just producing conclusions that you don't like, right? As a young of creationist, as a flat earther, right?
I think it's the latter.
Lion?
I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know how that's relevant. That's a non sequitur. Like, why are we talking about flat Earth? We're talking about conversation. I know, but why does everything have to go back to flat Earth, dude? Like,
okay, no, forget flat. No, it's also the age of the Earth, age of the Earth, right? Age of the Earth, right? Like, so it's not 6,000, 10,000 years old. That's what academia agrees on, right? Can you show that it's just like because you're saying that it's been co-opted to say that, right? Well, is it co-opted? Or is it merely the conclusion of academics around the world, right? Like across fucking, almost a century of time, right? That they come to this conclusion based on evidence and rigorous investigation, right? So is it just because you merely disagree that you call them co-opt, that you say that they're co-opted? Because
no, dude, I already agree. How many times are you gonna ask me that? I already told you. No, it's not only because I disagree with them, dude. It's not the only reason.
You haven't shown a difference. Yeah, because all of the things you've shown is that the conclusions merely disagree with your conclusions.
Do you have a
problem,
dude?
Do you have a problem with Christian universities?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Why?
For the same reasons. All the Christian universities, the seminary schools have been also ideologically captured by the Masons.
Because of what? Because of what they teach?
Yes, because of what they teach is not biblical.
So you don't agree with what they teach? Is what I think that's what he's asking. Because it doesn't.
It's not. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. But that's not the only reason I have this stance. It's across the board, right? It's not just
my young Earth creationist flat Earth views. That's irrelevant in this conversation. It's everything that we just been talking about for the last hour.
So where do we get our knowledge from then? How do we learn things if we can't go to universities? How do we gain knowledge?
Off YouTube, bro. Conspiracy YouTube channels. That's the way.
That's true.
How do we gain knowledge if we can't go to school? Like, there's absolutely no way I could learn anything without schooling, dude.
That's not what he's saying at all.
No.
One of the things these schools have to offer is infrastructure. They have actual equipment that normal people don't have access to.
I'm sorry, but when you're talking about seminary school and they're teaching you the Bible, and you need a man to teach you the Bible when it's a book that's right in front of you that you could just read, I don't get your point.
Because maybe there is something like historical context, maybe.
Do you know Greek? Do you know the original languages that the Bible was written in? Have you
Well,
looked
we
at
have
the
technology now at this point that can translate it all, correct?
But that technology
But you
would
still
be at the school.
Yes, so there are like in the Bible there are things described like, for example, rituals, and in order sometimes to even understand what these rituals mean, you have to have the cultural context of those times, because these rituals don't exist anymore, or things like
The cultural
idioms.
context is in there.
Not always.
Yeah, always, dude. The cultural context is in there. You can understand the Israelite people by reading their stories.
So, but how did you learn how to read?
My mother taught me.
How did she learn?
Her mother taught her.
How? How did they understand the context and the language?
You want me to go all the way back to Adam when God taught Adam how to speak?
Someone had to learn, right? Someone had to learn the symbols from someone else. Basically, that's school.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with school, dude. Like, it's not. I don't have a problem with schooling, right? Like the original schools in America was Sunday school, dude. Before the government ended up taking the curriculum, right? That's what people learned how to read and write, dude. Was at church or at home, Bible studies.
And so that's the thing that we're talking about, right? The schools, like Christian schools. That not church at school?
Well, originally, Sunday school was wholesome and normal, right? For people to learn how to read and write. All the moms in the community would come together. All the kids would come together. That whole system has been hijacked, dude.
I went to a Lutheran school. It was more obsessed with just taking in foreign exchange students that were really tall from Africa to develop a basketball team. So it's not like just because they put themselves in the position of, yeah, we're a Christian school means all their values are in accordance with the scripture. I believe you think you need to go to school to learn something. Like, that's super sad, dude. It's like just like saying everyone that didn't go to school is stupid, bro. That's weird.
If you want to learn something specific, then yes, you're gonna have to go to somebody that knows that topic.
That's not the case. I do air conditioning for a living. Never went to air conditioning school.
Somebody had to. I didn't
Dude,
go.
you're saying the guy that invented the air conditioner had to go to air conditioning school first to invent the air conditioner. That's ridiculous, bro.
He had to teach other people his method, right?
Yeah, there's
you
nothing
could do
wrong.
hands-on training.
They had to learn. Yeah,
Right,
then they had to learn how the refrigerant moves through the system. You know, the science behind all of that. How it goes from high pressure to low pressure. How it removes the heat.
That can all be done by experimentation.
But you still have to learn all the
it's not,
behind
bro.
it.
Yeah, we don't disagree with schooling or mentors or tutors or teachers necessarily, bro.
That's literally what you're saying.
I get that. But you can also be an autodidact. You can be self-taught. You can go to the library and consume information, right? You can learn that way. It's a lot of people used to do that. No
there
problem.
was a way called grandfather.
You can learn multiple languages on your own, dude. On your own.
You can teach yourself things. Do you not agree with that?
Yeah, sure, I agree. But what's wrong with going and having an institute teach you those things?
What's
Also,
wrong is when you say the only way you can learn things is by going to school when you just admitted you could teach yourself things. That's what's
yes, you
wrong
can.
with
But
your
what is
statement.
wrong? What is wrong with going somewhere and having someone do it for you?
Nobody made that argument.
That's literally what y'all just said. That's what you just said.
Okay, no, your argument was specifically you can only learn things through school, and I disagreed with that and said you agreed that you could teach yourself things. That's it. So now we can move on to
I have an
whatever
argument.
you
I have
want.
an argument. Even if you buy all of the books that you would learn the same stuff that you learn in college, and you would learn the same stuff from those books. Let's say you're learning like a natural science where you have to do actual practical experiments. In home, you don't have the equipment needed to perform those experiments in practice. So you would only learn this knowledge from theoretical books. Like you cannot go to some nuclear reactor to learn in practice how a nuclear reactor works, or you cannot can't go to.
You're saying that guy can't become a plumber still, though?
No, but your example was about every single profession. It wasn't only about being a plumber. You said that every
literally
single
brought up a
stuff-
trade profession.
There are
You said-
certain things you can teach yourself. Yes, I'll agree. But there's other things that you're gonna need that equipment and those things.
That's fine, dude. But we're not negating that, dude.
So what
At all.
part of academia is wrong then?
I've already explained it to you, dude. So I brought up originally there was Sunday schools, right? It wasn't controlled by the federal government. The federal government ended up taking control of the curriculum, dude. That's when things started going downhill, in my opinion.
Which part of the curriculum?
Wait.
Specifically.
Trump is trying to do that now. That wasn't the case before. What are you talking about?
I don't care about Trump. I'm not a Trump fanboy.
But that hasn't started to happen until now.
What I'm trying to say is, dude, right now, my argument is that universities have been ideologically captured.